What is up, LA? Good morning, good morning. It is time for D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Cody Decker with you, and of course, the one, the only, the legendary 5-ring winner, the one and only Derek Fisher. What up, D. Fish? How you doing, my guy?
What's up, Dak? Man, it's good to be back in the
really
studio.
Good to have
my
you
brother.
back, dude. In the flesh.
Yes, sir.
You've been a world traveler, my guy. We've been playing the game of where in the world is Carmen Sandiego with you, man. And you were in Minnesota. How was that W game? How was being back on NBC, rubbing shoulders with everybody in the W again? That had to be killer, right?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, I was part of the W from, basically 2018 to 2022. And so navigating the W through the pandemic and really trying to fight for the growth that we're now seeing. It was just great to be in the building to see, players, coaches, but the fans in Minnesota were just absolutely amazing. And again, if you're not a W fan or not as familiar with some names, write down Olivia Miles.
Aha. So tell me, she really is the truth, huh? Like you see in person,
yes,
huh?
Write it down. She has tremendous feel for the game, scored 33 points that night, had a big fourth quarter, and just one of those players that has come into the league with a command for the game already. And, Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers, like some of these younger guards that have come into the league over the last few years, the W's in really good hands for sure.
I love it. And yeah, dude, I'm loving the W right now. And by the way, our Sparks off to a not great start, unfortunately. Well, it's not like they're out of it. I feel like everybody's always in it in the W, at least at this point of the year. But, some injuries have hit them a little bit hard. But, whoo, man, the W. I love me some of the W, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this season actually goes. But D-Fish, man, oh, man, these have been an interesting couple of days here.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy. Peyton back there doing his work, producing the show in Raj's stead. We'll have Raj back on the show tomorrow. Aaron doing a great job over there. Crash somehow, some way, has kept this show on the air on YouTube, which, by the way, you can check us out live on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation, be a part of the show, of course. But man, oh man, this is All-Star Week. And this is normally like a dead time in sports, D-Fish. Like, this is always a time where, man, we got to find things to talk about. Plenty to talk about. Plenty to talk about. Major League Baseball All-Star Game last night, and boy, oh boy, was it awful, horrible, dreadful to watch. If you're a baseball fan, you're embarrassed for the game. If you're not a baseball fan, you're like doing victory laps saying, I told you baseball was boring. Ha 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 ha. D-Fish, this game sucked.
It was that bad?
Sucked. 4-0 AL, everything you don't want to see in a game. 15 strikeouts for the National League. 15 strikeouts. 3 runs scored in the first inning right out the gate by the American League. And we do have a little bit of sound of that. So let's go ahead and take a look at one of our old friends here in Los Angeles, Cody Bellinger with a 2 RBI knock.
28 pitch. Up the middle, and the American League catches in. Alvarez in to score. Langalier's right behind him. 2-run single, Cody Bellinger. And the American League gets to Sanchez here in the first.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was almost all the offense that actually happened in the game. Ben Rice, of course, comes up. I'm sorry. We had Nick Swisher on the show yesterday, and if you missed that Nick Swisher interview, go back on the Odyssey app and check it out, because this is great. You missed out on Swish. He comes on, he's talking about Ben Rice. And Ben Rice, who's got 29 home runs for the Yankees, he says, we think we found ourselves a star. We love this kid for multiple reasons. One, he carries himself so differently. He's extremely smart. He's fluent in Spanish. This, by the way, if you look at Ben Rice, he is the most stereotypical white kid you'd ever see in your life. You're like, this kid's doing my taxes. Like, there's no way this guy's a Major League Baseball player. Just smiley, just happy-go-lucky. Doesn't, you would never believe he's a major leaguer. And Swish is going off. He's like, oh, he's also fluent in Spanish. That's Ben Arroz right there. And we all just lost it laughing. So Swish is talking him up, and you know what? Good thing he did, because then Ben Rice comes up in the first inning and does this.
Hits it hard here, and that's through. The Yankees have knocked in 3 in this first inning. Witt is in to score. Bellinger and Rice with RBI.
Not a bad job there in the first inning, and that was, of course, Sanchez in Philadelphia giving up the runs in front of his home crowd. A tough little go for him. But then there was nothing and nothing and nothing until Vargas from the White Sox come up against our guy, Justin Robleski, who we fought really hard to get in this game. I might be regretting that a little bit, D-Fish, because listen to this loud sound.
Oh, God.
Wow, that ball was absolutely destroyed by Miguel Vargas into the second deck. Vargas, a first-time All-Star, one of the biggest surprises on the biggest surprise in the sport. And the Chicago White Sox tees off and makes it 4-0.
Listen, I like the White Sox, and I like Miguel Vargas, but what are you doing? We got to do that to our guy. That's our guy. That's the Shark. We got the Shark in the playoffs, and you do our guy like that. And by the way, it was an absolute bomb. And that basically, ladies and gentlemen, was it. There was nothing else in this game. It was boring as hell. And D-Fish, I got to ask you, man. I'm starting to get to a certain place when it comes to, because I've always said this. I always said the Midsummer Classic, the All-Star Game, Major League Baseball has always been the pinnacle of All-Star games. And we did get that. We got the pinnacle the night before. The Home Run Derby was electric. Electric. We talked about it a ton yesterday, D-Fish. I mean, Jordan Walker coming out of the woodwork, all of a sudden making himself looking like he might be a new star in this game. It was just, honestly, everything you could have wanted. Thinking that's going to lead into an all-star game of similar proportions, it wasn't even close. It was almost, and I'll go a step further, it was borderline unwatchable. And this is why it was kind of unwatchable to me. It wasn't just the baseball on the field. The baseball on the field was what it was. I felt like I wasn't even watching the baseball on the field. I felt like this entire night, I was watching some production, and there was baseball also being played out there. Can I just say one thing that I think we can all agree on? D-Fish, mid-game interviews need to stop. We need to stop talking to players on the field when they're playing a game. I don't care if it's a playoff game, a preseason game, an all-star game. Stop talking to them on the field. They had an interview with PCA. Pete Crow Armstrong of the Chicago Cubs, a LA native. This was the worst interview I've ever heard in my life. It was more boring than the game. They were asking him soccer questions, and he was answering them, but as boring as you can ever imagine. I'm honestly,
he didn't want to do it,
dude. If you're not a soccer fan, you're a guy that says soccer is boring, and you were watching Pete Crow Armstrong talk about soccer during the most boring all-star game you've ever seen in your life, you would think soccer is even more boring than you already think. That's how boring this all was. In-game interviews need to stop, and I'm going to go. It needs to stop in every sport.
Yeah, it's not something that most players and or coaches enjoy. But I don't know if it's focus groups or what the studies are that show, maybe for fans or viewers, it's important to get that real-time engagement and conversation going. But you're not going to get.
You're not getting anything though.
Yeah, not at the level that you would think.
Yeah, they're all buttoned up. They're doing their best. Like when I'm on the field and I talk to dudes, I'm cussing. The F word is every other word. So that's just when I'm on the field, just talking and being real normal. Now you put me on a mic while I'm trying to be competitive. I want to talk my crap to other people. I want to do my thing, and I can't because now I got to be all buttoned up while I'm playing. It was as tight-assed as it gets. It was like, it felt tight-assed.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine, especially for baseball players, because that's definitely not the norm.
No.
So, I mean, at least in basketball, I know in football they're kind of used to having some boom mics around, and sound and things on the sideline usually gets captured, but then it's shown after. I don't know. There's not real time sound on the football sideline. That would not be allowed to be played on television.
No, but when they do play it though, when they do play, like their guys usually aren't like mic'd up. Occasionally they're mic'd up, but usually it's like that NFL sound with the guy with the satellite dish on the side.
Yeah.
And we usually get great sound. Like I always think of Max Crosby like tackling Gardner Minshew and constantly calling him little boy. Right. It's like, take that, little boy. Over and over and over. Like, that's gold to me.
Right.
But it's genuine.
But that's also after they've taken out some of the other sound.
There is a lot of sound they probably have to give away.
So that's also where, like, when you have the live interviews, you're not going to necessarily get that great sound that comes from like a more candid, organic situation, which I think is what fans and viewers would more so enjoy, is hearing the random things that are said, not necessarily the setup, predetermined interview at the end of the first quarter or in the middle of the second inning. We're going to talk to so-and-so, like, that's going to be tough. I mean, All-Star games and All-Star weekends, I mean, the Super Bowl, other than even for the two teams playing, the Super Bowl in a lot of ways ends up about all the other stuff.
Oh, especially now.
The teams and coaches are trying to stay focused on winning the game when it's about all the pomp and circumstance and the events and the dinners and the awards and, growing the game, the media obligations. And so you're not going to get the best performances in some of those games. You see it in the NBA All-Star game. Like, those guys have done so many interviews and so many media obligations, and it's all been pared down because I think players are just exhausted with all the stuff comes with.
It's honestly too much.
Yeah,
it's gotten to be too much, because that's the thing. You're right. Like, they do seem exhausted by the time this comes around. They're expected to perform. And that's what I don't like about this. And then hear what I have to say about that. When I say perform, these are professional athletes. Their life and job and career is to perform on their respective field, on their respective court. What these guys have all had to do for the last couple of days is perform on anything that except the court, the field. It's like it's a dog and pony show, and they can't actually go and perform on the field on what they do, because you made them perform in everything else that they don't do.
That's pretty much what it is. I mean, it's that's exactly what the situation is. And so it's I think for the league themselves, it's also part of the thinking is, like, you have baseball fans, or like a core group of fans that love the sport, that watch it, follow it, track it all the time. Usually when you have this big annual celebration, Super Bowl, NBA All-Star, MLB All-Star, NHL, etc., this is like the one time, kind of like the World Cup, right? Like, you have all these casual American soccer, football fans that normally don't watch, that are all watching. So that's where the hydration breaks come from. That's where the commercials come from. Like, because you're trying to sell and grow the game, grow the viewership, get the numbers up. So I think with the MLB All-Star and other sports, you're seeing it's almost like an infomercial for the sport.
Boy, you're
not
not wrong, but, like, this is my issue. Who the hell watched yesterday's infomercial and said, "Yeah, I want more of this"? Because I sure as hell didn't say that.
Right.
All I kept saying after everything they did was, "Less of that, please. Less of that, please. Less of that, please." Over and over and over again. Peyton, you got some sound or something for us, bud?
Well, you know who also wants less of that is Bryce Harper, because he came up and he was not happy with his in-game interview, because that was a 3-pitch strikeout to Guardians reliever Cade Smith. And yeah, you got to face 98, and then the most devastating splitter in the game. And he goes ahead and this is what he says on his last swing.
Yeah, it's disgusting, guys. That's unfair.
He's just apologizing.
Like,
sorry about that.
Sorry, guys, can't perform here. This isn't really fair. And he's right, by the way. I'm starting to develop a new take when it comes to All-Star games, and I mean this blanketly. We've been talking about how do we fix the NBA All-Star game for years. We talked about how do we fix the Pro Bowl for years. So much so that we gave up trying to fix the Pro Bowl, and we just said, F it. It's now just everyone meets up in Orlando, Florida for a day and hang out, and that's it. We'll have some concerts, and we'll treat it like it's a mini Coachella at a stadium. That's basically what the Pro Bowl is now. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Everybody's named a Pro Bowler now. Maybe Major League Baseball is putting themselves in that position, because there is a practicality here that you just heard with Bryce Harper. Cam Schlitter strikes him out in 3 pitches, 98.8, 99.1, and a 91 mile per hour splitter, which is just flat out unhittable. All-Star games are boring in Major League Baseball now because the pitching's just too damn good. It's not like a normal baseball game anymore. It's not like you're going to face the Giants and you're going to face Logan Webb. They're one ace for 5 innings, and then you're going to get a spattering of different guys that you can kind of get to after you're done with the ace. In an All-Star game, it's the ace, followed by another ace, followed by another ace, followed by another ace. And we do this for 9 innings. These guys, every guy that pitched in that game last night is used to striking out 1 to 2 guys per inning. That's not going to change no matter who you're facing in the lineup. They are aces. They strike people out. They struck out 15 National League All-Star hitters yesterday, and they made it look so easy to do it that I just kept asking, why are we even playing this game at this point? This isn't fun to watch. And I think Fox made it even worse to watch because I think they're aware that the game's not going to be as competitive as it once was. So now they're throwing everything they can to make it a different type of production. And man, I don't like the production. It's too much. It's way too much, D-Fish.
Yeah, I wonder, how, if you're kind of a casual fan, you don't really watch baseball, and you turned it on, if it's too much baseball, then you already don't watch it. Maybe you're not as engaged. But if it's about the musical performances, the Super Bowl in a lot of ways is about the commercials and the halftime
show.
People that don't even watch NFL football watch the Super Bowl for those reasons. Almost, they don't even know what a first down is. But they watch it for those reasons.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if that's what Major League Baseball is trying to accomplish.
Maybe a little. Because there were a couple of those moments last night. By the way, D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. And what do you think, L.A.? Did you like the All-Star game? What were your thoughts on everything around it? The pomp, the circumstance? Was it even watchable to you? Or are you starting to think what I think? Man, might be time to scrap up of what the All-Star game is and come up with something a little new. Home Run Derby was electric, but these All-Star games, these last couple of years, it's not just this year. It's been like the last 4 years. The All-Star games have basically been this. And you bring up those performances, those ideas of trying to do different things, D-Fish. You ain't wrong. We got a performance in Boys to Men just in the 4th inning. Listen, I'm never going to say no to Boys to Men.
Right.
There's no universe where Boys to Men show up and I say, no, none of this.
No thanks.
No, that's not going to happen. That being said, maybe some preparation. Hey, by the way, in the 4th inning, Boys to Men are going to come here, and we're going to talk about a lot of people and talk about the horrors of cancer. That kind of just happened, and I was all of a sudden just kind of there and wait a second, what's taking place? Okay, I just feel like you can prepare me first. That's all. You can't just drop Boys to Men on me in the 4th inning.
Without any heads up.
Just no heads up, and all of a sudden we're singing?
Yeah. At least in the Super Bowl, you know who the halftime
I know when the
performer's
halftime show's coming.
Right. Right.
He's just like, all right. Oh, that's strike 3 from Cam Schlittler, and and here comes Boys to Men. What? Okay.
I actually planned to go to the restroom at this point.
I was, but I'm going to sit here now and listen to Boys to Men. And then there was one thing they did, because they did something a year ago for the Atlanta Braves thing. They did that great Hank Aaron tribute, and they had this beautiful thing on the field where they were almost like projecting on the dirt. It looked incredible. They did a similar thing yesterday, and I will admit, it was a little long, but it was really great. They did this Ray Charles kind of tribute to America the Beautiful, the same song that it was in the Sandlot. And they did this whole Sandlot thing about baseball and the pageantry, the nostalgia of baseball. All these kids riding on their bikes to go to a Sandlot field to play baseball with America the Beautiful from Ray Charles playing. It was legitimately beautiful. I have to say, they had kids riding their bikes on the actual field for a minute. It was a little weird, okay, this is kind of a real left turn out of nowhere in a full-on production, but I gotta say, it was pretty good. It even gave me some chills going baseball still has some magic in there. Just a
Right.
little. This whole thing sucks, but this is at least adorable.
Yeah. It'd be interesting not that it would happen per se, but kind of to your point, I was thinking when we were talking earlier, some combination of Little League World Series stars, and the major leaguers almost like a combined or blended team.
Wait a second. D-Fish is onto something. You're onto something here. We could fix the All-Star game. We could fix the All-Star. Wait a second. No. You just gave me an idea because we've been talking about U.S. versus the world and in that. I'm not saying U.S. versus the world for All-Star game. We could do that because obviously a lot of amazing international players in the United States. But here's the thing. You mentioned Little League World Series. That's right. We should have our Major League All-Stars take on the Little League World Series All-Stars. We should beat the hell out of them kids. What do you think?
And humble them.
Let them know that they aren't ready yet.
Yeah, thanks, Peyton.
Yeah,
thanks,
no,
Aaron.
just think about
Thanks,
it.
Aaron.
We can finally get offense in an All-Star game again. I want to
From
see
the
offense.
Little Leaguers?
Well, not from them, but we could see some other offense. That'd be great. I'm just saying we got to fix this All-Star game, and we are going to figure it out by the end of this show, of course. 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you, LA. How are you guys going to fix the All-Star game? And did you like the All-Star game? Were you happy to see your stars out there? But there's definitely one way we can fix an All-Star game, D-Fish, because today we got a lot to talk about. We got, of course, World Cup to talk about. We had yesterday's matchup. We got one of our finalists in the World Cup. We know that Spain is moving on to the final today. We got Argentina versus England. What's it going to be? Are the refs going to go ahead and screw over England and get Argentina over? Or is Team England just going to screw themselves over? A thing they often like to do. And of course, when we come back, guys, who is the greatest All-Stars in Laker history? That's right. Yesterday, we built ourselves the greatest Dodger All-Star lineup. Today, we build the greatest Laker All-Star lineup. And I can't wait to hear D-Fish's Laker All-Star list. And you guys got to be a part of it right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, you guys can check us out live right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. Join the conversation. Of course, we opened up, D-Fish and I, talking about last night's All-Star game. And, frankly, it was a terrible, terrible game. It was borderline unwatchable. And the pomp and the circumstance was certainly there. But the actual enjoyment of the baseball game was not there at any given moment, sadly. So how are we going to fix the All-Star game? We want to hear from you guys. So give us a call, 855-975-2326. How do you guys think we could solve this All-Star problem? But D-Fish and I know how to solve one All-Star problem, because yesterday on the show, we went ahead and broke down a ton of things on the show. We have Ben Stevens on joining in the stead of D-Fish. And D-Fish, so great to have you back in studio again. We are going to right now do something we did yesterday. Yesterday, we broke down, in honor of the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, we went ahead and broke down the top 9 starting lineup of the all-time Dodger All-Star list. Our own list. It doesn't mean it has to be the greatest of all-time list. It's just, if you're putting together an all-star team for your team, who's on the list? Today, D-Fish, we're doing it with the Lakers. 5 starting players by position, and then 1 bench guy. D-Fish, let's go ahead and start right at the top. If you are going to make your starting point guard for the all-time Laker All-Stars, who is the starting point guard for the Lakers?
Yeah, I mean, that's easy.
No question.
Magic Johnson is
question.
definitely starting at point guard on every list.
So, to me, it's such a layup. Here's the thing. So yesterday I did this with Ben. I decided to throw in my third baseman. There's a lot of opportunity. You can throw Ron Say. You can throw in Max Muncy. There's a lot of great Dodger names you could throw in at third base. I threw in Todd Zeile. He was like a Dodger for 3 years. But he was a Dodger. He was a Dodger during years that I really, really loved.
Right.
Like, loved. It was my era. And here's why I'm not doing Magic Johnson. It's my list, man.
Okay.
And because here's the truth. When I was a very young kid, I got the very end of Magic Johnson. Okay. And I thought he was a superhero. But then through the 90s, specifically from like 93 to 97, is when I was really starting to come into my own as a young kid, as a Laker fan. And dude, I don't know what else to say. Nick Van Exel was my favorite player.
Yeah.
I could not stop watching Nick Van Exel. And no, there is no universe that Nick Van Exel should be picked over Magic Johnson, but it's my list. So I'm going to throw Nick Van Exel in there because I want some love for our guy.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I can't argue with that at all. I have no argument with that at all.
My man, even though, come on, it's Magic
Nick
Johnson.
Quick, baby.
Even though it should be Magic Johnson. All right, let's go to shooting guard. I think it's a layup for both of us.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no universe where anybody doesn't say Kobe Bryant is your guy.
Yeah, at the 2 would be Kobe Bean Bryant.
So say Kobe wasn't on the list.
Okay.
Who would be your go-to for that position?
I mean, it depends on how you positionally would categorize like a Elgin Baylor.
Mm-hmm.
Gail Goodrich could be on the list. And then, I mean, personally and professionally, Byron Scott could be on the list. If you need some lockdown defense at the 2, Michael Cooper could be on the list.
Coop.
Yeah.
Friend of the show.
Yeah. You could go down the list on guys that could fill that position from the 2 spot.
But at the end of the day, it's just Kobe. I mean,
Yeah.
there's one and only name for that spot, and I agree with you. But how about small forward? Because now I think this can actually get a little interesting.
Yeah, it can get interesting. I'm going Jerry West. I think it also, Jerry could be a scoring guard, but I would still play him at the forward position in a lineup with Magic and Kobe.
Interesting. So why Jerry over, say, for instance, my pick would be Elgin Baylor.
Yeah.
Why West over Elgin Baylor?
I just think Jerry, like with Magic's on ball, because I'm also visualizing like if the 5 guys were playing together on a team.
Of course. So how does it work?
The ball's gonna be in Magic's hands. The ball's gonna be in Kobe's hands. I just need Jerry West shooting that thing lights out. I don't need Elgin Baylor was so creative so athletic. Some of his finishes in the paint and around the basket were otherworldly. I mean, it was before Michael Jordan, before Dr. J. With Magic and Kobe on the court, I just need a scorer, shooter type of guy. I don't necessarily need more creativity and guys that, can do crazy things with the ball. So that's why I would go Jerry.
How about power forward?
Ooh, yeah, it starts to get a little tougher.
I picked what I thought was an obvious one, and then
Yeah.
I actually looked at the list. I'm like, this is actually hard.
Yeah, I mean, I would play Kareem at the power forward.
Same, thank God you picked what I picked.
Yeah, I would play Kareem at the power forward in this particular group. And then at the center position, I mean, I'm always biased. I would go with Shaq, but obviously Wilt Chamberlain is a no-brainer as well. Or if you want to take it all the way back, you could go George Mikan and not make a mistake either.
Okay.
So,
okay.
For me, it's Shaq because
Shaq.
We won and competed in so many battles together, and he carried me so many times. So I would pick him. I would start with him, but again, you could easily pick Wilt Chamberlain and bring Shaq off the bench or whatever in terms of your personal preference.
So who's your bench guy? Who is your one Laker bench guy for this All-Star game?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a versatility standpoint, if you pick Shaq, it's like there's no way you can't have a Wilt Chamberlain on the team. But from a basketball perspective, I would still be leaning towards like a Worthy or a LeBron or a Elgin Baylor, like one of those versatile forwards that you could play in like a bunch of different positions. If I had to choose one of those guys, I mean, LeBron probably fits best. You could just put him on the court with any other
and
four
he could
guys,
do anything.
And he could do anything. He could play the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and you'd be totally fine. So, probably would go there just to also, the team needs some balance historically as well. Like, so somebody from the recent years, then Kobe's era, Shaq's in there, and then you got Kareem and Magic. Yeah, that's how I would balance it out.
I love it. Me, my bench guy, the logo. I'm going Jerry West.
Yeah.
Who is already on your list.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's crazy. You can't really go wrong. You could pick any 6 names almost.
And feel pretty good about it. It actually brings up a good thing. And by the way, that is, of course, our Lakers all-time list right there. Who do you think had the better team? Do you think it was D-Fish? It was probably D-Fish, to be honest with you. He has Magic on his team. I put on Nick Van Exel, who I do love. But it actually brings up an interesting point because a couple of weeks ago, you and I were talking about it on the show, about like you replacing Nick Van Exel and, you kind of being the next one up. And, he was the next one up after Magic. And it's with the Lakers, being a team that is historic as that team, it's going from like one legend to another legend to another legend. Like, that type of weight is just no joke. How did you come into this, like knowing the history of like the position and the role that you're playing? I mean, Magic Van Exel to you, like that's like, how did that feel for you coming up?
Well, I think for me, it was the recognition that I wasn't those guys, and so I didn't have to try and live up to what they were able to each do individually as players. I mean, Magic was, all-world elite at the position. Nick Van Exel was an all-star caliber player, during some of his best years. So I really wasn't trying to fill those shoes individually. The shoes I was trying to fill were being a guy that could lead a team to winning championships. Those were the shoes that I was focused on every time I put the jersey on. That's what I felt like would give me the best chance to kind of live up to the legacy of playing a guard for the Los Angeles Lakers. You have to win at a really, at a really high level. So that was where my focus was. I knew I wasn't Magic Johnson. I knew I wasn't as crafty and creative with the basketball as Nick Van Exel. But if we won a lot, that would allow me to at least, get an invite to the room. Those guys were already in the room. But at least I could get an invite if we won.
Oh, well, now, dude, now if the invite is with you three, I think you're more than invited into the room. Guys, so much to discuss right here on the show. But coming up, we definitely got to talk a little bit about Aaron Donald. Later on in the show, we got the great Bob Nightingale joining us live here on D. Fish and Decker to talk all things All-Star Game, upcoming trade deadline, of course, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and Lakers Nation podcast host and NBA front office show host Trevor Lane joins the show to talk all things off-season in the NBA, where's LeBron going, and et cetera, et cetera. But coming up, there are some rumors around the Lakers right now. Lots of names being thrown around and lots of interesting trade ideas being thrown around. Are they real? Can they be done? We asked D. Fish right here live on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Get the clips.
Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And we are live all the way to the 10 o'clock hour during your LA drive time commute. And, of course, you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app anywhere you go. Like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. That is D-Fish and Decker right here on Odyssey and the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And of course, we've already talked a little bit about the All-Star game and the quite frankly, the boringness that was the Major League Baseball All-Star game last night. Later on the show, we got Bob Nightingale joining us live to talk about all things Major League Baseball and said All-Star game last night and what this second half of the Major League Baseball season will look like. Later on in the show, Lakers Nation podcast host and NBA front office show host Trevor Lane joins us to talk about all the rumors around the NBA offseason. And of course, what are the Lakers going to do with that last spot that they're trying to fill in? And D-Fish, we're going to actually talk about that right now because there's been a lot of things kind of thrown around. Let's start with the thing we know that the Lakers have been really deep into, and that is the Jonathan Kuminga of it all. Where we currently stand as of right now is pretty much standing pat exactly where we've been. Now, just give a quick recap, D-Fish. The latest on Jonathan Kuminga is, of course, they decided to decline his team option for $24 million over there in Atlanta, making him an unrestricted free agent. But, of course, they hold his bird rights, so they do have first right of refusal to any contract. The asking price that he's trying to go for, if you believe the indications from the reports, that his camp, he's seeking a contract closer to $20 million annually. What the Lakers were trying to get him at was $10 million annually. Get him for 2 years, $20 million, and it seems like that was something that could potentially happen. However, the catch is the Atlanta Hawks and their bird rights. So now, obviously, they want to get something out of this Jonathan Kuminga thing. So a sign and trade has been mentioned multiple times. But the final snag that, if you believe reports, it's that the Hawks don't really want to take on Jared Vanderbilt's contract. So this is going to take some possible creativity, maybe getting a third team involved. So everything's kind of held up on the Jonathan Kuminga's portion of anything else. So now there's other rumors that are going around the world when it comes to the Lakers and what they're going to do. And D-Fish, I want to point this at you because this has been put out there very, very recently, and it's a very unique trade proposition. I don't know if it's possible, but there is a rumor about the Lakers proposing a potential 5-player blockbuster. The names that are involved are fascinating. It would involve the Los Angeles Lakers and targeting specifically Aaron Gordon of the Denver Nuggets. Here is what the proposed trade package would be. Tell me if this makes any sense to you at all on the Lakers side and also the Nuggets side, because I think we lose that sight way too often as Laker fans that a trade needs to benefit the other team as well. So here it is. The deal would include we get our hands on Aaron Gordon, and we would send over Jake LaRavia, Jared Vanderbilt, Adu Tiro, and Dalton Connect, and a 2031 second-round pick in exchange for Aaron Gordon. The reasons that this thing is citing that they might be interested is the fact that Denver is facing a very tight salary cap and is reportedly open to discussing trades for any star not named Nikola Jokic. D-Fish, does this trade make sense for the Lakers? And also, does it make any sense for the Denver Nuggets?
I mean, I don't think it makes sense for the Denver Nuggets. I understand the luxury tax pressure. If the Nuggets feel that they are, maybe they missed their window. Maybe the window's closing. They don't feel like they are going to compete for NBA titles moving forward. And so you don't want to be paying luxury tax, for a team that's not going to get out of the West. Mm-hmm. I understand that perspective, but if you've made that decision, to me, the conversations start with Jokic. I don't think you make a trade of this type that makes your team less competitive in the Western Conference, and you still have Nikola Jokic on the roster. Like, what you're acknowledging that our run is over. if you just trade away Aaron Gordon for, a few pieces and a second-round pick. That means the Nuggets are saying, we're done. Like, we missed our championship window. We no longer can compete at that level. If that's a decision you're making, I think your flip or your turnover or reset starts with Jokic first. And, you basically, I think every team in the NBA would probably at least have a conversation.
Oh, yeah.
About sending you a lot of things for Nikola Jokic.
Do you think that would be something, because, we're hearing all these proposed packages and these people trying to get their hands on LeBron. Do you think it would be something similar for Jokic if he became available?
If he was a free agent, yeah, everybody would be sending voice notes and memos and all kind of stuff to try to, get him, because every player at every position would understand how much better and easier the game gets if he's on your team. He makes everybody better, and including being a dominant force himself. From the Nuggets' perspective, I don't know.
So that would be a purely financial decision on the Nuggets' end. But you did say that this would be like you announcing that you're not going to be competing in the West.
Correct.
Are they competing in the West as they currently stand? I know it's Jokic and Murray, but and they won a title a couple of years ago. But we freely all admit we're looking at this division as a two-team race still, aren't we? And the Nuggets are not one of those two teams.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm not saying that the Nuggets are currently, one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the West, but you have a much better chance of still knocking at that door with Murray, Gordon, and Jokic together. I think the difficult situation that the Nuggets are probably in is they also have Peyton Watson, who's kind of an up-and-coming young wing player that is a restricted free agent. And so they could be in a scenario where in order to re-sign him, they may need to trade out Aaron Gordon in order to then re-sign Peyton Watson if they feel that Peyton Watson is a younger guy that has more years, in front of him than behind him. But you probably would have to do that at a contract number similar to the number you have Aaron Gordon signed for now anyway. As well as trade this particular trade that you mentioned, a proposed package to bring all of those forwards in and then pay Peyton Watson to re-sign with the Nuggets at $30 to $40 million a year. I'm just not sure this all adds up on the Denver side of it. On the Lakers side of it, adding a player of Aaron Gordon's ability and caliber, sure, if you could. He's versatile. He's tough physically, mentally. His shooting from behind the three-point line has dramatically increased over the last couple of years. But, I try not to get too caught up in talking about players that are, not free agents or, haven't come out and said, they want to be traded or the team plans to trade them. So I don't want to get into too many hypotheticals, but I get why the Lakers could be interested in a player of Aaron Gordon's caliber. But man, between, Kessler, Gordon, Reeves, Doncic, you're it's a lot of guys. They just signed Sexton, Grimes, Mamushkelashvili. A lot of guys under contract for some pretty big numbers. I know trading those 4 guys out, I guess, would help.
Free up some, but man, that is some locked up money, man.
Super locked up.
This is a team that went from having all of the money to that money ran out real quick.
Yeah, that money would be super locked up for the next few years as well. Like you'd essentially be saying that's your group that you're going to try to, win titles with over the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
So we'll see. There'll probably be a bunch of different scenarios that kind of are, speculation, et cetera, as all of these teams navigate this luxury tax pressure that they're all feeling. In recent days, even the NBA, the Players Association has come out and kind of talked about, you've heard some player comments as well around how that second apron is creating a lot of pressure.
Yes, it is.
And, players, even Austin Reeves they adjusted his $185 million to $180
180 to
which
free up some cash.
gives the Lakers a little bit more cash into free agency for next year. Victor Wembanyama took a considerably less amount of money to sign a contract extension in San Antonio. And so it's like the players are taking the burden on of maintaining salary cap flexibility when the team owns the team. So it's their responsibility to maintain the team, not the players' responsibility to maintain the team.
Yeah.
So having certain systems in place, which we talked about in terms of Major League Baseball, with trying to get a salary cap in, trying to add all these things in.
They're trying real hard, dude. They want that NBA model so bad because clearly the NBA model is making a lot of money for them owners.
Yeah, and they all want the NFL model. They just
badly.
They can't get
completely.
it. But that's what all team owners would prefer is
No
a hard
question.
salary cap that doesn't have any flexibility, caps all the costs. You know exactly what you're going to spend every year.
Hell, if they can get it to non-guaranteed contracts the way they have in the NFL too, oh boy, would they be happy.
Yeah, I mean that's the goal, and I think over time, when you're talking about collective bargaining agreements, it's a chiseling away of things, and then maybe it's the third or fourth iteration of it. Eventually, they get to closer to what they like it to be.
Yes, they do. Well, guys, so much to discuss with the Lakers this offseason, and we want to hear from you, of course, here on D-Fish and Decker. But coming up, is AD coming back? Oh, man, AD? Not that one. The real AD. Coming back to LA, we're going to discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because it's Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow. Those are
Stay away
weird.
from Williams. Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie. I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There were Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on
What
Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian! what you guys want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we
Oh,
just?
yes.
There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he
give me
tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
Welcome, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we want to hear from you all show long. You can get in the chat right now at The Fan LA and join the conversation. D. Fish, man, it's great to have you back live in studio again, here for another great show of 4 hours here on your drive time commute in Los Angeles. But we got to talk about that man. That man in the pads. We've seen the photos, and man, oh man, does he look good. AD. Not that one. The greatest one.
Oh, man.
Aaron Donald, my man.
I was confused going into the break.
I know you were.
I was like, hold on, why are we still talking about
Because we want to talk about the cooler AD that's actually coming back, baby.
Oh,
Aaron
man.
Donald, if you believe reports, and I mean, the reports are out there. The reports have been out there for a while. Let's give you guys all a quick little recap of what has been taking place this offseason. We had the great, legendary Les Snead on the show, of course, the GM of the Rams, because incredibly, we were live on the air when we got the crazy breaking news, Myles Garrett coming here to Los Angeles, which led to a little bit of a fun speculatory talk of us going, God, wouldn't it be amazing if Aaron Donald came out of retirement and joined Myles Garrett to create basically the Voltron of scariest defensive teams that's ever existed?
Which was kind of crazy, to be honest.
It was really crazy. It was so kind of outlandish and out there that there's no way it's going to happen. But, man, in sports, we do love a comeback, D-Fish. Boy, oh, boy, do we love a comeback. Yeah, I mean, we were just really celebrating the return of the greatest female tennis player of all time, and Serena Williams at 44 years old doing her comeback. We watched Phillip Rivers last year complete his ridiculous comeback at like 48 years old with the Colts. We just love ourselves a good old-fashioned comeback story.
Let's go to the gym right now.
Let's do it. I'm ready to go. You want to come back? Let's come back.
No.
Come on, dude.
Hell no.
Come on, dude.
No,
0.4 seconds. You
no
still got
thanks.
it in you, bro?
No, 0.4 seconds to rip something apart.
Oh, dude, I might have to find that out the hard way in about a week. We will keep you posted. There's a chance I might have to play a baseball game again really soon. That being said, this is the speculation began. And the speculation was just that. It was speculation, things that we thought would be very entertaining. And we were more or less joking. Then Trey Wingo comes out of the woodwork. Trey Wingo puts out a little tweet out there saying, can't talk about this now, but this is more than just a speculatory thing. To which I immediately go, what was that? No. Trey Wingo doesn't just flow out of pocket saying something like that. So what's going on here? Then all of a sudden you hear the Schefters of the world. You hear the next guy of the world. You hear all these guys saying, wouldn't it be great if Aaron Donald came out of retirement, of which we all agree it would be great. But then the rumors really started to swirl because all of a sudden the Pat McAfee show, he gets a text message from Aaron Donald saying it's for sure got him thinking. Then all of a sudden he's talking to the head coach at McVay. Next thing you know, Les Snead comes on to our show, D. Fish and Decker, and flat out says, boy, oh boy, wouldn't that be great if you guys want to start a campaign to get it going, and then cue us, 97.1 The Fan, with our billboard just off the 405, plastered all over it saying, come back, Aaron Donald. Still a joke? Not if you ask Mark Schlereth, who was on Brock and Alex earlier this week, because here's what Mark Schlereth had to say.
How real do you think this Aaron Donald comeback actually could be?
Oh, I think it's 100%. I think it's done. And it frightens me. Like Aaron Donald, for years, the best football player I've ever watched play. The dude is unbelievable from a leverage, a quickness, a strength combination there's always something, and I always think about it and put myself in that perspective if I had to block Aaron Donald. And talking about Aaron Donald is like he has got a skill set that nobody else at that position has ever had. And I just thought he was the best football player in the National Football League for multiple years. Even when he retired, I still thought he was the best player. And now all of a sudden, if you couple him on one side, I mean, it just is not, it's not fair. You put those two just war daddies on one side of the line of scrimmage, it's just not fair.
Forget everything else. Forget anything Mark Schlereth said. War Daddies we're making shirts. I want shirts of War Daddies, Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald so bad. Let's be real clear. Let's put into context. You're hearing Mark Schlereth say he was the greatest football player he'd ever seen. So much so, if he was on the line, what does he do with an Aaron Donald? And now you got to deal with it. And just consider that. You got to deal with an Aaron Donald, the best defensive player that Mark Schlereth has ever seen. And you also have to deal with Myles Garrett. Yeah, I want that very, very badly. Let's keep in mind, Aaron Donald isn't just kind of good. 20.5 sacks in one season from his spot. You add that to what Myles Garrett did last year, it's going to be the most frightening team maybe ever on defense. I want to see it. You want to see it. I got to say, clearly Aaron Donald also wants to see it.
It seems that way. I'm curious. I wish there was more information on what, other than just physically and mentally ramping himself up to confirm and reaffirm that he can actually do it. Like, 'cause he's not going to do it if he can't play at an all-pro level, to be honest, and really help the team. The thinking around the timing, is it related to, I mean, obviously training camp doesn't open, for another, 8 days, 9,
got a little
10
more
days.
time. So we may be getting some news relatively soon, but again, no real cap on when we're going to get it.
Yeah, but I also think if you consider how impactful he potentially will be from a roster perspective, a game planning perspective, even in preparation for training camp, in the season, what the roles and responsibilities are going to be for certain guys. Like a guy of that caliber, ideally you'd want to go ahead and confirm whether it's happening or not, even if you don't sign the contract for a while, but it's like he's officially coming back.
Yeah.
Because then it allows you to start sliding in all these other things in and around the impact that he's going to have. Like, there could be another player that has to get waived or released. I think financially, in terms of contract, is there a date where the Rams can do it? And I know we talked about those prorated amounts. Where
that's where it gets kind of lost in the sauce for me.
Yeah.
I feel like the NFL is always changing the rules and parameters when it comes to their salaries, and hell, their cap goes up like 20% every year. I can't keep up on exactly how the money even works in the NFL. And then you have the signing bonuses where guys rework their contract and get some money off the books. I don't even understand exactly how even that works. Like, none of it really makes sense. It seems like the NFL just can keep making up the rules as they go along to circumvent the cap.
Yeah, they have the hard salary cap, but then to your point, they have some of the extra and additional levers that you can pull to restructure, rework contracts, to move some things around. But to me it appears that some of those factors are in this conversation. Mm-hmm. That there's a date on the calendar that they can't sign Aaron Donald prior to, that would mess with the cap numbers.
Okay, I could see that being the case.
You see what I'm saying?
No, I definitely see what you're saying.
So it's like, okay, yeah, he wants to do it. They want to do it. It sounds like both sides are in alignment there. It's going to happen, but it can't happen until August the 4th or whatever the date is in terms of what his salary cap hit would be that maybe will impact, the Rams in the books. Because otherwise, why would you not just go ahead and do it? He's coming back, announce it, start planning.
Well, hell, it could just be that LeBron situation. It could be like he hasn't been ready to make the final word. It could very well be that. However, I don't get that read necessarily. I actually have a similar read to you. They're holding off for a reason to make the official announcement.
Yeah, I mean, I think because what's clear now is like it's clear that LeBron is playing next season.
Yes.
Right? Where, that's different. With Aaron Donald,
we know where if he's playing.
Correct.
Yes.
So if he's still evaluating and assessing whether or not he really wants to play in the NFL for another season and come back, if that still is a question mark, then this all makes sense. And it could be as simple as that. And then conversation is over at that point. And the Rams, of course, are not going to rush or pressure him into making that decision sooner than he's ready to make it. But, I mean, if he's training the way he is and, you know, he's been at the facility here or there to train, et cetera, he's not tampering this down. He's not coming out and saying, I'm still on the fence. Everything sounds like it's going to happen.
I think it's going to happen.
Just a matter of when.
I mean, you heard Mark Schlereth. He thinks it's 100% done. But what do you think, L.A.? 855-975-2326. That's 855-975-2326. Are you excited about the potential of Aaron Donald rejoining this team? Is this team the most hyped, or dare I say, overhyped team we've seen coming into an NFL season? We want to hear from you. By the way, Mark Schlereth is not the only one that was talking about this. Let's go over there to that man, Adam Schefter, and hear what he had to say.
He told the team that he wanted to go there, work out, see how he felt, see how he reacted, see everything that went along with being back in pads on the football field, and seeing how it made him feel. Now, I don't know what he told him about that after he went through those workouts at the facility, but I really think it was just a trial method to see how his whole body reacted, how his mind reacted to being back out there. And again, I don't know where he would be more appreciated, celebrated, wanted, respected than in that locker room with the Rams, with Myles Garrett, with a plan where they could play him 12, 15 plays a game.
What?
Use the spots that they need him most, have him on a line with Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett get double and triple teamed. Aaron Donald would not get that type of attention again. I mean, it's an unbelievably attractive arrangement for him. It's just a question of whether he wants to go through and do it. My guess is, in the end, that he will. Just a guess.
Hell yeah.
Because obviously he's thinking hard about it. There are a lot of people that want him back there. He has to make the decision ultimately, but I mean, I would think it's got to be awfully enticing for him to come back and play this year when the Super Bowl will be in LA.
Dude, it is enticing. Like, that's the thing. Like, the only reason that he's even considering it is because it is ungodly enticing. Super Bowl in LA again. We saw what that happened and how that went. And by the way, they won the Super Bowl here in LA, and I don't even think the Rams were still it was like the Rams were still cooking. They just recently got here. SoFi Stadium just opened up. Now I feel like the Rams kingdom and the Rams family, the Ramley they like to call themselves, their fandom has really legitimately grown over these last couple of years since they were last in that Super Bowl. Absolutely, if you're Aaron Donald, you'd want to come back to play in front of a more faithful fandom in a Super Bowl in your home city. Dude, I'd kill to do this. If I retired like a year and a half after I played and the Dodgers said, we want you on this team, like to come out here, be in your hometown, let's do this. There's no universe I probably would have said no. Granted, I'm not Aaron Donald. I didn't make the money Aaron Donald made. He might not want any of that smoke or that physical pain ever again. But man, to say that it's enticing, in my opinion, is an understatement.
I think this underscores the decision he made to step away from the game initially. Mm-hmm. That it was intentional. It was with thought. It was with an understanding that, you know, he had gotten to a certain place in his career and in his journey, and he felt very, very fulfilled, and in alignment with his decision. And so I think when you consider someone having the ability to make that decision at the peak of their powers, the level he was still playing at when he walked away from the game, I could see how the process of choosing to return is going to also be done very intentional with thought, with clarity. He's not going to be necessarily. He's intrigued. He's enticed. He's obviously strongly considering it, but he's not going to allow the allure and the sexiness of what it sounds like. The Super Bowl, L.A., the Rams, Myles Garrett. He's actually going through the process of like making a decision as an elite football player.
Mm-hmm.
Can my body hold up? Where's my mind?
Absolutely.
Am I really willing to make the sacrifices that it's going to take? I know I'm physically capable of it probably still. Like he's thinking that for sure. But again, he made the decision to step away from it for a reason. And so, it's great to see that he's actually taking the process seriously. Most of us would have already said yes.
Yeah. I would have said yes a dozen times.
But, he's going through the process that he needs to go through in order to feel really good about the decision and know that he's all in and not just jump back into it because it sounds exciting and it's fun. And then a few weeks in, you're like, man, what the hell did I do?
Yeah.
Like, I should have stayed at home.
Oh, I've done that. Have I done that way too many times, D. D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So one man holding up the Rams a little bit to another man holding up the entire NBA. LeBron James, ladies and gentlemen. We got the murmurs and whispers that a decision will be made this week. Now, will it be in a televised decision the way we got like 15 years ago? God, I hope not. But whatever it's going to be, it's going to be interesting if nothing else. And I got to say, D-Fish, we talked about the Kalshi odds on Monday, me and you. They have shifted dramatically, in fact. Just the other day, the Kalshi odds basically had 4 main teams and a 5th team that was just basically dropping out. The Timberwolves basically dropped out of the Kalshi odds, and the 4 teams that remained were the 76ers out of Philadelphia, the Miami Heat, the Golden State Warriors, and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, as time has gone, these odds have shifted over and over and over again, people buying in and out of their positions, and usually these predictive markets are very interesting when it comes to predicting the future because it just kind of shows that the trends. Now, is it foolproof? No, but it is extremely interesting when you break down the numbers. And just last Monday, this Monday when you and I were discussing this, the Kalshi odds still had the Cleveland Cavaliers at the very, very top. But they had them ranked around 45 to 55% is what they were trading at. They are no longer trading at that number. The numbers have changed quite dramatically, in fact. The team that is at the very bottom of this list right now of the 4 remaining teams is trading around 14 to 15%. Not impossible, but the lowest of the list. And that would be the Philadelphia 76ers. You and I discussed how interesting it would be to see him as a Philadelphia 76er. We've discussed if you want a chance to win like right now, and if that is LeBron James's legitimate number one thing, I would assume that the 76ers might be penciled and starred right next to their name. And there are a lot of people trying to make the point to get him over there. Not just members of the team like Bob Myers. No. Let's hear what Mike Trout has to say.
Yeah, definitely want him to go to the Sixers because I think he's got the best opportunity to win. And if he wants to play golf, I got a nice little golf course down south. So,
bro, sign me up. Come on, D-Fish, you get that pitch right there. That's a brand new golf course that Mike Trout owns with Tiger Woods. You get a free membership to that as well. D-Fish, it's a winner.
Yeah, but your membership is only good for like 62 days.
That's hurtful. Why? It should be way more than that. Way more than that.
It's cold.
Oh, that's right.
It is cold over there.
Then why does he want to go to the East Coast? It's on him. I don't feel bad for him if that's the case. He can stay in LA and golf year round.
Yeah.
But there it is. That's one of the teams, and that's, of course, one of the pitches. Let's go over to another team that has been very, very vocal and loud. That is the Miami Heat. Now, the Miami Heat, his former team, they're trading at 15% right now, and they seemingly have kind of fallen off a little bit as far as the chatter around him. But the Golden State Warriors, which was in third place, they were trading at 15%. They, in the last day and a half, have skyrocketed up to 30% that he is going to be a Golden State Warrior. And there are a lot of people talking very, very loudly that they're making their pinches. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Draymond had to say.
I'd be remiss if I don't take the opportunity to throw my pitch in there. I'd be crazy if we're together for X amount of days and at no point am I like, yo, we need to chop it up. Like, what the hell going on? What we doing? And so there's that. Of course I did that. And of course, the pitch was crazy.
So here's the thing, T-Fish, a lot of these teams are making pitches. A lot of these teams are trying to get their hands on them. The one team I haven't seen a pitch from is the team that's trading at the highest number, and that's at 39%. A stark difference to the 55% that it was just 2 days ago, the Cleveland Cavaliers. D-Fish, you've mentioned this once or twice. This man wants to be courted. Why aren't the Cleveland Cavaliers courting him in public? Everyone else is courting him in public. Lay out the red carpet. Do you think that the Cleveland Cavaliers are getting a little too arrogant in his love of his home city, thinking he's a shoo-in? Because, man, LeBron wants some love. You're the ones that aren't giving it to him. And now the Calci odds are starting to shift. Donovan Mitchell's got to make a video, right? Like a sweet video. Like, please, LeBron, come over here to Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think, Donovan Mitchell got asked this question like right after they got eliminated from the Eastern Conference Finals, which was crazy.
Yeah, that was not time to ask that question.
Yeah, he decided he declined answering the question.
Yeah, it was a bad time to ask that.
But I think it's all, there's less personal relationships that are already in existence, I would say, in Cleveland within their team, right? Like in Philly, LeBron already has a direct relationship with Tyrese Maxey. So there's an easy entry point. He already has a relationship with Draymond Green and Steph, probably. That's an easy entry point. One little nugget to add to the Golden State Warriors conversation.
Yeah.
You guys know who they just hired as their lead assistant coach?
Who's that?
One Frank Vogel.
Oh, you mean the guy that he won a title with here in Los Angeles, California?
That would be the same guy.
Oh, I remember him. He was fired by the Lakers shortly after that.
So just make note of that.
Oh, I am.
In terms of LeBron's additional comfort level with. So now Frank Vogel is running the defense for the Warriors. LeBron's familiar with the terminology.
He's familiar with Steve Kerr.
Yeah. A lot of reasons why it could make a lot of sense.
Oh, man, that might be a good reason that this went ahead and shifted on the Calci odds. So, guys, we will keep you posted on all things LeBron and, of course, everything under the sun. But coming up, we got to talk a little bit about that All-Star game last night and Major League Baseball's second half. And, of course, the injury to Shohei Ohtani. Who better to have on than USA Today Major League Baseball columnist and baseball insider, the one and only Bob Nightingale, joins D. Fish and Decker live next here on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And ladies and gentlemen, we just finished talking about LeBron James. Where's he going? Of course, Aaron Donald, and of course, all the speculation around him. But guys, we had ourselves an all-star game last night. Kinda, depending on who you ask, whether or not we had an all-star game last night. American League showed up, National League, leaving quite a bit to be desired. But man, who better to bring on to talk about the All-Star game, because he was there. I saw his photos on Twitter last night. And, of course, he is the one, the only. You can check him out at USA Today. He is a Major League Baseball insider, friend of the channel and of the show, and dare I say, practically family to me, which I just told him about just now. Bob Nightingale. What up, Bob? How you doing, my guy?
Yeah, doing great, buddy. Good to hear your voice, Derek. How you guys doing?
Dude, living
good, man.
The dream, man, out here in LA, and so much to talk to you about. One, how was last night? You're there in the building. How was the pageantry? Like, what is the atmosphere last night in Philadelphia for this All-Star game?
Well, the atmosphere, the environment was so much better than the game, Cody. I mean, the guys coming out to sign the Declaration of Independence.
That was cool.
And that whole thing, that the scene on the Sandlot with the kids riding their balls, playing catch in the field, trading baseball cards, fireworks going off. That was much better than the game itself.
Yeah, no question. No question, dude.
I mean, we were talking earlier, Bob, man, appreciate you joining us, about the game itself and, like, what can you do? I mean, the pitching is insane. You got ace after ace after ace coming up. How do you guys ever expect to hit the ball in an All-Star game anymore? What thoughts do you have on how the game can be more entertaining in the future?
Well, that was like the first shutout since 2013.
Yeah.
But, the only extra base hit was Vargas in the 8th inning. And toward the end of the game and afterwards, I got text messages about 3 or 4 big-time hitters saying, what are these guys doing? He goes, everybody's just swinging for the fence. It's one thing for the big boys to try to do that, but when you got the little guys all swinging, you saw the results. I mean, 27 strikeouts. I mean, that game also, I think, 240, 245. That's with all the commercial breaks. So, no, it was it was dull. I mean, when Cody Bellinger gets a 2-run single in the first inning, that's his only hit in the game, what the game was about.
Yeah, that's tough pill to swallow if you're a baseball fan. I agree with you. All the pageantry around it I thought was great, but the baseball itself, less than, to say the least. But I got to ask you, Bob, because Bob Nightingale joining us here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Bob, we got a trade deadline coming up right now, and the Dodgers have found themselves in a very interesting position, considering the fact that, one, they have a loaded minor league system, so they have the capital to basically make a trade for just about anyone. And they also have themselves a position where they've had a starting staff that's been injured almost this entire first half. And now we're starting to pull back innings on Shohei Ohtani. The knee getting drained this week. We already saw a pitching start get scratched last week. And I know everybody and their cousin out here is saying the name Tarik Skubal, Tarik Skubal, Tarik Skubal. How realistic is it that the Dodgers are getting Tarik Skubal? But based on where the Tigers are, how realistic is it at all that Tarik Skubal gets moved at all?
Yeah, I was talking to Justin Verlander and a couple of those Tigers guys about that. I mean, they're playing within 4.5 games of a playoff berth, and those fans, they sold out, came out in record droves this year. Franchise record, $220 million payroll. It's like, really, you're going to give up now? I mean, we saw what Cleveland did last year. They came back from the dead. Phillies came back from the dead. So, you just never know. If I'm the Tigers, I don't trade them. If you're the Dodgers, hey, you're going to jump in there just to keep everybody honest. But, hey, the Dodgers don't really need them, as long as Ohtani's healthy. When you get Ohtani, in Yamamoto and those guys, you're going to have Blake Snell back at some point here with a fresh arm. Tyler Glasnow with a fresh arm.
Yeah.
We saw what Roboski did. I mean, it's just they don't really need them, but I think they want to make sure everybody's honest. Like, okay, we don't want Tigers just to give them away to somebody else.
Absolutely.
Bobby, I mean, speaking of the Dodgers and remaining, interested in the possibilities of improving the roster, they got swept by the D-backs last weekend going into the break, and that's one of the teams that I think Dave Roberts has a tremendous amount of respect for. And, watching those guys come in and sweep the Dodgers that way, did that leave you with any impressions of the D-backs in terms of where they're headed the second half of the season, and any concerns for the Dodgers as well in the second half?
I think it just adds confusion to the Diamondbacks because the way they were playing, it was like, okay, they may have to sell the deadline. Now they're kind of, they're not really, in it. They're not out of it. I guess you can say they're in it. They're just 2.5 out, but still, barely a 500 team. That third wild card spot's wide open. The thing is, too, if you get the third spot, you're playing those games on the road, and if you get bounced in the first round, without a home game, you're really in the playoffs. So we'll see how aggressive they are, but it might tell the Diamondbacks, okay, let's don't sell. Let's see what we have here. And for the Dodgers, I think maybe just a little bit of a wake-up call before the first half ended. It's like, okay, we can't just roll out there. We still got to play the game. We still got, we're going to clinch this thing in August. We still got a couple months to play here. Let's say let's get serious about this thing so they can have a repeat.
Bob Nightingale, Major League Baseball insider, joining D, Fish, and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Of course, you can check him out over there at USA Today. And Bob, it looked like a month ago we were getting ready to have maybe like the biggest star-studded trade deadline ever. It looked like the Astros were going to be out of it. And, oh, boy, Yordan Alvarez, imagine if he hits the market. And then, of course, the Twins. Oh, Joe Ryan, what if he hits the market? And, of course, the aforementioned Tarek Skubal. But now, looking at the American League, it is just anybody's game, considering the fact that right now we have one team that's even under 500 holding one of these wild card spots. The Minnesota Twins, they're actually tied for that third spot. They just don't have the tiebreaker. The Boston Red Sox, who looked like they were going to be sellers, they're only a half game out. The Astros, 1.5 games out. The Blue Jays, they're even in it at 2.5 out. My question simply is this, Bob. Who's getting traded at all in this trade deadline?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the Rockies, those guys. The Mets, of course, are dumping everybody. I don't think Lindor gets moved here at the deadline. I think he gets moved in the offseason, though. But you're absolutely right, Cody. It's like, especially in the American League, if you get in, you got a chance to get to the World Series.
Oh, yeah.
There's not a great team over there, particularly, with Judge being hurt, we'll see it happens, but there's not a great team. Where if you're a National League team, like you're talking about the Diamondbacks, if you're number 3 seed, are you really going to run down, the Dodgers, Phillies, Atlanta in the postseason? I don't think so. But where in the American League, you get in, you got as good a chance as anybody. So yeah, I think it's got a chance to be a dull deadline unless we see some teams really drop out of the race in these next 2.5, 3 weeks.
Bob, the Cy Young Award in the National League. I mean, we were holding our hopes out here high for Ohtani early in the season, and probably slipping away a little bit. I mean, Jacob Mizorowski's been unbelievable. I don't know if anybody's going to catch him. Obviously, Sanchez in Philly's been great. I mean, there have been some guys that have had some good years as pitchers. So if Ohtani's out of that one, like, is there anybody else in the National League in terms of MVP that are even close to him, in your opinion?
No, not MVP. Just the fact he does both. So I remember, I was yesterday. I was talking to T. Crow Armstrong of the Cubs, and the question was actually posed to him. You think you have a chance for an MVP? He goes, "Man, as much as I'd love to dethrone Ohtani, it's impossible unless I go to a pitching lab in the off season and learn how to be a closer or something like that." So let's just, you can give it to him every year as long as he's healthy, being a two-way player. It's almost impossible to beat. So no, I think he's got the MVP wrapped up, and I think that Cy Young race is getting away from him just because he needs more innings. You can't have like 60 innings less than the top guys. Keep an eye on Chase Burns from Cincinnati. He's been pitching lights out. Nobody talks about him because he's in the small market, but Chase Burns could steal this thing.
Absolutely. We are talking with Bob Nightingale over there at a USA Today, Major League Baseball insider. And Bob, you mentioned those teams that are kind of up, down there looking up. If you're the 3rd seed or the 4th seed going into the playoffs, I mean, how far do you really want to go into this, considering it's almost like in the NBA, the Western Conference, it's like 2 teams and everyone else is like a distant third. who is the team that is the Dodgers' biggest threat right now?
I got to go back to the Phillies, Cody, just in the sense with the that pitching staff. You got Sanchez who started the game last night. You got Zach Wheeler. You got Jesus Luzardo. Aaron Nola is okay for number 4 guy, but you got 3 guys, capable of shutting down any team. And of course, the big boys with Schwarber and Harper and Marsh. So that's the team to watch out for. I think Atlanta could, with Chris Sale, but they need. I think of all the teams you talk about, Jacob Mizorowski, they need him the most. And Milwaukee would have to get Mizorowski too, or some big starter to go with to go with him to give the Brewers any chance at all. But I think Phillies would be the toughest team.
And I agree with you on that. Bob Nightingale over there at USA Today. Before we let you go, just really quick, just one question just to let you go. Manager of the Year. I know it's not exactly something we talk about at the halfway point of the season, but Dave Roberts did just become the fastest manager ever to 1,000 wins, and he's never won Manager of the Year. And I've noticed we never really give it to the managers of the teams of the best quote-unquote teams. What are we got to do to get Dave Roberts one Manager of the Year?
Yeah, it's really a sore point, and a big-time sore point with Dave Roberts. I was president of Baseball Writers last year, and I tried to say, hey, let's give that award out at the end of the postseason, not regular season. For instance, Bruce Bochy won 3 World Series championships with San Francisco. His only Manager of the Year was San Diego. But you're right. It is impossible for Dave Roberts to win the award unless the Dodgers miss the playoffs, one year, and then they go back and make the playoffs and win the World Series the next. But yeah, that's why it's very unfair. It always just goes to what team has surprised you the most. And there's never going to be a season where the Dodgers surprise you the most unless they go belly up and miss the playoffs.
Yeah, and I just don't see it happening, Bob. I just don't see that world anytime soon. But the great Bob Nightingale, make sure you check out everything he's putting together over there at USA Today, and one of the very best insiders in the game. Bob, we cannot thank you enough for joining us on this morning. We know you're at the airport getting out of Philly, and good luck in this second half, and we can't wait to have you back on, my guy.
Yeah, my pleasure anytime. Great talking to you as always, Cody, and good talking to you, Derek.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate you jumping on, man.
Legendary Bob Nightingale. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break, and coming up, baby, it's time for D-Fish and I to kind of flex those old muscles and find out whether or not D-Fish and I want to hit it or quit it. Right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Hey, Peyton! Let's do some hit it or quit it.
I like it. You know what time it is, guys. Let's go. All right, A-Rod. A-Rod. All right, this week during the All-Star
break. You mean Alex
break,
Rodriguez, specifically A-Rod?
Yeah, I mean, A-Rod, A-Fraud with the steroids, whatever you want to call him.
I like all those names.
Yeah. Anyways, I noticed A-Rod, every time he interviews someone, he has to make physical contact with them.
Oh, you noticed that too, huh?
Yeah, well, he places his hand on them.
All the time.
So let me play this clip so everyone can picture him putting his hand on Justin Verlander while he's dying of laughter.
Justin, first of all, I've been a huge fan of your career from day one when you stepped into the old Yankee Stadium and blew balls right by me.
Good memories.
For you.
You always had 3,000, so.
So, guys, first question, hit it or quit it on A-Rod having to touch everyone he interviews. Is he getting too handsy, Fish?
I didn't see this at all. So
all right, let me give you the full context. So here's the thing: he's been doing this for years. It's because A-Rod is like doesn't quite have human mode figured out entirely. So I guess he's like in his robot brain. He's like pressing the button human mode activated. So he then always talks and he leans in and he always puts his hand on like their shoulder or their forearm or their thigh. And I always found it very weird. And then, of course, when he laughs uncontrollably, very much like Bateman from American Psycho in that saying. It's just, I find it weirdly off. I find A-Rod off-putting. Let me put it that way.
In general.
Also, please stop touching everybody on the set. He does it all the time.
But is he staying there or is it just a...
No, he leans in.
Shoulder.
He leans in. He's just like, so D-Fish. Tell me how you're doing right now. He's always on the hand on the shoulder. And he's leaning over. He's really like getting in your space. And I think he must have read that it was like a power move or like this is what humans do to interact. And I don't think his alien programming is kicked in properly.
Okay, I'll have to make note of this.
Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. Peyton, you're seeing it all the time now, aren't you?
All the time. Also, this isn't exactly a hit it or quit it, but very awkward. How awkward was this when A-Rod thought Justin Verlander had been designated for assignment by two different teams, but he didn't have his facts straight? Let's look at this one.
Mariano is guys that played into their 40s and is doing it at a high level. But this is for the young ones that are out there watching. How do you explain being a late draft pick, being designated for assignment a couple times, but two different teams, right?
Me?
Yeah, no?
That's wrong. You got the wrong notes.
You got the wrong notes, man. Probably not a great look having the right notes for a guy, or the wrong notes for a guy who's been to the All-Star game 10 times. Anyway, let's get to the number 2, okay?
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. Oh, wait, did I say taco?
Yes, you did.
I did. Because Taco Bell is currently under investigation right now.
Look what you did.
I know. Yeah, there's been jokes for years about how people have been going to the bathroom after having Taco Bell, you know. But now there's actually something going around with this lettuce, which might contain cyclosporiasis. I think I said that right.
I think you did. I'm actually blown away.
Thank you. My best friend is pre-med.
Nice.
It causes some really awful, well, there's no other way to put this, but diarrhea.
Yeah.
Right? So hit it
Delightful.
or quit it. It can last weeks, too, you know. It's terrible. 2 to 14 days. Hit it or quit it. Fish, you're still confident in eating at Taco Bell, even with this cyclosporiasis all up in that lettuce.
Oh, man. I haven't. I've stayed away from Taco Bell for 30 years now, so I'm good on the.
Yeah, you're in too good a shape.
On the lettuce.
Taco Bell. I get it. Yeah, so you're gonna quit that.
Yeah. I quit on that.
So here's the deal. I'm left with a real dilemma. Like, I hate having this issue where I'm in the bathroom for a prolonged amount of time, and now you're telling me this is a weeks type of thing. But then you also got the Crunchwrap Supreme. It's a tough spot to put me in. Tough spot. I'm gonna quit it for now. But I need you to let me know, Peyton, the moment that these bathroom breaks from Taco Bell are coming to an end, because Daddy needs a Crunchwrap Supreme stat.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that'll be on ESPN, right? I won't even have to tell you.
Actually, now that I think about it, maybe I gotta hit it, because I am trying to drop about 5 pounds.
Oh.
Maybe a Taco Bell trip is right in the works, Steve Fish. What do you think? I've had salmonella before. I ain't scared.
I might do the trick for you.
All right, I guarantee you guys this will be the best audio clip you hear today. It was a couple of Little League ball players in game recording a live at-bat. The catcher was wearing Meta AI glasses. We all know those now. Recording his live at-bat. And I encourage you to wait until the end to hear the batter say the words, I told you, I told you. Just listen to this.
What? Yeah, I'm recording. I guess.
He says record this homer, bro.
Oh my God, he called it! No, he called it! Oh my God, he called it! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Wait for the kid
He
around base.
called it! Yo! Yo! I told you! I called it!
I told you. Hey, Fish, hit it or quit it on these Meta AI glasses, and kids can record things like this now in game.
I don't know. I mean,
it's a give and take, man.
Yeah, I hit the kids enjoy, having fun playing baseball. I'm all for that. Meta glasses, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure why, as a kid, you need to record things.
Fair. Seems problematic.
So, I mean, I kind of quit it on that part. I'm not really sure about the Meta glasses in general.
Same,
unless you're like
I'm not
a
sure yet either.
scientist or somebody that works in a field where you're studying things and like you need that video. Other than that, I'm not sure why a kid needs.
I'm waiting for Meta glasses. Once Meta glasses make something where I can properly see the line of a putt, like I want Meta glasses to help me cheat at golf. That's what I really want. Is what I'm saying. That being said, I'm gonna hit it for now because if Meta glasses gives us more videos like this, I'm very on board.
That's fair.
But I definitely see bad things coming out of this too. And I can't get over this though. When I saw that clip, as great as I loved it for the catcher and of course the kid that hit the home run.
Yes.
Felt bad for that pitcher. Your catcher's sitting here celebrating,
He's celebrating
the
with
home
the
run you just gave up, dude. What a bad teammate.
Totally switched sides mid-play.
He did it.
It was unbelievable.
He did it. Like, give me the ball, dude. He just hit a ball 500 feet off me.
Yeah, that part.
All right, Fish, yesterday you weren't here, but we were talking about you flying back, and we were going back and forth on this debate. The person sitting next to you on the plane pulls out this snack, and it drives you crazy to the point where you get mad. We settled on this as that snack. So hit it or quit it, that on a plane flight, beef jerky is the absolute worst possible snack the passenger sitting next to you could open.
Because it smells? Or what? I mean,
Yes. Listen, Peyton really hates the smell. Now, Peyton, can I have full transparency?
Yeah.
Is this a resealable beef jerky or is it just open for the masses?
Oh, I feel like once it's open on the initial open, it's out there.
Yeah,
so
right.
it doesn't even matter
You
if
are
it's sealed or
you
not.
are in a giant tube of recycled air. That does make sense.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's more like corn nuts or Cool Ranch Doritos, like something just hot. Like once that gets circulating,
pungent.
There's nothing you can do. There's no escape.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
I had one that's worse. I'm going to quit it. I'm going to say beef jerky is not the worst because I too have dabbled on beef jerky on an airplane before. But dude, I had a person sit next to me, and I love yogurt. I really do. But yogurt does not belong on a plane, and I'll tell you why. It's not because the person's eating the yogurt next to me. It's what happens afterwards. Now that you can't reseal that yogurt that still has remnants. So we all have to smell that yogurt until the trash guy comes by, which only happens, twice a flight? Do not bring yogurt onto a plane. You belong in prison.
So did you, at the beginning of that take, did you mention that you were one of those beef jerky guys at one point? Is that
I
what
was
caught?
at one point, still am. You need to toughen up your nostrils, sir.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah,
no,
it's me.
I'm not. Well, how about this? I'm not going like spicy, like jalapeno jerky. I'm just having normal beef jerky.
Yeah, no, still.
And it's not like I'm having myself a Slim Jim.
But where is this beef jerky coming from that it has like such a strong?
I don't know. Where
scent?
are you getting your beef jerky?
It has horrible. Me and Andrew completely agreed on this. You were there.
I was there,
You
and
didn't
I'm
say
like,
anything.
I know, because I wanted to save it for the air. What are you
Unbelievable.
guys talking about? Beef jerky is fantastic. It's elite on a plane.
Call in right now.
Call in now. 855-975-2326. Do you eat beef jerky on a plane? You know I do.
All right, hey, real quick, we got about a minute left. Not sure if you guys saw the lineups get introduced yesterday before the All-Star game begun. Players were walking out, but every starter in the All-Star game were signing this sheet of paper, iconic, the Declaration of Independence. It looked just like it.
Yeah.
And they're
This is
signing it with a big, huge feather pen. Hit it or quit it on coming up with this for the starting lineup introductions.
The D-Fish, they came out for their starting lineup, and they were handed a quill to write out their name on the lineup card that looked like the Declaration of Independence. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean that's a nice. You're in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It all kind of aligns. It's America's pastime, Major League Baseball. I get it. I'm rocking with it.
I'm rocking with it, but I will tell you one thing I'm disappointed in. Dude, nothing with the Rocky Steps. I got nothing with the Rocky Steps. That is the most important thing in Philadelphia, and that was a miss right there. Guys, we got a lot to talk about. Major League Baseball All-Star Game, not to mention World Cup, and so much more right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you during your LA Drive Time commute. And of course, you can take us on the go anywhere you go with the Odyssey app. And of course, like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. That is D-Fish and Decker. And earlier on in the show, we had Bob Nightingale talking all things Major League Baseball, trade deadline, and of course, last night's All-Star game, of which he attended. And that right there, people, is what we're opening up with in this segment right here, because the Major League Baseball All-Star game was last night. The Midsummer Classic that I've always said over and over and over again, of all the major sports, NBA, even NHL, which actually has a very good All-Star game, and of course the Pro Bowl, which has turned itself into an absolute calamity joke. Frankly, Major League Baseball is the one that truly gets it all right. The Home Run Derby 2 nights ago was just electric. Jordan Walker walking it off in Philadelphia. And D-Fish, I'm not sure if you watched any of it. Dude, watching the fans in Philly, and for somebody that's definitely played in Philly, those fans were such a part of that home run derby. They were a character in that home run derby, booing players, loudly cheering on their own guys. And of course, you had yourself Kyle Schwarber in the final getting cheered like crazy, and Jordan Walker with ice in his veins. Jordan Walker, by the way, who's making $700,000 on the season, he had to hit 4 home runs in a row with the magenta ball, which you cannot see at all because it's like this weird half pink, half white baseball, so it looks like a strobe light is thrown at you. You don't see an actual ball. Nobody hit a home run off the magenta ball all night until the final round. Schwarber hits 1, and Jordan Walker goes up and hits 4. Why is that so impressive? Because Jordan Walker hitting those 4 home runs made him $1 million in front of a hostile Philly crowd. Man, it was electric. So I'm expecting for Tuesday night, Major League Baseball's All-Star Game, the Midsummer Classic, the one that does it all better than everyone else, to keep that energy alive and keep that streak alive of incredible, incredible baseball magistry. It sucked. It sucked. Sucked from first pitch to the last pitch. This was awful. Boring ass baseball game. 4-0 victory for the AL. Yet again, they're continuing their outrageous dominance over the last 25, 30 years of the All-Star game over the NL, which is shocking because on paper, the NL and the AL are completely different leagues. The NL is the most dominant league possible, and the AL not even remotely close. We have currently a team that's set to be in the playoffs that's a game and a half under 500. So make no mistake, the NL is the better league, yet it doesn't really show through in the All-Star game. Granted, no Shohei Ohtani for him being out getting his knee drained and all that, but we get to the first inning, we see Sanchez out there in front of a very friendly home Philly crowd, and he gets knocked around. And man, our former friend, Cody Bellinger, comes up in the first with 2 runners on, and he does this.
28 pitch. Up the middle, and the American League catches in. Alvarez in to score. Langoliers right behind him. 2-run single, Cody Bellinger. And the American League gets to Sanchez here in the first.
And they did get to him. A lot of high pitch count in that first inning for Mr. Christopher Sanchez, and then brings in the one and only Ben Rice from the New York Yankees. We had on yesterday live on the show Nick Swisher, and Nick Swisher was high energy, really excited to talk about Ben Rice, was in the home run derby the night before, talking about Ben Rice, tall first baseman, a kid who was never really supposed to be like a guy with the Yankees and kind of just got opportunity as time kept going forward. And now he's got 29 home runs in the first half. And Nick Swisher yesterday said, we got ourselves a legitimate star, and it's a homegrown star, which is not something the Yankees have a huge history in the last 20 years to be able to say. Of course, Aaron Judge is a homegrown guy, but at the end of the day, when we think of Yankees, we think of the Bronx Bombers going out and buying guys. So seeing them develop a guy like Ben Rice is great, or as Nick Swisher calls him, Ben Arroz, because he does speak fluent in Spanish. Here is Ben Rice's first at bat in this All-Star game.
Hits it hard here, and that's through. The Yankees have knocked in 3 in this first inning. Witt is in to score. Bellinger and Rice with our...
And of course, that is the way it often goes for that game. And that's what it was. 3-0 throughout the rest of the game until, of course, the 8th inning, when I was really, really excited because we got our guy, Justin Robleski, that we were so loud on this show and channel over and over and over and over again. Man, oh man. Justin Robleski needs to be an all-star. He's having a better year than Paul Skeens. He's having a better year than Logan Webb. And we got it. We got our guy. And then Vargas had to hit the plate. Here's what he did.
Oh, God.
Wow, that ball is absolutely destroyed by Miguel Vargas into the second deck. Vargas, a first-time All-Star, one of the biggest surprises on the biggest surprise in the sport. And the Chicago White Sox tees off and makes it 4-0.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was it. That was the game. 3 hits on the National League side. They struck out 15 times. There was like 26 strikeouts. And we had Bob Nightingale on the show earlier, and he even brought it up saying, and I quote, talking about how, annoyed, tired, that it just didn't work. So many strikeouts. And then we started having the conversation in the first hour. Dude, what is the deal with these hitters all of a sudden? And here's the actual truth. Pitching's too good now. D-Fish, it used to be, you watch a Major League Baseball game, especially a high-scoring affair, you're going to face 4 pitchers, maybe 3 to 5 pitchers, maybe even 6, depending. But those pitchers aren't all aces. Your aces are your starter usually. Going to go 5 innings, and we'll see where that goes. In an all-star game, it's ace after ace after ace after ace. The slowest pitch thrown yesterday was probably a fastball from Justin Robleski, where he was probably throwing around 96 miles per hour. Everyone else just sitting at outrageous velocities and destroying people. So much so that future Hall of Famer Bryce Harper had an at-bat where he was mic'd up, and he struck out on 3 pitches. And just hear just the outrageous defeat in his voice as he's explaining, why are we even doing this? Here's Bryce.
Yeah, it's disgusting, guys. That's unfair.
What are you supposed to do?
At least he apologized.
He did apologize. He tried to give them something to root for, but at the end of the day, it's just, you can't hit any of these guys. So you end up with a 4-0 baseball game. So it gets me thinking, D-Fish, what adjustments do we got to make to this All-Star game? We already made the adjustment that we won't have ties anymore. We're going to do like a home run derby style thing after like 11 innings, and we actually saw one come to fruition. I'll admit, I appreciate them trying it. I didn't like it at all. That being said, I fully understand what else you're going to do. Fans get really mad when it ends in a tie, so I get it. However, maybe the NFL was onto something. Just maybe they were onto something. The Pro Bowl became a joke. They finally just gave in and said the Pro Bowl's no longer a thing. I even think Fox kind of knew this game would be a dud because we talked about it with Bob Nightingale. This game was 2 hours and 30 minutes of actual on-field play, probably even less than that because the game was going so quickly. The majority of this entire show was padded out by Fox's production. There was a moment in the game where we just took a break in the 5th inning, and all of a sudden, Boyz II Men is singing. Now, I love Boyz II Men. I'm never saying no to Boyz II Men, D-Fish. But you got to prepare me for Boyz II Men before you just throw them in the field and all of a sudden we're listening to a Boyz II Men concert. Then later on, there was another really cool, and this was actually very cool. I normally don't like when Major League Baseball really forces the nostalgia on you, but they did like this little Sandlot video. They had, Ray Charles, America the Beautiful playing in the background like in the Sandlot. And it was this video with this voiceover of kids riding their bikes. And the voiceover is done by J.K. Simmons. Really lovely piece where the kids are riding their bikes to like a Sandlot type place to play a baseball game. And then the kids rode their bikes onto the field over there in Philadelphia. Very cool, very beautiful. And I really kind of dug that. The problem is we needed that to make any of this watchable. And that, to me, is becoming a bit of a problem. I honestly don't know how you can fix the All-Star game because the talent on the mound is just that spectacular.
Well, if you don't know, I definitely don't know.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I'm not sure. what adjustments to make, that could allow the game to be more entertaining. Maybe you add some different scoring mechanisms. That's one of the things that, like in sports and basketball practices, for example, like you add some different scoring mechanisms to incentivize certain types of points being scored. So maybe home runs are 2 runs. Maybe a ground ball is this, or like,
dude, actually, that's not a terrible idea.
Figure something out.
No, I think you're onto something here. I think you're legitimately onto something. It can't be the home runs though, because we heard Bob Nightingale talking about it. Everyone and their cousin was going up there swinging for the fences. Everybody wanted to have that moment where they're going to hit it out, and frankly, it was only Vargas that did it. We had 1 extra base hit in this entire game, and it was that solo shot from Vargas. We can't incentivize home runs. We got to figure out how to incentivize base hits at this point.
Yeah, no, you're right. Something that just kind of allows there to be some scoring from both teams. I don't know if they do like I don't know if Major League Baseball views banana ball as a competitor per se.
Not competitor, but I know they are noticing.
But, maybe you blend some type of fun, more entertaining style of matchup, with those guys, and just, like you said, just make it more of a celebration of the game and take away this idea that they're supposed to be competing to win something.
Mm-hmm.
It's just more celebrating baseball, growing the game, engaging more young kids to feel like they want to be a part of this and try to get there one day. I don't know if the current format is doing that. Like the home run derby appears to still be doing that.
Oh, man, the new version, D-Fish, I'm telling you, this was Honestly, you could have gotten rid of the game. And if you could just give me another home run derby, and I would have been ecstatic.
Yeah. That looked different.
Yes, it did.
It just did.
Which, by the way, that did have problems too. Not the derby itself. I thought the derby was perfect. All of the problems from the home run derby were all under the name Netflix. Netflix, I appreciate what they're trying to do, but it is very clear that Netflix has not hired a single sports media person to actually direct and produce this. This looked like something that was produced by somebody that almost like looks down their nose at somebody that does sports television, which is crazy to me because sports television's been around for a long, long time. Yet it seems like you're getting like Bill Pope, the cinematographer from The Matrix, to do this home run derby, and you're actually making it worse for some reason. Just put down a camera on a tripod and let me see the balls go off the bat, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure how how they decided, which producer, especially without having a long history in sports. A lot of the top producers in sports, have been doing it long enough, and they know, how to catch certain shots. They know how to direct, cameramen and women and talent, etc. So yeah, that's an interesting point that I didn't think about. Like you probably do have someone that, they probably worked in television before. They probably worked maybe in sports before, but don't quite have the experience, to kind of know really how to stay out of the way of the viewer, and just kind of allow them to enjoy the performance or the competition.
Well, I'll tell you this, Fox even got in my way quite a few times last night because I was trying to watch some of this game, despite how boring it was. Stop with the in-game interviews. I hate these in-game interviews so much. It is like my biggest complaint about a lot of Major League Baseball games.
Nobody wants to do those.
They're awful. They had Dave Roberts and John Schneider, the managers of these respective AL and NL teams, on the broadcast. And then John Schneider went to go do a pitching change. I'm like, oh, thank God we could stop the in-game interview because I like both of these guys, but it's just like it's honestly distracting. It's not really working. And then they said, we're going to do a commercial break right now for this pitching change, and we'll come back with Dave Roberts and John Schneider. I'm like, no, let them go. Just get back to the game, for the love of God. Awful stuff. But here it is. That's the All-Star game. We got the second half underway. We got a trade deadline coming. I'm hoping it's going to be exciting. It's going to be very interesting these next couple of weeks of teams jockeying for position, and we'll find out if that name Tarek Skubal does get moved. Bob Nightingale early on the show thinking he might not get moved now that the Detroit Tigers are legitimately in the mix for a wild card spot. But right here on D-Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, we got to talk a little bit about that man, LeBron James, because, dude.
No.
Oh, no, we can't do that. We can't talk about LeBron James. It's not a topic here in L.A. It's a topic everywhere, especially here in L.A., because it was looking like it was going to happen. Some people even said it was a dumb deal. Going back to Cleveland, it's going to be done. He's going to go back home and live out his final days in the NBA world as a Cleveland Cavalier. And the odds were agreeing with it, D-Fish. On Kalshi, they were up to 55% trading that he was going over there. But all of a sudden, in the last 2 days, something has changed. And you mentioned it earlier on in the show. They got their hands on a new coach to handle the defense. That new coach, his name is Mr. Vogel. That new coach, Mr. Vogel, might have coached LeBron James in the past to a championship right here in Los Angeles. So now you got Steve Kerr there. You got Frank Vogel there. You got Steph Curry there. You got Draymond Green there. That's a lot of friends of LeBron James all in one little spot up there in the Bay Area. Now let's look at the Kalshi odds. They seem to have noticed as well, because where they were the third highest trading team for him to go to, they've skyrocketed to number 2, leapfrogging the Miami Heat. They are now trading at 33%. Where what's interesting about that is now the Cleveland Cavaliers are only trading at 35%. Something is shifting big time, and something tells me Draymond might be behind at least some of it. Here's Draymond on the pitch he gave LeBron James.
I'd be remiss if I don't take the opportunity to throw my pitch in there. I'd be crazy if we're together for X amount of days and at no point am I like, yo, we need to chop it up. Like, what the hell going on? What we doing? And so there's that. Of course I did that. And of course, the pitch was crazy.
The pitch was crazy. I can only imagine what it means by that the pitch was crazy. But Draymond not being quiet about it. We saw Steph talk about it. So teams that want him are publicly courting him. So much so that teams' fans that are famous are publicly courting LeBron James. Let's go to last night's home All-Star game and see what Mr. Mike Trout had to say on behalf of his Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, definitely want him to go to the Sixers because I think he's got the best opportunity to win. And if he wants to play golf, I got a nice little golf course down south. So,
well, man, I would sign there in a second. I mean, you got me right there, Trouty. You got me.
I mean, if you go right now.
Okay, I take that back. In the next 3.5 months, you absolutely got me. But when November hits, I'm not coming.
Yeah, buddy.
That's awful. I hate taking it. I hated
lucky
that.
If you get to November.
Oh, I'd be very lucky if I got to November. But there you go. Those are two teams right there. And by the way, they're trading at 15% to get their hands on LeBron James out there in Philadelphia. And I do agree with him when he says it's a great chance to win. Look at what they got right now. Man, the Philadelphia 76ers going for it. Even teams that aren't in it are making their pitches. I take you back to Mr. Luke Cornett of the San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, my God.
Hey, LeBron. Mr. James. LeBron. It's Luke Cornett, number 7 of the San Antonio Spurs. You yelled at me a little bit last week, last year. Anywho, yeah, I just wanted to, kind of extend the invitation to come over here to San Antonio. We got a great thing going. A lot of young talent, It's an easy place to live, tax-free, That's always something. You can play alongside, a generational player, and Victor too.
So here's the deal. We just heard a bunch of teams courting him. Let's hear what the Cleveland Cavaliers have put out there in public to court him. Peyton, play the clip.
Crickets.
What? Nothing? Even the teams that aren't even trying to get him are trying to court him? But the team that was just at the very top of the list, not a word. D-Fish. LeBron James wants to be courted. LeBron James wants dinner bought for him. You want to go to the dance with LeBron James? You better buy him a drink first. What is going on over there in Cleveland? And the odds have shifted quite dramatically. Is Cleveland kind of sitting on their laurels knowing full well that LeBron just loves his hometown of Cleveland? Or is there something else amiss here?
It's a good question. It's a good question why they haven't been more, I guess, aggressive. But I think some of it is, all of it is relationship based in a lot of ways. You think about the which guys we were talking about earlier. Think about the Warriors. Let's start with the Warriors, and then we'll go to the Sixers. With the Warriors, you talk about having played for Steve Kerr and Team USA, so that relationship is there. You talk about Frank Vogel is now a lead assistant coach. That was his head coach when the Lakers won the title in 2020.
Indeed.
That relationship is there. Draymond Green, of course, just talked about, his pitch and the time they spent together.
And apparently it was crazy.
Steph Curry, so you have some of those more natural entry points to having a conversation, directly with LeBron. And then in Philly, Tyrese Maxey is a guy that there's a relationship already there. So you have that direct entry point to being able to communicate. You're not necessarily leaving a voice memo or message. And who's to say Cleveland hasn't communicated at all? Maybe they haven't done anything publicly. But if anybody there is expressed anything, I would imagine the front office or somebody has been in communication with Rich Paul or with somebody around him to make sure that they are clear what their interest level is, what their plans are if he does decide to sign with them.
Well, let's find out, because if you believe reports, we're supposedly going to get an answer this week about where LeBron James is going to end up. Is it going to be in the Western Conference, which absolutely affects the Lakers, or is he going back to the Eastern Conference to try to get himself another ring? We will discuss that as time goes forward. But guys, coming up, Aaron Donald, is it true? Is it reality? Is it happening? Is he going to be a Ram again? And also, yesterday, we went ahead and put together a list. And it wasn't our list. It was an anonymous list from a lot of executives and coaches about the best 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. And D-Fish, you and I are going to have some notes right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you of the
I
two of
can't
us?
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible Bosses 2.
There we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
Comedy store a little bit.
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like, I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, sure. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That good.
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Keep. Should we do it? What do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man,
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
I
Yacht
can tell
Rock?
you the answer to that. No. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing takes me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Hey, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday.
Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And guys, we got to talk about it again because Aaron Donald, it is really looking like it's real. Might be happening. Aaron Donald in the pads this last weekend. Of course, the photos that went out there from TMZ, all of the speculation around it. And look no further than right here on 97.1 The Fan, because earlier this week, the one and only, good friend not only of the channel, but a good friend of mine, actually former co-host with me over there on the Carton Show, Mark Schlereth, was on Brock and Alex. And they asked Mark Schlereth very point blank what they thought about Aaron Donald. And here's what Mark had to say.
How real do you think this Aaron Donald comeback actually could be?
Oh, I think it's 100%. I think it's done. And it frightens me. Like Aaron Donald, for years, the best football player I've ever watched play. The dude is unbelievable from a leverage, a quickness, a strength combination. There's always something, and I always think about it and put myself in that perspective if I had to block Aaron Donald. And talking about Aaron Donald is like he has got a skill set that nobody else at that position has ever had. And I just thought he was the best football player in the National Football League for multiple years. Even when he retired, I still thought he was the best player. And now all of a sudden, if you couple him on one side, I mean, it just is not, it's not fair. You put those two just war daddies on one side of the line of scrimmage, it's just not fair.
Let's go, War Daddies! I'm just saying, dude, if we don't brand War Daddies for these two, if they end up on that line together, and I don't know what to do with ourselves. We're leaving money on the table, D-Fish. We're sitting on a gold mine.
War Daddies.
Just think of the merch, man.
Yeah.
I can only
That'd be some
imagine what we
pretty
can
good
do.
merch.
Yeah, it could be like, you put it like cool
solid.
things. Yeah, like skulls and daggers, all the cool things. War Daddies. Absolutely love it. And of course, that was Mark Schlereth on Brock and Alex earlier on this week. And what are your thoughts on that? The idea that it's already a done deal, it just hasn't been announced yet. Is that something that you think, D-Fish, is an actual reality? Or do you think there's a little more at play? Do you think that maybe Aaron Donald hasn't quite made his decision yet?
Two things come to mind for me. One, yeah, he's probably, Aaron Donald is probably still going through a very intentional process around, preparing, ramping up, getting back to a point where he fully trusts his body to go. Like, it's not easy to, Phillip Rivers did a great job coming back.
He really did, by the way.
And playing the quarterback position. But, by default in the quarterback position, you don't get hit very much. Aaron Donald coming back is different. You're trying to hit people, and you're always going to be, blocked and hit and chipped. And so I think part of it is, yes, he's trying to prepare himself mentally and physically to, like, really confirm, like, I want to do this again. I'm willing to go through all the things it's going to take to be able to play at an all-pro level and do this again. And then I think the second part is, in terms of Schlereth's point around it already being done, I think it's possible that from a salary cap and roster construction perspective, there's a certain date that they're waiting for to confirm the signing or announce the signing. Mm-hmm. Just due to the way rosters are constructed, the amount of guys you've already invited to training camp, certain dates where certain guys have bonuses or incentives that kick in based on, when you guarantee certain contracts, et cetera. So the other aspect of this is that they could be waiting until training camp starts or, a week or so into training camp. It's not like Aaron Donald would probably do a ton of absolute punishment during training camp. That would defeat the purpose of him coming back if he got blown up in training camp.
Absolutely.
And we didn't even have him during the season. So I think there's a date that they're waiting for to possibly execute on, making this official, even if it's, verbally or unofficially already done.
Absolutely. Well, you hear what we think. What do you guys think here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports? 855-975-2326. That's 855-975-2326. Let's get over to the calls. Mitch and Callie, talk to us. Aaron Donald coming back, or is he? Talk to me.
Cody, Derek, you got it, baby. I hope so. That's good news. Before I get the rest of Aaron Donald, you mentioned about A-Rod.
Mm-hmm.
I think Derek would agree with me too. Cody kind of took a page from the close talk with Seinfeld. He's tall, right?
Yeah, he's a bit of a close talker. But hey, listen, sometimes you just got to get those human emotions right, or the ones you were told about.
Yeah, I'm 5'6", so I can never pull that off. or the ocean's cold and they're running out of shrimp. Look at the person. I think it'd be awesome. We're talking fierce and foursome. Even without Aaron Donald, I think this is being close to the fierce and foursome. With Aaron Donald, I think it might be the best defensive line ever. Mm-hmm. And with this good news, I think Tariq Schools come to L.A. So let's just keep the good news coming to Los Angeles. Aaron Donald will probably announce it September 5th, I'm guessing.
Yeah, dude, I like it. I like the speculation. I like what we're going with here. And, of course, I hope that Tariq Skubal does get moved. If nothing else, really, D-Fish, I hope Tariq Skubal's just moved just alone so we have something happening in the trade deadline. Dear God, as of right now, I'm terrified that the trade deadline is just going to go off without a whimper. And if we're going to have a work stoppage this next year, I don't want the last trade deadline to be boring.
Yeah, there's also certain guys that, for the good of the game, you need them on the bigger stages.
Yes, you do.
You just do. And it's not about big market or small market. It's big stage or small stage. Mm-hmm. Tampa Bay could end up on the big stage. They play good baseball. The Milwaukee Brewers could end up on the big stage. I don't know if the Tigers have a legit chance of ending up on the big stage. And so, maybe Scuba gets a wild card opportunity, and then that's it. But certain guys, just to grow the game, to keep a certain level of buzz and interest in it, you need more people around the world to see them actually do what they do at the highest level. And so, getting to, of course, Dodgers fans would love to add that type of talent. What Phillies, Padres, a number of other teams that are going to express interest, like the teams that are going to be playing for championship, league championship series, World Series titles. That's how the game, continues to grow. It's just the reality of it. And that's, we'll maybe talk about Mike Trout a little later. It's that same idea. Like, a lot of people are being denied the gift of seeing certain people play on the biggest stages of all.
Oh, boy. I'm glad you brought up Mike Trout. That might be something we are talking about later on in the show. But if we're talking about Aaron Donald right now coming back to the Rams, by the way, other people have been talking about it as well. Let's take a look at what Adam Schefter had to say about the entire topic. Here's what Adam Schefter had to say.
He told the team that he wanted to go there, work out, see how he felt, see how he reacted, see everything that went along with being back in pads on the football field and seeing how it made him feel. Now, I don't know what he told him about that after he went through those workouts at the facility, but I really think it was just a trial method to see how his whole body reacted, how his mind reacted to being back out there. And again, I don't know where he would be more appreciated, celebrated, wanted, respected than in that locker room with the Rams, with Myles Garrett, with a plan where they could play him 12, 15 plays a game. Use the spots that they need him most. Have him on a line with Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett get double and triple teamed. Aaron Donald would not get that type of attention again. It's an unbelievably attractive arrangement for him. It's just a question of whether he wants to go through and do it. My guess is, in the end, that he will. Just a guess.
Hell yeah.
Because obviously he's thinking hard about it. There are a lot of people that want him back there. He has to make the decision ultimately, but I would think it's got to be awfully enticing for him to come back and play this year when the Super Bowl will be in LA.
It's very clear. Like, if he's coming back, he's only coming back to one place, to one team for 1 year. There is no universe that Aaron Donald's ever going to put on a uniform for anybody else. If it happens, it's happening here, and it's happening now. And D-Fish, I hope it's happening.
I've been really trying to just, let it happen first before, like, really fully going all in on it.
I think it's happening, though. I'm agreeing with Schlereth. I think this is a done deal.
Yeah, I hope it is. And it's not a need thing, right? The Rams have plenty of ability to compete for a Super Bowl this coming season. I just think it's more indicative of how Aaron Donald made us feel when he was playing. And so I think there's almost like core memory experience of like having the chance to see him out there competing again. Just everybody feels good about that possibility. And so hopefully we'll hear something about it soon enough, man. Training camp starts in like 10 days, I think.
Let's go. Let's go. Looking forward to keeping you guys updated on everything Aaron Donald. And, of course, we're going to take a quick little break. But, guys, when we return on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, UCLA basketball. Oh, Mr. Cronin. Not enough money for that NIL, huh? Not if you ask Nick Kustarich, because he is the new member of this team, and he came at one hell of a price tag. Any more excuses left for UCLA? D-Fish and I will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, Aaron, Peyton, and everyone else back there making us look and sound better than we deserve. And of course, you can check us out live right now on YouTube at The Fan LA and be a part of the show, get in the conversation, and join the chat. Guys, man, we've talked everything today. Later on in the show, we do have the one and only Trevor Lane joining us, Lakers Nation podcast host and NBA front office show host. Looking forward to chatting with him about all things NBA. And on top of that, earlier on in the show, we had Bob Nightingale on live right here, USA Today, Major League Baseball insider and columnist. If you missed that, go ahead and check us out on the Odyssey app. You can take us anywhere to go. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you to get your phones out and give us a call. 855-975-2326, because it is time for us to give away 2 tickets to Monster Jam. And that's right. You want to give us that call, 855-975-2326. Monster Jam. Nothing compares to the one and only Monster Jam. With awesome trucks, amazing stunts, big air, and action-packed excitement, it's the definition of fun for everyone. See the world's most popular trucks like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more, only at Monster Jam. And be caller number 4 for your tickets today. That's right, Peyton. I pulled an audible on you. It's number 4 now.
Let's go.
Ha!
That's more hits than the National League had last night.
It is. It's exactly one more hit than the National League had last night. So caller number 4, get your hand on some Monster Jam tickets, 855-975-2326. Give us a call and you get your hands on some really cool tickets to go check that out. I've seen Gravedigger. It is a very cool truck, D-Fish. But hey, let's get over back to the sports after we give out those Monster Jam tickets. Good luck to everyone calling in. And let's talk a little bit about my alma mater, man. The home of real great college basketball, at least at one point in history. The school of John Wooden, the school of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the school of your boy Cody Decker, the UCLA Bruins, baby. Well, listen, it has been a trying time for the UCLA basketball team. Well, I should rephrase that. It's been a trying time for the UCLA men's basketball team. Shout out to the Division I champions last year, the women's Lady Bruins getting the national championship over there. Absolutely awesome to see. Love it when the Bruins take home a championship. But we haven't seen it since 1995 for UCLA men's basketball since they've won a national championship. They've only gotten to the Final Four, 2 times in the last 20 years, one of which being 5 years ago with Mick Cronin. It has been very unique considering the fact that UCLA widely recognized as one of the good old-fashioned blue bloods of the game. And as a fan of UCLA, it's been a little frustrating. It's been a tale of 2 cities with Mick Cronin. Unfortunately, with Mick Cronin's time, the majority of the column inches haven't gone to how great the UCLA basketball team has been. It's really kind of gone on Mick Cronin's antics and Mick Cronin's quotes and the things that he's said to the press. And the one thing he really was heavy on last season, especially after getting knocked out in the Sweet 16, we can't afford to play against these other teams. We can't compete. We're only spending about $7.5 million in NIL money. And by the way, he's not entirely wrong. You got some heavy hitters like St. John's spending like $11 or $12 million on the NIL. Well, okay, UCLA, not exactly getting it done with your NIL. What are you to do? Well, cue in last week, because there is a young cat, and I've been told his name is pronounced this way. If you heard differently, D-Fish, please, by all means, correct me. 17-year-old European Serbian player, Nick Kusturic. Nick Kusturic apparently just made himself very Kusturic because he's coming to UCLA on a 2-year deal, and it has to be 2 years because he is 17 years old and cannot hit the draft till at 19. 17-year-old Nick Kusturic from Serbia will be paid over the next 2 years $12 million, a $6 million salary annually for the next 2 years. Okay, Mick Cronin, you don't have enough NIL money? Here, it's $6 million for this surefire 17-year-old Serbian kid. Honest question, D-Fish. He said his problem was NIL. Here you go. You spent a lot of NIL on this kid. Are there any excuses left for Mick Cronin going into this season?
I mean, excuses for competing at a higher level.
Let's say what would we call a success for UCLA this year? I would say getting past the Sweet 16. I would say getting to the Elite 8 would be a success. But is that enough for UCLA at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I don't. This young kid coming in from Serbia is supposed to be projected as the possible number 1 draft pick whenever he comes out. So, if the Bruins are going to have him for 2 years, and you're starting to see this a little bit more, where schools are trying to kind of fight back a little bit within the rules, kind of fight back on players coming in for 1 year, getting paid a bunch of money, and then leaving and going to another school in the following year.
Yeah.
It's like it's a waste of all the development time, the relationship built through recruiting, all the phone calls, all the travel.
Which, by the way, I absolutely hate. The portal's a mess.
Yeah, so, all good with players and families, getting paid. There were too many decades that it wasn't happening, so
completely agree.
I'm fine with that. But I think finding younger guys that are going to be there for 2 years, the University of Texas, Marcus Spears Jr., who is Marcus Spears Sr., former NFL player, his son, he reclassified and entered Texas now instead of next year.
Oh.
And he's 17. So it means he's going to be at Texas for 2 years.
Interesting.
So you're starting to see schools doing more of this in order to get a 2-year window with these young, talented players instead of just one.
Uh-huh.
All of that being said, one player doesn't make you a Final Four team necessarily. But to me, Mick Cronin's teams are better constructed for win and advance scenarios in terms of the NCAA tournament. Very controlled style offensively, limit the mistakes, really sound defensively. And so, the reason why he's been able to take some teams farther than the talent would say is because of those things. Like he's almost kind of like part of the strategy because he's controlling the game and managing the game with his players. The kid, Kusturica from Serbia, Kusturic, however you pronounce it, this definitely, increases your ability to go out and compete, though. I mean, 6'9", with versatility to play the way he can play. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a Sweet 16 would be great, but NCAA tournament is literally a crapshoot. I think it starts with competing in your conference first.
Mm-hmm.
And so can they compete in the Big Ten Conference is where this all starts. Can you compete at the top with, Michigan lost Dusty May to the NBA, their head coach. Mike Boynton, who was the associate head coach, is now there. But they retained some of their talent that Dusty May had recruited. But Michigan will be probably back at the top of the conference. Michigan State is normally in the top 2 or 3 teams in the conference. Can you compete there first? I mean, USC has some talent this year. Elijah Arenas is returning. They also have some good young talent that's coming in. So that's where I would say first. A good year for UCLA is top 3 team in the Big Ten, which then sets you up from a seeding perspective in the NCAA tournament to then be able to win and advance and get into the Sweet 16.
What do you think of this new business model? By the way, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. But this business model that UCLA is showing, you just mentioned Texas is now showing it, kind of getting people at the age of 17 so you can lock in 2 years. I see it as a great way to kind of circumvent kind of the portal aspect of it all and kind of get a long-term deal, well, if you call it a 2-year deal, a long-term deal, out of a player. But is it necessarily a good thing? Now we're going to younger ages for college, 17 years old. I could see this being good and bad. That's how it always goes with this. Like the transfer portal was great until it wasn't great. The NIL is great, but then we didn't put any real safeguards in it when we just implemented it. It became the Wild West overnight to where I'm glad it's great that the players are getting paid, but it's not great that we don't really have a rein on it all that well. Like it's kind of all of a mess, and I feel like everybody's just throwing things at the wall to see what can stick.
Yeah, I do think you're right. I think schools, coaches, athletic programs are trying to figure out, how do we provide some stability for ourselves while we're not trying to take things away from players in terms of, getting paid, et cetera, but how do we, bring in some safeguards and some protections for the investment that we're making, right? So, okay, cool. We understand the system. Players deserve to be paid. But how do we do this in a way that allows us to build successful programs, and we're not year to year, searching for players, searching for talent, trying to build teams that can compete at the high level. High school seniors have really been impacted by this the most because the portal has created an environment where most colleges are retaining their returning guys first.
And they're getting older and older and older and more veteran.
Yeah, those guys are getting more experienced, or they're older guys. Then you go to the portal for more experienced guys. Then you have international players that are coming into the college ranks at a higher frequency. Then high school seniors. So I like the idea that schools are looking at younger guys, which means hopefully high school seniors, that are willing to come in for a couple years and develop and get better and actually stick with the program as opposed to every year trying to start over.
Absolutely. We are in a different world, in the world of college athletics, and we'll see if it can actually get tempered down or somehow sanity will win out. Guys, coming up, Laker Nation podcast host and NBA front office show host Trevor Lane joins us right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 5-time ring winner Derek Fisher, and of course myself, three-time wings eater at a Buffalo Wild Wings. And of course, all of you making us look and sound better than we deserve right here. And we are live right now on YouTube. You can check and look at us at The Fan LA. Join the conversation and join the chat. And very, very, very excited to bring in our next guest because we've been talking so much NBA so far in this offseason as it's begun. And the Lakers have been a massive topic of discussion. And all of the moves that they have made, they had basically a barren wasteland of a roster. And now that roster is practically filled. All of the money spent, and who better to come on and talk about it than Lakers Nation podcast host and NBA front office show host Trevor Lane joins D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Trevor, how you doing, my guy?
I'm doing well. This is a great time of year in the NBA. All kinds of stuff happening. We got Summer League going on. I'm loving all of it, guys. Thanks for having me on the show.
No, great to have you, man. And I got to start right there with the Lakers. You being the host of Lakers Nation podcast, we've been talking a lot about Jonathan Kuminga here for the last few days. And honestly, the last week, it's been Kuminga. My question for you is, what do the Lakers got to do to actually get Jonathan Kuminga on this roster?
Well, I think they need LeBron to make a decision. That's really what needs to happen here. I think LeBron's got to decide. I think right now Jonathan Kuminga's in a spot where he can look around the league and say, you know what? Looking at the wing market right now, it's LeBron, and then it's me, and there's not a whole lot else in terms of starting caliber wings available. So once LeBron makes his decision, if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you're thinking some of the teams that don't get LeBron, they're probably going to pivot to him. So if the Lakers want to get this done, they have to understand that they're not going to be the only team interested in him. I do think the LeBron domino does need to fall first, and then the Jonathan Kuminga situation will come into play. Now, whether or not the Lakers can be the team to actually land him, we'll see. It's going to have to happen via sign and trade now if it does, because they've spent all their money.
Trevor, D-Fish here, man. Thanks for hopping on with us this morning. But as you were kind of breaking that down with Kuminga, and that LeBron domino, I mean, where do you see, his market after LeBron makes a decision? I mean, obviously with LeBron, some of these teams don't have a ton of cap space to offer him. And so do you see sign and trade scenarios also being the only way he goes anywhere at this point?
Yeah, it really depends on what teams are willing to do in order to open up some flexibility. What happens with, for example, James Harden's contract in Cleveland? Is he willing to take enough less to offer Jonathan Kuminga more like he would with, say, LeBron James if LeBron doesn't go to Cleveland? But certainly there's a number of teams that would love to get him. You look at Minnesota, they could also offer potentially a starting job there as well. But for the Lakers, I still think, as much as I look at the situation, I try not to be biased in this despite hosting for Lakers Nation, but as much as I look at the Lakers situation, I say the Lakers need Jonathan Kuminga. We can flip that around too. Jonathan Kuminga needs the Lakers. He needs that starting opportunity. He needs that spotlight in LA to really get his career where he wants it to be. He was wanting that big role in Golden State. He went to Atlanta. He had some opportunities to showcase some of his talent. I really think the best case scenario for Jonathan Kuminga is to land with the Lakers, and he should be open to negotiating something with them. Now, if there's other teams out there, that only helps his leverage situation and any kind of a deal and getting something done, getting the kind of money that he's looking for. But to me, it makes too much sense. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, you can't let the opportunity to go slot into a starting job in LA. We know how valuable that is. I think he needs to make sure that at the end of the day, when the dust settles, he finds himself in purple and gold.
We are being joined right now by Lakers Nation podcast host Trevor Lane, also host of NBA Front Office Show. You can follow him at Trevor Lane on Twitter. And Trevor, let's say a perfect scenario happens. Say the Lakers do get their hands on Jonathan Kuminga. We have this starting rotation kind of set for the Lakers going forward. Where do you assess this team in this juggernaut Western Conference? Because we know the two top teams, but you can make an argument that everyone else will just be jockeying position for that third spot, which seemingly, even with this new roster, might be a ways behind those two top teams.
Yeah, I think there's no question. There was no world where the Lakers were going to come out of this offseason saying we on paper have a better team than the Spurs or better than the Thunder. It's about getting the right pieces together, obviously in a post-LeBron world that we're in now, building around Luka Doncic and finding a way to put these pieces together on the floor and then hoping that you can have this nice bit of chemistry that's really going to come together and that this team can find a stylistic way to go that's going to allow them to compete with some of those squads. That's going to be the challenge for them if you're able to land that starting caliber wing, whether it's Jonathan Kuminga or you trade for somebody else. And, we could talk PJ Washington and Derek Jones Jr. and some of the other guys that could be out there, Herb Jones. Do you have enough assets to trade for those guys? I don't know. But if the Lakers are able to land that final piece, then the puzzle pieces start to really fit together a lot better on this roster. You start to get a better sense of what the vision is. Right now, you've got a lot of offensive pieces, particularly at the guard position. You've got some wings that all have some shooting deficiencies, and Jonathan Kuminga may not necessarily solve that problem, but you add one more starting caliber wing, particularly somebody defensively that can slot in next to Luka, that can take on some of those more difficult defensive matchups, and then you're starting to really see what this team can be. Now, will they be able to compete with San Antonio? Will they be able to compete with OKC? That's going to be determined by what's the chemistry like when they get on the floor, and we're not going to know that till they actually get out there and things start to click. And frankly, with how many pieces are coming together, how many new players they've got on this team, there's probably going to be a pretty steep learning curve where it's going to be a process throughout the season. I don't think we can expect them to step onto the floor and immediately be this well-oiled machine, certainly not the way the 2019-2020 team did, the team that won the championship. That was an outlier type situation where a bunch of new players came together, stepped on the floor, and instantly all knew their jobs. Typically, it's something that takes some time, and so I think this team is going to have to be given some grace as they go through some growing pains.
Trevor, we talked about the possibilities of some trades. There was some recent talk. We're not sure how legit some of these sources and rumors are, but and Aaron Gordon mentioned around possibly 4 or 5 players being involved, and we're not sure if the Lakers have called in or if the Nuggets have expressed openness to moving a player of Aaron Gordon's caliber. But have you heard anything about this as you've kind of just kept your ears to the street around any Lakers moves?
I haven't heard anything about Aaron Gordon specifically. He's obviously a phenomenally talented player, especially if he could stay on the floor. The injuries have started to creep up a little bit here. Denver's in a tough situation cap-wise where they'd like to hang on to Peyton Watson, but obviously they also would not like to be a second-apron team. So those two things don't seem to go hand-in-hand with their current cap situation. But Denver also has to sell Nikola Jokic on signing that contract extension. So if they're going to trade Aaron Gordon, they're going to need to get back some significant pieces. I don't know that the Lakers, as they're presently sit, have those pieces to go get Aaron Gordon unless they're willing to just absorb salary. And since they're now going to be above the cap, I don't know that they have the ability to do that anymore either. So that's where things get a little bit tricky trying to get Aaron Gordon to the Lakers. Math-wise, could we make it work? Yeah, if you were to stack up a few players, you could probably figure out a way to go, and maybe you involve a third team or a fourth team even to make it happen. And that would certainly solve the Lakers' starting power forward question if you could get him. But do the Lakers realistically have the pieces that are going to entice Denver? Can they offer the cap savings that can entice Denver and will allow Denver to retain Peyton Watson? I think that's where I start to question whether or not something like that could ultimately be put together. But the guy's a winner in one of the most remarkable transitions in three-point shooting that we've seen over the course of his career. He was a poor three-point shooter, and a few years ago, he became one of the very best in the NBA. Would love to see him on the Lakers, but I think it's going to be a challenge in order to make that happen.
No question. Of course, Trevor Lane joining us right here, host of Laker Nation podcast and, of course, NBA Front Office Show. We've obviously been doing a lot of speculating on this show, as everybody else in the world around LeBron James. And I've been usually speculating based around the Kalshi model right now, because the predictive markets are usually pretty decent about getting these kind of right. But for the last week, the odds of where LeBron James has gone has been, man, a roller coaster. It has been all over the place. We've seen the highest odds being there still to this day for Cleveland Cavaliers, but they went from 55% to just 35% in the last 2 days. And the Golden State Warriors, who were hovering around 15%, have now jumped to 30%. What are you hearing about the LeBron James sweepstakes? And honestly, who are realistically the real teams that are in on getting their hands on LeBron James?
Man, I got to tell you guys, LeBron James has done an incredible job of making sure that nobody knows what he's going to do. In this day and age, when everybody seems to have a scoop, I talked to so many people out at Summer League in Las Vegas just a few days ago, and that was the number one topic on everybody's minds was, where is LeBron going? And everybody had a different theory of what he was doing. I thought, man, LeBron James has played this perfectly because everybody is still guessing at this moment. But, all we've heard is that there are voice notes being delivered to him. Teams aren't directly talking to him, but some players are. And the Golden State Warriors appear to be those players that are really able to get in touch with him. We know he really likes Tyrese Maxey with the 76ers. There's an obvious hole in the Minnesota Timberwolves roster that he could slot into. Cleveland, of course, has the nostalgia, and that's what I keep going back to. It was back in January when the Lakers went to Cleveland and LeBron teared up at the tribute video that they played for him. I can't get that out of my head, and that's why I keep leaning towards Cleveland. Miami obviously has its own benefits to going there, but I'll tell you what, he has got everybody guessing right now. I talked to so many different people, and like I said, it feels like everybody has some sort of theory on where he's going, but nobody knows for sure.
Mm-hmm. Trev, we definitely appreciate you, man. We're going to wrap up here pretty soon, but talk about some of these newcomers. Outside of Walker Kessler, which I think a lot of fans have, heard about. He obviously signed for a big number, but maybe not as familiar with Colin Sexton, Quentin Grimes, Sandro Mamashkelashvili, some of those Zaire Williams, guys that they also signed, Cameron Carr in the draft. Like, which of those guys kind of stands out to you as, possibly fitting in well and being able to help this Lakers team right away?
Yeah, I think Mamu is a guy that Lakers fans are going to fall in love with. In fact, we were talking to him day before yesterday at the Lakers media availability, and he joked that he's got Mamu mentality, and he has a Kobe Mamba mentality tattoo on his cap. He said, there's Mamba mentality, I've got Mamu mentality. He's got a really, really fun game, the ability to attack the basket, can still shoot the three. He's a grab-and-go guy off of rebounds. He can ignite the fast break. I think he's going to fit in great with Luka, especially for Luka, talking about wanting to be able to punish teams that double him. Mamu's got the ability to punish them with the shooting. Also a really good decision maker in the short roll. So he's definitely a guy to keep an eye on. All the new guys have their pluses and minuses, but Mamu is the guy that I'm paying the most attention to right now that I think could really capture the attention of Lakers fans.
He is Trevor Lane. Check out Lakers Nation podcast and, of course, NBA Front Office Show. Trevor, real quick, like one word answer question for you before you get out the door. Right now, a way too early prediction of where the Lakers finish in the Western Conference. Where is it?
Third. I'm saying they go third in the Western Conference. Let's go.
My guy, that's like first in the Western Conference if you pretend that two teams aren't there. My man, Trevor, can't thank you enough. Check out Lakers Nation podcast and, of course, NBA Front Office. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Trevor Lane. Trevor, thank you so much for joining D-Fish and Decker today.
Thank you for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
The one and only Trevor Lane, and man, that is, I'm really taken away from that, which I still can't believe. And he's right. What he said right there about LeBron James specifically. In today's day and age, with the amount of words that are being said out there, with the amount of people that are always involved, with the agencies that are involved, with the companies that are likely involved, the fact that this is still, to this point, we could speculate all we want about the Golden States, about the Clevelands, about the Phillies all day long. The fact that nobody knows, nobody except even LeBron James, who might himself still might not know. The fact that nobody knows is quite wild to me.
I mean, remember we talked about this. You can't know. Yeah, it's he's too big of a name and a brand for any of it to arrive too early. That's just the way it is. And so, it's like we knew Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were getting married at Madison Square Garden, but there's a lot we didn't know. Mm-hmm. And media and folks were clamoring, trying to figure out, who's invited, where can we set up to try to see who's coming in and who's coming out. We don't know what time it starts. We don't know, you just can't. And so he's doing what folks that operate at his level do. Is one of the things that I think folks value more than anything is some semblance of privacy and freedom to be able to make decisions and do things without the whole world always having to be in on it and knowing every single detail. And I think he's handling this situation in that exact way, so that some staff person that just gets the slightest word that LeBron is possibly coming, like that gets out before anybody can even blink.
Really does.
And then it messes everything up. It throws off the other teams that might be holding space for him to call them and say he's coming there. So many things, can happen. And, when you're still a guy that can stop traffic the way he does, like, he's stopping traffic.
Yes, he is. Well, that's what LeBron does. He stops traffic. By the way, this Hoops coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, guys. So listen, we also have the aspect of this. The Lakers aren't entirely done also. They also did make some other signs fairly recently. We've been talking about the speculation of this name and that name for this team. Well, didn't they just sign somebody the other day? I know I had it just in front of me. Hey, Peyton.
Zaire Williams.
Oh, they got Zaire Williams. What do you think that's going to be doing to bring into the team? What does he bring to this Laker ball club? Is it just depth, or is there something more?
Yeah, added depth, added shooting.
He's a local guy. Went to Notre Dame High School.
Yeah, went to Notre Dame, I think, for 2 years.
And then went to Sierra Canyon, right?
Sierra Canyon for a year. Played at Sierra Canyon with Bronny, so they have history of playing together in high school. But yeah, no, Zaire's a great catch and shoot basketball player. Really good, clean shot mechanics, wiry frame and build. Kind of similar to Cameron Carr, like long arms, wiry body, but just the perimeter shooting and the length is what he really brings. Shoots the ball again. He'll be high 30%, maybe potentially 40% 3-point shooter. High percentage free throw shooter, and so just some of that added shooting at the guard and wing positions that you just can't have enough of these days. More experience than Cameron Carr, so you also have a bit of a hedge on, if Cameron Carr comes in as a rookie and he's playing well and you can trust him in certain situations, that's the first look. Mm-hmm. But if he also shows some youth and some inexperience and, kind of hits some struggles in the rookie wall, as we all do, then Zaire Williams is an experienced guy that you can trust in certain situations as well. And so as this all plays out, remember you currently still have Jake LaRavia and Jared Vanderbilt and Dalton Connect.
Yeah.
So, there's still some type of moves and conversations that are still happening, because otherwise you have a log jam at that wing kind of forward position that's going to have to be cleared out. Everybody's not going to be able to play. And they have some guys that are capable of actually playing minutes.
You mentioned veteran presence a second there, and I'm looking at this team, and there is some veteran presence on this team. But I have a question for you. It's a very specific question. We like to know who the leader is. Who's the actual leader on this team? Luka's the best player, but does that necessarily mean he's the leader of this team? Who actually is the guy leading the cavalry on this squad?
Yeah, it'll be Luka and Austin to start. I believe Kevon Looney is also kind of quietly going to be
veteran presence, real veteran presence.
Great for the locker room, consistent, low maintenance. He has a chance to take on some leadership responsibility in a quiet way, and then also I think Colin Sexton has a personality and an energy that will allow him to also be a leader. From some guys lead by example in terms of how much energy and passion and the way they play the game. And so it's not necessarily always something that they're saying, but when you watch him compete, when you watch him practice hard, train hard, when you watch him play with joy, it becomes infectious with the rest of the group. And so even if he's not the guy that everybody's following verbally, I think Sexton has leadership qualities in terms of how he shows up to work every day. So between Sexton and Looney and Luka and Austin, like that combination of guys, there'll be enough leadership there, that the locker room, I think, will be fine.
How do you think JJ can handle like a brand? It's a brand new team. Yeah, you have the stalwarts basically of Luka and Austin, but outside of that, I mean, this is for the most part an entirely new look Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's licking his chops at this opportunity.
Really?
Yeah. When to come in as a first year head coach, the way he came in to a team that already has LeBron James on it, that then flips into Luka Doncic added to it. Like you're coaching the team, but it's like you're trying to build a house around these two big 25-foot wide columns.
Mm-hmm.
So then
it's a great visual, by the way.
So you're designing a house around these two columns.
Yeah.
And once you can remove one of those columns, and now it's a house where you can center that one column and then start to design the space and the layout and the flow around this one column. And I think he's just going to have fun, he and the staff, like really kind of creating, okay, now how do we need to play basketball in order to finish third in the Western Conference? We're not going to do the same things we did with LeBron on the team. He did too many things well that we can't replace with anybody. But how do we collectively play basketball as a team offensively that will allow us to get efficient shots, to be able to score when we need to score, to get points at the basket, to get to the free throw line, all the things that you need to be able to do to win. But then also defensively, how do we build out this team? Who starts? Who comes off the bench, et cetera? I just think he's going to have a lot of fun figuring all this out with this group.
I think so, too. It's going to be awesome to see what JJ can put together for the Lakers this year. If you believe what our last guest right there, Trevor Lane, believes, Lakers finishing third in the Western Conference, and I would be very, very thrilled with that. But, guys, coming up, we go from talking about one GOAT in LeBron to another. Yet these two GOATs do not have the same legacy. So we have a very serious question. Is it too late for Mike Trout to win anything? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And earlier on in the show, we had the great Bob Nightingale on from USA Today, great columnist and insider of Major League Baseball. Talked a decent amount about the upcoming trade deadline. And here's the thing in Southern California, and I'm specifying Southern California rather than just the Los Angeles area. And I know they're called the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, but let's be real clear, Orange County and Los Angeles are not the same place, period, stop. Drives me nuts that they even changed their name to that. But it is what it is. The Angels, a team that does not get a lot of headlines because, frankly, the Angels have been, man, there's no other way to say it, a disaster. They've been a disaster year in, kind of year out. They have the longest drought right now in Major League Baseball of a playoff appearance, seemingly since Artie Moreno bought the team in 2003. He took a team that just won the World Series in 2002, and seemingly I never thought the world would happen, that I would look back at the Angels and be like, God, do you remember the Disney days? Those were the good old days. I hated the Disney days, but my God, I'd give anything to return to the Disney days compared to what we've been doing. And listen, I know have a lot of people in this industry that know Artie Moreno well, and honestly, speak very highly of him personally. I've heard, honestly, nothing but really nice things about Artie Moreno as a guy. But as an owner, I mean, I think everybody and their cousin would tell you that Artie Moreno leaves a lot to be desired as an owner of a franchise that you want to root for and see in the playoffs, which of course leads to the speculation about one name. He was an all-star last night. He started center field for the American League. It was great to see Mike Trout out there. Mike Trout is arguably one of the greatest players who ever lived, and I'm not saying that as hyperbole. Seriously, maybe one of the greatest to ever live to play Major League Baseball. And yet, we've seen one playoff appearance from Mike Trout. Now, baseball is very unique when it comes to the legacy aspect, when it comes to making the playoffs and winning championships, 9 players on your offensive team. And it's very clear that when you get one player, you can build around the player, but the key word is build, and you have to build one hell of a structure around that one pillar. You mentioned that one pillar being like Luka. Well, the one pillar being Mike Trout, you have to build of a starting lineup, 8 other pillars, and then, of course, the pitching aspect, which is its own game in itself. And the Angels have never gotten the pitching right during Mike Trout's tenure there. In fact, even more salt to the wound, Mike Trout had played with the other greatest player in the history of the game of his generation in Shohei Ohtani, and together they won multiple MVPs and not a single playoff appearance. And then, of course, you hit free agency, and Shohei Ohtani goes across town to the Dodgers and immediately wins 2 World Series. I know that doesn't feel good to a lot of Angel fans down there. But the fact of the matter is, the Angels are in position right now where they could move some guys. They have, again, the worst record in Major League Baseball. They are currently tied with the Kansas City Royals with 38 wins, a full game behind the Colorado Rockies with 39 wins. It's not good. You go to the Angel Stadium, you got shirtless fans waving around the shirts, screaming, sell the team. And by the way, kudos to you. You got to keep doing it. Show up and keep demanding that they sell the team. You got to demand action. But there is action that the Angels could do if Mike Trout says yes. And it's simply this. If Mike Trout wants to be traded, Mike Trout can be traded. So it really leads to this. Mike Trout has never wanted to be traded. Mike Trout's very happy and comfortable down there. And there's another aspect of this. In any other major city, and that's why I don't count the Angels really being in quote-unquote Los Angeles. Because if Mike Trout was a Dodger, he would be handling this question every day, 100 times a day, until he finally gave up and took a trade. And that's simply this. Why don't you want to be traded? Wouldn't you want to be on a contender? And he has been able to live kind of a charmed life in anonymity over there in Anaheim, where he doesn't have to answer that question because no one there is asking him the question. I think Angel fans are thrilled that he's there and that he is comfortable. I don't blame you. He's a legendary player on your team. But man, as a baseball fan, D-Fish, I hate it. I've hated it from day one. Baseball needs its greatest players of all time to be in October, and we have been robbed of the last decade and nearly decade and a half now. I'm sorry. Yeah, decade and a half now of Mike Trout in the playoffs, and we are officially on the clock. We're almost out of time with Mike Trout, at least playing at an all-star level. I'm begging for him to get traded, to get something done. But here's the other thing. I was just saying this to Peyton, who is a diehard Angel fan. D-Fish, you can trade Mike Trout and get a haul of prospects, the same way they should have done with Shohei Ohtani. The problem is, you get those prospects, and you're putting them into the Angels system. The Angels don't have a system. That's where the real ugliness of the Angels is.
But, like, so why do you think this is? Like, it reminds me of Giannis, right? Like, Giannis for a long time, he was never going to come out and say he wanted to be traded.
Yeah.
It was going to have to get so bad that then the two sides kind of got to a point but that took a new ownership group coming in. I don't know if the previous ownership group in Milwaukee would have ever gotten to the point of trading Giannis, but a new ownership group coming in that didn't want this to continue to linger over the top of every decision they were going to make for the next 10 years, got to that point. And so you're saying Mike Trout doesn't want to do this?
I'm assuming. I don't think he's ever come out and outright said, I don't want to be traded. But he has control of it, and he's never been traded to this point. Now, he does come with a hell of a price tag, and maybe the Angels would need to eat some of it, but at the end of the day, I don't think so. I think a lot of teams would bend themselves into pretzels like you wouldn't believe to get their hands on Mike Trout. The one team I've looked at from the get-go, and I think a lot of baseball players would agree, hell, we've already played 2 clips of Mike Trout talking about Philly on this show today. He's from Philly. He just built a golf course in Philly. Why is this man not a Philadelphia Philly? This is also a team, by the way, who actually can take on the Dodgers in October. Like, legitimately, right now, could take on and possibly beat the Dodgers in October. You add a Mike Trout to that lineup, that team is gonna beat the Dodgers in October. Like, that would be an insane acquisition, even at this stage of Mike Trout's career. And by the way, the Angels have other guys they could feasibly move. They have Reed Detmers who they can move. They have Soriano who they can move. You could probably make an argument that if they wanted to move Joe Adell, they could. It's just, what are they going to do with it? And I think it's all just a mess until you really clean house. Now, when I say clean house, it's not change the GM. They've already done that. They've changed the GM like a half dozen times in the last 10 years. Nothing changes. They need somebody to come in and overhaul this entire organization. And I hate to say it, it starts with moving Mike Trout. I know John Mozeliak, he just joined the team to kind of take care of the GM duties. I don't know what he could possibly do, D-Fish. But my question for you is simply this. If Mike Trout was a basketball player, what would his legacy be in the NBA? Because to me, he's one of the greatest to ever do it in Major League Baseball, but this is becoming a complicated legacy for me.
Well, basketball players and former basketball players, like the whole like ring culture championship narrative is mostly a fan-driven energy. Nobody that really played basketball or been around basketball long enough internally questions the greatness of Charles Barkley.
They do not.
You don't question how hard it was to play against Karl Malone.
Except for that time on the Rockets, of course, which we all know was
John Stockton, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter. Like, you could go down the list of guys that like nobody questions how absolutely amazing these guys were as players. So the whole legacy thing around not winning enough is, some of it is more of it's a fan-driven question in a way. Baseball players, former baseball player, you know the greatness of Mike Trout.
Dude, do I ever.
You're not questioning anything about this dude's ability to play the game. So that, by default, then kind of shifts that to like, but fans care. Fans want to know and feel like the players that they believe in, support, follow are like all in on trying to win, because then that's what drives the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. It drives the organization to feel like they have to make sure they're building a team around you that wants to win. And if at any point you become okay with not winning, they can become okay with not winning. So that's really kind of how that conversation starts to spin a little bit. Is I don't know if you get this far if you don't care about winning at all, but there's a point where also if you've lost as much as he has, in order to just show up to work every day with the right mindset and energy and being a guy that your teammates enjoy being around, you have to disconnect from the outcomes and the results. And just for the things that he can control, as far as we can tell, he's still doing those things at a pretty good level.
On the field, yes, he is.
So he's not the GM, he's not the owner, he's not the pitcher, he's not the catcher. There are certain things that he's focusing on doing.
He can only
his
play
job
center field. That's
at
all
a
he can
super
do.
high level. Now, yeah, he at some point he would probably want to play in the World Series, though.
You would think so. You would think.
I mean,
it's the one thing he hasn't done.
At least have the chance. But I mean, at this point, he feels like Anaheim is where it started, and he doesn't want to go anywhere else.
By the way, I do have some respect for, but man, oh man, as a baseball fan, I feel like we have been robbed to this point, and for the love of God, get him to Philly. Just to Philly. Just go to Philly. I don't even like the Phillies, but I really don't. But for some reason, I'd love to see him in Philly. It would be phenomenal to get him over there, and also to get a chance to see Mike Trout play in October. But guys, coming up yesterday in yesterday's Final Out, we uncovered a list of the top 10 QBs that was anonymously put together by all the scouts, GMs, and coaches. And man, I hate this list and can't fathom how they came up with this list. So we're going to talk about this list, and if we have some time, a little more Final Out, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
I've just finished my 14th season. I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor? So
they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, you know when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, yeah, they found it. But, you know, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us.
Yeah.
As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is, if you're the crazy one, if you think you shouldn't be doubted, you haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks. You got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys. It's a lot of size. It's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not
Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, joining us live in the chat all show long, all of you guys, at The Fan LA on YouTube. Make sure you're in that chat, and you guys have been awesome all show long. Welcome back. And yesterday on the show, we did a final out, and it was kind of sprung on us, and I had no idea this even existed yet. But we're getting close to NFL season, baby. And, yes, NFL is absolutely king in the world of sports, in any city that you're in, period, stop. That being said, a list came out yesterday, and this list comes out every single year. We see it from position to position often, and it's simply this. It is the anonymous ranked coaches and executives and scouts of the top 10 QBs in the NFL. And boy, D-Fish, we were guessing the names, a lot of the usual suspects, but then I guessed a name that got a massive in the game. And my guess was simply this. Sam Darnold. Seems fair. Guy's won 14 games, 2 seasons in a row, and, I don't know, won the Super Bowl last year. Seems like that might have gotten him in the top 10. No, not in the top 10. Okay, that's weird. What possible metric could you be using to not put him in the top 10? But I digress, because as I started looking at this list a little bit closer, D-Fish, this list is insane. In fact, outside of the word health, there is no universe that anyone in this game has leapfrogged Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes missed half the season last year due to an injury, and he's coming back from the injury this season. If you want to just give me the injury aspect as the reason that he is there on this, not on number one on the list, okay, I'm willing to listen. Explain why Josh Allen, however, is number one. This has been like 5 years, every year, every conversation by every football talking head that exists. Josh Allen's the best. He's the absolute best. What happens in January when he has 4 turnovers that costs his team the playoffs every single year, like it happened last year again? How does that turn you from the third best QB to the first best QB? The last time we saw you, you turned the ball over like 5 times. How is Justin Herbert number 7 on this list? The way he throws is just so pretty. He turns into a potato in the playoffs every single year. Last year, he was atrocious. The best thing he did in the playoffs was give up a 30-point lead to the Jaguars. What are we doing? How is he number 7? Drake May, okay, I get it. He went to the Super Bowl. But how is he ahead of Caleb Williams? Like, did anyone watch Caleb Williams last year at all? This list is nuts to me. And by the way, this is from scouts and coaches and executives. Where's Jalen Hurts? The guy has been to 2 Super Bowls. Lamar Jackson has won 2 MVPs in the past 4 years. 5th? 5th. I must be taking crazy pills, D-Fish. This list is bat bleep crazy. Do the executives and coaches and scouts not watch football?
I mean, they No, they clearly are watching football.
Watching the games I'm watching.
I don't know. I think with Josh Allen, I just think there's a belief that he's done more with less, right? Like that. I don't think people feel like he's been necessarily surrounded with the best talent, the best coaching, the best whatever that that you view Patrick Mahomes having Andy Reid and Travis Kelce and these other talent and skills around him, Matthew Stafford, like these type of guys. And so I think that's why Josh Allen gets more of a nod. I mean, in addition to the fact that he's really freaking good.
Oh, no, he's definitely good. Make no mistake. I'm not complaining that Josh Allen is bad. That's not my new take today. Josh Allen is superb, but the number one QB in the league, with the other names that are on this list, I'm having trouble getting there.
Yeah, no, I think just not necessarily viewing it through whether or not he's led his team to wins, et cetera. It's just as a quarterback, the guy that can throw all the throws, that also Josh Allen is a guy that's rushed for 50 touchdowns, in terms of using his legs. I think that's where this vote comes from, and it's not so much how many wins, is he a leader, can he do this or this? It's just like positionally, he seems to be the guy that is the most like pure quarterback and checks all the boxes that if you could build a quarterback, it would be Josh Allen. That's how I think a lot of people are viewing this list. But I mean, and it's not because I'm a retired Cowboys fan, but Dak Prescott is essentially, they've almost had like the number one offense in the NFL for the last couple of years.
Every year.
But for some reason, he still doesn't really get that like top 2 or 3 guy credit that some of the other guys get, because the Cowboys haven't won at a high level. But we're not viewing this list through how many wins in the playoffs.
Clearly, that's a stat they clearly don't care about.
So why would Prescott be 6 if that's the case?
I don't know.
Right?
Also, I don't know. How has he fallen so low? Like, this list is just nonsense. And you know what? I'm excited because I'm sure Peyton's got another nonsense list. Let's do a little final out, my guy.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
All right, guys, the 2026 ESPY Awards are tonight. Let's go!
Oh, man, I love the ESPYs. It's my favorite. Who's going to win tallest basketball player?
Real quick, what do the ESPYs stand for?
I don't know. ESPN, why?
Okay, excellence in sports performance yearly, but it was really close.
Let's be real clear.
I'm glad we got that out of the way.
No, it doesn't. They're like, we're ESPN, let's call it the ESPYs. And then they found words to fill in the anagram.
They just added a Y.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the ESPYs are tonight at 5 o'clock. Comedian Marcelo Hernandez from Saturday Night Live hosting, which should be fun. There are 9 teams nominated for Best Team of the Year. 9 teams. So we're going to go back and forth on naming one of these 9 teams for the Best Team of the Year for the ESPY Awards tonight. Who are we starting with, Cody or Fish?
I'll go first. I'll go with and it'd be hilarious if they're not on it, because I said Sam Darnold yesterday. I'm going to go down the Seahawks, who won the Super Bowl, better be on the list.
Seattle Seahawks are on the list.
Thank God.
All right.
Thank God.
You can take a breath. Fish, what do we got?
I'm going with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
That's a great guess, Fish. Dodgers are on the list.
Well, it's in New York, and you couldn't turn on ESPN without them all just loving on the Knicks for the last couple of months. So let's go ahead and say the New York Knicks.
New York Knicks. See, we're cooking through these. Nice and easy, easy
slow
breeze.
Down. It's gonna get heavy.
It's gonna.
Are there other sports? What other sports are involved? Like, you don't need to tell us, but how many other sports?
I can tell you this. I'm not gonna tell you the actual sports, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, they're all different sports. 6 different sports, 2 from the same sport.
And when you say that, do you say that like women's and men's?
Yes, that is what I mean. Yes.
Okay.
How'd you know that?
I don't
so
know.
good.
I'm struggling here. This is a tough list.
All right, Fish.
Okay, best teams, they normally choose the teams that won something. So I'm going with the Indiana Hoosiers in football. college
Hoosiers.
football.
Oh, you don't have to specify. Of course, Fish. We know. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, both guys through round 2. We love it. Cody, what do we got? Round 3.
I mean, we're doing.
It's getting dicey.
It is. I mentioned UCLA Lady Bruins did win the national championship, and there is a women's team on there, but I'm going to say they're not going to mention women's college basketball for some reason.
Okay.
Was it the... I'm going to do it. UCLA women's basketball.
That's your final answer?
Yes.
That's your final answer. It's also the final out.
What the hell?
No.
They won the national title.
No, not around. I thought this was going to be an easy one. I thought we were going to last till the end of the show.
Oh,
We
is that
still
what
got
you thought?
time.
Is that what you thought?
We got an eternity here.
Is that what you thought?
You guys talk about whatever you want. It's a good thing we got backup.
What are the
topics.
what are the rest of the teams?
We had the Las Vegas Aces.
I was thinking about going with them, but I was saving them for the
Coulda
next
went
one.
For women's hoops, you could have went Vegas Aces, Carolina Hurricanes in the NHL.
Okay.
Stanley Cup winners.
Yeah.
Texas Longhorns ladies softball is on there, but not ladies basketball.
What the
Yes.
hell? No. No. You're
And-
telling me women's softball is here, but women's basketball is here?
That's what
That's
I'm saying.
I'm
Well, that's what the ESPYs are saying. And then also at the bottom of the list, you got Team USA men's hockey, Team USA women's hockey. Come on, they both had some really great goals this year.
They
so,
did.
yeah, give
Yes,
them-
that's fair. But I have a Longhorns football, softball over UCLA women's basketball.
Yeah.
D-Fish, what do you think of that?
Yeah.
That's a crime. That's a crime.
I don't agree with that. Maybe it was a viewership thing.
Maybe.
I
I would be interested to see if that was actually the case. 'Cause listen, College World Series women's softball is actually a blast to watch in Oklahoma
but
City.
it's also shown on the networks.
Yes.
Compared to women's college basketball championships.
I was watching it.
I'm surprised they're not on there at all.
Dude.
Make it 10 teams.
Make it 10 teams. What the hell? Make it a
Why
round
not?
number.
Why not?
I'm sorry. My team should have been on there. This is ridiculous. This is why the ESPYs aren't serious.
Also, though, real quick, got to give everyone their flowers here. Can we at least give Fish a little applause for winning today? Can we just at least do that? Thank you. All right, congrats, Fish. Hey, welcome back.
Thanks.
Good to have you back.
That
in the
wasn't a
studio.
victory. That was ESPN yet again robbing me of another thing. Guys, we did it again. D-Fish. Another day, my man.
Yes, sir,
And I
Steve.
cannot wait to do it again with you tomorrow morning, guys. It's been a blast today. Enjoy yourselves the rest of the day, of course, but you don't want to go anywhere because right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, Brock and Alex are next. And, of course, you want to be right back here tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., bright and early for another D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. But that's it for us. Enjoy yourself some sports. We'll see you.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation, and we want you to be a part of the show. You can call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, Brock, I had just heard something like in the hallway. I think it was like a news update. You know, Ranch is kind of like having its moment this summer with the World Cup here and all the Europeans like
yes.
fallen in love with Ranch. And I thought I heard this incorrectly. Apparently, there is a new ranch, and I'm all down for like spicy ranch, like the different like mixtures of ranch flavors. Poppin' Ranch. I just want you to guess, what do you think this is?
Poppin' Ranch.
Poppin' Ranch.
I'm going
It's at a wing place. And you've never had
assume-
ranch. I know you've still never had ranch.
But I'm going to guess. Ooh, wing place makes me think it's buffalo sauce mixed with ranch.
I wish.
Oh, I'm nervous now.
Pop Rock candy in ranch. I thought it was a joke. I was like, there's no way. But yeah, it's a Buffalo Wild Wings thing where they flavored poppin' candy that adds burst. No.
I'm
No.
sorry. So
No.
So it
Absolutely
tastes
not.
like ranch, but it has the pop rock effect where there's like fireworks going off in your mouth every 2 seconds.
Savory ranch flavored popping candy that adds a burst of ranch and pop to every bite. That sounds horrible.
Put it on a burger.
That's
what I say.
Poppin'. I thought it was a joke. I heard it in the hallway. It was a news update. I was like, there's no way.
We're just bored as a species.
No.
Like, we're just making we're
What is
combining things that were never meant to be combined.
By the way, have we decided when Brock is going to be trying ranch for the first time on the show?
No, because I keep hoping you guys will forget.
No, we need to ask Andrew
A
because there was
burst
potentially
of
a
ranch
partnership
flavor
and we were
followed by
waiting for that. Yeah.
Audible pop and crackle with every bite.
Think about this, though, guys.
Absolutely not.
You
That
can
sounds-
get the ranch flavor without the risk of staining yourself.
What?
What are you talking about?
So
What do you mean?
So I always stain myself with ranch because when I pick up my ranch, it always drips off of it onto like my shirt. So
I love how
with
that's
this,
the
it's
ranch
a
is
dry.
supposed to not.
It's like a
okay, I'm
dry-
still confused. So it's the Pop Rock candy flavored as ranch?
Yes, but I would pair it with like.
So you're just putting the
But
ranch.
they're putting it on wings.
But they're putting it like you put it like as like a spice. Like think of it as like a spice. You know what I mean?
Okay.
A spice that like pops.
But it still does the pop rock thing.
Like how it
but
sizzles.
yes, it sizzles, and it. But
I
I would
don't
use
know.
it as like a spice, or like maybe I'd put
Wait,
it in.
have
like,
you used it already?
No.
Oh.
But hearing
It's like,
it,
so you know
like,
about it,
Maybe
you
I
just
would
tell
put
us?
it in like the boils, like the seafood boils. That might be a little crazy.
Oh.
That might be a little crazy.
There is a famous line from the first Jurassic Park, and I'm bringing this up because Sam Neill, the star of the first Jurassic Park,
Okay.
passed yesterday. And Jeff Goldblum is talking about the dinosaurs, and he says, "We spent so much time wondering if we could that we never considered if we should." This invention
Facts.
does not need to exist.
Facts.
We need. I'm suing Buffalo Wild Wings just for coming up with this.
I wouldn't put that out there. Okay, Brock. Also, you need to try ranch before, don't knock it till you try it. You know, don't hate on it until we try it. I don't know if it's still like out there and still a thing, but
Oh my god.
Shay, that might need to be like what we need to get when we get the ranch for Brock to try it for the first time. Sprinkles. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
a ranch
something.
connoisseur. I am like very particular and picky with my ranch flavor, so I'm down.
Poppin'
Yeah.
ranch.
Yeah.
Every time I think I've seen it all,
Not
someone
yet.
comes along and amazes
Not
me.
yet. All right, guys, we have our second FIFA World Cup semifinal match today. England against Argentina, kicking off at noon, you guys. And after yesterday, Spain just absolutely dominating France. They're headed to the final. I hope we get a better game today, like a little more competitive. I mean, this is the first time in Messi's career that he will ever play England, which is crazy
Yes.
to think about. And then I started to kind of like look into the matchup, and I didn't realize how much history and bad blood there is between these two countries.
Lay it on us.
So, I mean, the history goes back to like early times of when like England was basically trying to conquer the world, right?
Okay.
So England tried to invade Argentina, failed a few times, but then there was the Falkland War in 1982, and it's a geopolitical, like, this tension over this island that still remains like a very sensitive issue today. It's off the coast of Argentina. England, I think what is it called when you have like ownership over an island? They own the territory.
Claim the territory or something like that.
Something like that. And in 1982, they went to war over it. A lot of people died. And then just 4 years after that war, these two teams met in the 1986 World Cup. And it was this legendary quarterfinal match where Diego Maradona scored the infamous Hand of God goal using his hand, followed minutes later by the goal of the century where he dribbled past the entire English defense. And Argentina went on to win 2-1. A victory that has like later been described as a symbolic revenge for the war.
Ooh.
So there is, I got chills even just
And that's the last time. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So there's a lot of,
I mean,
there's a lot of history.
44 years ago is not a long time, which means probably, 44 years. So I would say at least half of Argentina fans, whether they're at the stadium or at home, like have memories of this happening. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
it gets a
there's-
little chippy out there.
Right? So there's going to be, and again, like the first time in his career that Messi is going to be playing England.
Yeah, there's a pretty heavy discourse regarding how Argentina just miraculously always gets to avoid the big dogs. So it's shocking the list of countries
Are you
that
still
Messi
on
hasn't played.
your Vargentina?
I did go down a rabbit hole last night. I had 45 minutes to kill, and I was deep in the Argentina is FIFA's favorite, and yeah, there's a pretty strong case that Messi has been. It's unfortunate because he's undeniably the best, but for those who want to attack his path to World Cups, there's a pretty strong case. But that being said, I love any game where tensions are high.
Yeah.
And it sounds like this is exactly going to be the case, especially among fans. 44 years ago is not that long ago.
Wild. And I'm guessing Argentina's coming in as the fave. Do we have those odds, Shay? Do you have those?
I'd imagine it'd be pretty close, just because England's trending upward and Argentina just keeps kind of getting by the skin of their teeth. Let me look this up.
England's plus 165.
Okay. So Argentina is favored, but I consider this match a toss-up. Obviously, Argentina is Argentina, and England is further than they've been in recent memory regarding the tournament. But just how they've looked in recent games, England looks like they're playing with their hair on fire, and Argentina keeps pulling off miracles. And
That's such a funny
just feel
visual.
like-
Let's
I just see the hair on fire.
Before the game starts, so they have the over/under set at 2.5. What do you guys got?
For
total goals?
Yeah,
like
total
who's
goals. Total
favored?
Oh, there's gonna be way more.
What do you
goals
mean?
than that.
Just in general, like the
in
whole
general,
the whole match all together.
All together, they have over and under 2.5 goals.
Over.
I'm going over.
Yeah.
I see. I don't know who wins, but I see like a 3-2 score.
Yeah,
I
I
just
see way
goals galore. Yeah.
So Argentina's favored by. Does it give you?
The Argentina, these are the entire odds. So
Okay.
Argentina is plus 175 money line. So if you were to bet $100 on Argentina, you would make $175. England is plus 160. This is interesting. So open. So
I
it
heard you
opened-
incorrectly earlier.
No, so England is plus 165 currently.
Okay.
And then Argentina It opened at plus 175 and now is at plus 205.
Whoa!
So if you bet $100 on Argentina, you can make $205.
Okay, interesting. There's also the thing with Argentina where people just want to see them lose. What
do you mean? I thought that like everybody loves them and they're everybody's favorite.
Before the 2 recent matches that turned because of red cards, people need somewhere to put their hate. Yes, so now everyone is ready for Messi and Argentina to be knocked off.
But this is like he is the GOAT, like, and this is his last World Cup. Don't you want to see him in the moment? Like, if your team's not in it, I love watching greatness.
Yeah.
And okay, yes, I will say there was a red card he probably should have gotten if Balogun got that red card, and you can see clearly his foot like on the calf looking at the player. Meanwhile, Flo was looking the opposite direction, just like stepped back and accidentally looked like he was breaking ankles. This is gonna be interesting.
Another thing too is England, South America, and Belgium enter every World Cup being the most hated just for historical reasons. England, obviously, this is the most support I've seen England have. And it's not just because they're facing Argentina. It's because people have fallen in love with Jude Bellingham.
Yeah.
And Harry Kane, I feel like he's 40 years old. I feel like I've been watching Harry Kane my whole life. He's like 29 or something like that. Harry Kane is younger than 30, I'm pretty sure.
No.
How old? Well, check it. Drum roll, please. How old's Harry Kane?
Slow internet. 32.
Okay, 32.
Okay, that feels
old.
right. That feels right.
See, he feels so much older to me. Like, he feels like he should be 40 years old.
Because of his hairline?
The hairline doesn't help.
Maybe
the hairline does not help. But I think people are there's a collective feeling of, oh, Harry Kane deserves much more respect than he's been given because he's typically knocked out, because England typically gets knocked out at the quarterfinal stage, and people are falling in love with Jude Bellingham, who's only 23. So people want to support Harry and get in early on the next great one, which Jude Bellingham's having a great World Cup.
Okay.
And people want a reason to hate Argentina. So I say all that to say this is the
That's
most
fair.
support.
This is his 3rd World Cup.
Maybe that's why he feels so old.
But that's not even that. Like 2018 in Russia, 2022 in Qatar, and then this World Cup.
Yeah. He's just been on a big stage at a very young age. And I think that just means you always assume that he's older than he actually is. Like 5 World Cups from now, when Lamine Yamal is still playing soccer, we're like, is this guy 50 years old or what?
I just discovered his little brother.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you guys. If you want your heart to explode, I had no idea. And I was showing Brock in our morning meeting. I was like, oh my God, have you seen Lamal's little brother?
He's their mascot, basically.
He is literally a bundle of joy. And you forget because his brother, who is playing on the team, is a teenager.
Yeah.
So they're kids.
Did you know? Okay, so I've seen this photo the entire tournament. I always assumed it was Photoshop or AI or something, and just a joke I was on the outside of. Do you know who baptized Lamine Yamal?
No.
Lionel Messi.
For real?
Yeah.
Like that's his godfather?
No, there was a drawing that they did in Spain, and you could submit your child to be baptized in a photo shoot with a famous soccer player. And somehow Lamine Yamal got picked, and Messi was there's a photo of him.
So it's real.
Yeah, I thought it was fake this entire time.
So he's been blessed by Messi.
Lamine Yamal's the next great one. He's literally been blessed by Messi.
He's been blessed.
How
Does he know?
insane is that?
Have they addressed this?
I'm assuming they're waiting for them to likely meet up in the World Cup. Then it'll be a major story.
Then that'll become a big story.
For the past 6 weeks, I thought it was just a meme that I didn't get.
So if Argentina wins this afternoon, then the story. So you're just ahead of the whole situation, Brock.
Trying to get ahead.
Wild, you guys.
It's nuts.
This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun. Again, though, with these two teams, whoever ends up losing, I don't see these guys against France in a 3rd place match on Saturday. Just feels weird.
It does. It doesn't feel right. And France just looked like a shell of themselves. France looked like the NL team last night in the All-Star game.
Was France?
I just didn't want to be there.
Speaking of that, you guys, All-Star game was okay. Like,
I think you're being nice.
the home run derby, to have the home run derby on Monday and just how electric that was.
Yeah.
In every sense of the word. Like, we got a walk-off win with, like, the hometown kids, like, the Phillies players, like, in it till the end. Like, it was, the home run derby was an A+, and the All-Star game was, like, a D.
I was going to say D+ at best.
D?
That was very
I just had
dry.
it on mute in the background. It was like, I tried to watch, and after the first inning, I was like, this is just not entertaining.
I will admit that I left during the 5th inning because I needed to get something from the store, and I was thinking, I'll just finish. I'll go after the game. I'll get what I need from the store to finish dinner. And then around the 5th inning, I was like, I'm leaving.
I don't need to stay.
I'm done.
Like, American League shut out the National League 4-0. AL pitchers combined for 15 strikeouts, only allowing 3 hits. And huge congrats to former Dodger Cody Bellinger, who won the All-Star Game MVP after driving in 2 runs. Justin Robleski was the one shining moment, you guys, for the Dodgers. His first All-Star appearance, he turned it into a historic performance on his 26th birthday.
Yes.
What an iconic birthday gift to yourself. To just really cool he struck out 5 hitters over 2 innings, the first pitcher to record 5 strikeouts in an All-Star game since Pedro Martinez in 1999. Like, wow. He is him. I think he stepped, like, that was his moment to show the baseball world, like, I'm for real.
Yeah, and thank God I came home midway through the 8th inning and I saw he was on the mound, so then I just rewound it to when he got in because I got to support my guy. I didn't think he was going to get in, but every batter you face, you strike out. Obviously, there was the home run, and Pete Crow Armstrong was mic'd up during that moment, which is a very funny clip if you go watch it. But for Robleski, most people, I would argue, outside of, we'll say, the NL West, probably their initial reaction was, who's that guy?
Who's this guy?
Yeah, who's this guy?
Yeah.
So for Robleski to kill it in that moment, this is how you enter, say, Cy Young conversations going forward, because now you're a familiar name, you have the respect, and if Robleski can keep doing this 2 years from now, if he's pitching at this level, he can be on his way to winning over voters because now people have seen him and associate him with the best in baseball.
It's just wild, too, because obviously you are on the Dodgers, the back-to-back World Series champs, and a rotation that was supposed to be absolutely stacked with Yamamoto, Ohtani, Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Roki Sasaki. And you were kind of the just in case out of the bullpen to start the season to well, we kind of need some more arms to fill out this deeper rotation that we have, because obviously Yamamoto and Ohtani and Roki Sasaki need a day more in between starts. To then be that really now we don't know what's happening with Ohtani.
Right.
He's bumped up to that number 2 right behind Yamamoto in this Dodgers pitching rotation.
And like you said, just a couple months ago, he was the spot guy. He was the, hey, something crazy happened and we need you to start. You have 24 hours to get ready. And he's like, all right, fine. And yeah, now at 10 wins, tied with Chris Sanchez for a good chunk of the season regarding the race to be the first starter with 10 wins. What a year he has had, and we still have plenty of baseball left to him to continue to cement just a fantastic early season in what I'm assuming will be a long career.
Oh, yeah. I mean, congratulations again, and happy belated birthday to Robleski. What a fun way to celebrate. Other Dodgers didn't do much.
Yes. Pretty quiet.
Over for Freddie with a walk. Over for Muncy. Over for Pages. And then Yamamoto didn't pitch because he started on July 11th for the Dodgers. So Robleski, way to carry
thanks for representing.
Way to carry it for the Dodgers, you guys. By the way, you guys, Monster Jam is coming to Crypto.com Arena this Friday, July 17th, and we are giving away a pair of tickets in about 40 minutes at the top of the next hour. Nothing compares to the one and only Monster Jam, featuring awesome trucks, incredible stunts, huge air, nonstop action. See fan favorites like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more. Keep listening throughout the show and tune in at the top of next hour for your chance to win tickets to Monster Jam. All you're going to have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and be caller number 4 at the top of the next hour. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, your prediction about Philly looks like it might be coming through in the NBA sweepstakes. More on that when Brock and Alex come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Shay, great song choice. That was the vibe.
What's the name of this song, Shay?
I would not.
Where have I heard this?
I know it's in a popular song.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So it's been like sampled in another
Yeah.
song. Okay.
I had to look up.
yeah.
I had to look up soccer song. Like,
it's a soccer
it's like,
song?
It's known as like you hear it in TikTok. Like on TikTok, you'll watch like a TikTok of someone like playing soccer, and this
Okay.
is always in the background of it. So I had to like look up TikTok soccer song. And, like, go through this
There's our
whole
Gen Z
thing.
producer.
There you go.
Crushing it. Speaking of soccer, just for a moment, because during the break we were talking about, there was this photo of Messi baptizing.
So he's
Lamine
100%
Yamal.
bathing him.
Yeah.
I read that the baptism wasn't that day.
Okay.
It was like a charity thing through a church that did the baptism. So
Got
there was time
it.
between
Got
the two.
it. Okay.
But it is a real photo.
Oh, we just looked at it, and it's Lamine Yamal in a little blue tub, and Messi is Pope Messi is baptizing him. It's goat and baby goat. Like, and if Argentina wins this afternoon, they'll be playing each other in the World Cup final. It is wild.
I'm so curious
Wild.
if they've met since. Yeah, because Messi.
Well, he knows. I'm sure this has been a huge part of Lamal's whole, like, his life.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, no, I have a photo with the GOAT. I was a child.
Yeah,
getting
I'm
baptized
curious
by him.
if Messi was still in Barcelona by the time Yamal, started playing soccer and realized what happened. I wonder how long until he was told, hey, that guy that you took that photo with is the best soccer player in the world.
Of all time. Of all time.
Yeah, that would be a major story if
It already is.
If
I
Argentina
love
can pull it off.
The algorithm was working for us. It heard us talking
It heard
about
us.
it. I opened up a social, and there it was.
Always listening.
Here's the photo. All right, guys. We are still on LeBron James watch. And the most recent, because he is still unsigned, apparently, and this has been your push and your belief of where he's going to end up. And I wasn't on board as much, but we are now getting more and more information about it, that the 76ers are making one of the strongest pushes to land LeBron James. So according to ESPN, Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, and Jaylen Brown have all been communicating directly with LeBron. Now, Maxey's reportedly leading the recruitment, has a close relationship with LeBron through Clutch Sports and years of off-season training together. But their biggest pitch is they believe they can offer LeBron the best opportunity to win another championship. So this is, again, what it comes down to for LeBron when he says, my biggest thing is I want to be happy. So I think that means being wanted, because I think that was the biggest factor in him not coming back to the Lakers was like, okay, yeah, we'll take you. He's like, well, I don't want that. I want you to want me to be here. And the more information had come out of him, like 80% sure he was going to go back to the Lakers, and 2 weeks later, 1,000% sure he was not. It all just kind of boils down to like, okay, well, he wasn't one of the top priorities on Luka's list now that this is Luka's team. And they would figure out a way to make it work if he came back, opposed to, hey, we really want you back here. It was just the vibe that I got from all the information that we've heard now since he made that decision. So the fact that these like final teams that are really making the push, which are the Cavs, the Heat, the 76ers, T-Wolves are still in there. I don't really feel like they're as big as the top three.
True.
I've been leaning the most towards the Cavs. But after hearing the 76ers are publicly now talking about how big of a push they're making for LeBron James and they really want him there, I think that has to be one of the top factors.
It is. LeBron wants to be courted.
Yeah.
Right? Like LeBron.
He deserves that.
Yeah.
He deserves that.
Why the Lakers situation is such a thorn in his shoe is because for the entirety of his career before this offseason, he is used to the entire league courting him, saying, we want you here. And for the first couple weeks of the offseason, teams had other needs.
Yeah.
And the first thing on the list for most teams is, can we land LeBron? For most teams this year, it was the 5th or 6th thing. So now that we're finally at the window where teams are willing and able and realizing that they can get him, they're courting him. So this is what he wants and what he's used to, and I expect him to take his time, because let's face it, he likes this feeling, and this is the feeling that he's used to getting, and the Lakers broke his heart by not doing that.
Yeah.
Philly is now making a push. So for Philadelphia, there is a big if, similar to how I say the Lakers are an if right now, but if everything works out, this team can compete for championships. If Jaylen Brown is okay being the 4th option, if Joel Embiid can remain healthy, two big ifs, but if those things can come together, the Philadelphia 76ers are far and away the favorite to win the championship if LeBron signs there. A starting 5 of Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, LeBron James, Joel Embiid, and Jaylen Brown is stuff of nightmares for the rest of the league. So major ifs involved, but LeBron is sitting there thinking right now, if this thing works out, far and away, this is my best chance at winning a championship for the 2026 season.
It's just wild, again, because Joel Embiid, obviously, as we know, has been dealing with injuries throughout his career. This is a new situation for Jaylen Brown, who it feels like the reason he's not in Boston anymore is because he wanted to be the star of the show and was not the star of the show. So if LeBron James ends up coming to Philly, LeBron is going to be the star of the show, especially with the history that Jaylen Brown has talking trash on Philly, which that's a whole other thing. But then maybe having LeBron, that would take away the attention from any history that Jaylen Brown had with Philly. And it's like, well, okay, we got this new group of stars together. Let's just see if we can make something happen. And can they make it happen? And as you mentioned, I mean, the risk is, and the gamble is, can everybody stay healthy? And can these personalities work together?
Joel Embiid last year played 38 games. The year before that, he played 19. The year before that, he played 39. So the argument is...
out of...
injuries. Knees, back... It's always something with him. His very first year in the NBA, he played 31 games. He has... I'm looking at it now. He's never played more than 70 games in his career. The most he's ever played is 68.
Yeah, and this is out of 82. I was saying out of 82.
Oh, sorry.
No,
yes,
that's okay.
Yes.
I should have been more clear.
No.
So, out of 82 games.
Correct. So
he's never played more than 70 in his NBA career.
So on one hand, there's a track record of an injured player who is getting older by the year. And on the other hand, there is, this is the least amount that he would be asked to contribute to the team, because this is the best roster he would be around. That being said, I see this as a bigger if than the Jaylen Brown situation. And for those, as a reminder of the Jaylen Brown situation, he wanted his own team. That was the message he essentially gave to the Celtics, is with Jason Tatum missing the majority of the year, I got a taste of having my own team. I led us to 56 wins. I'm ready. And he wanted to go to Atlanta because Atlanta traded Trae Young, and that was going to be his team. The Celtics instead gave him a middle finger and traded him to their rival in Philadelphia. Tyrese Maxey is a perennial all-star from this moment going forward. He is the point guard. He is the ball handler. That's option number one. Joel Embiid is a superstar when he is on the court, which is few and far between, but he is number two. If LeBron James goes there, LeBron James is number three, except for the games where Embiid is not there, then he is number two.
Yeah.
And if you're Jaylen Brown, at best, you are number four. So Jaylen Brown is a big if. However, the fact that Jaylen Brown is maybe not leading the charge, but at the forefront of courting LeBron, at least for now, he seems to be on board with accepting that.
I'm just looking, ever since you mentioned Embiid's hasn't played more. I mean, the most he's played is 68 games, and that's when he won his scoring title.
Right.
And it all started with that torn meniscus. And then it's just been, again, in 2023-24, 39 games for the meniscus, 24-25, 19 games, knee issues again. And then last season managed heavily down the stretch to preserve his health for the playoffs, still only played 38 games.
And it still didn't work, right?
That's 3 seasons in a row. But I mean, that's all after his end, like since he was MVP in 22-23. He just hasn't, he had 2 really solid seasons post the COVID era in 21-22 and then 22-23, where he won the scoring title and the MVP. But then after that 3 seasons, it's just been plagued with injury. So how, I don't even know if you can like count on him being a part of this.
Yeah, so
this pitch.
And if you are LeBron, that's what you're weighing. You're saying, okay, best case scenario, Joel Embiid gets me 50 games with playoffs included. Can we still, as just a foursome of me, VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey, and Jaylen Brown, carry ourselves to where if we can get to the conference finals with the healthy Joel Embiid, then let him put the pedal to the metal? I think they are capable of doing that, but I'm sure LeBron right now is not getting too caught up in the starting 5. He has to embrace what the starting 4 would be, assuming that Joel Embiid will not be there for at least half the season.
Wild. So again, top contenders, Cavs, that would be the going back home and finishing his career where it all began. That feels like the storybook ending, especially since I think he announced that he's doing a documentary.
Yes.
That feels like the right fit. And, you know, they have a solid team. They had a pretty embarrassing exit.
But still a good
from
team.
the
Right,
playoffs
you're right.
this past season. And then the Heat, obviously getting Giannis with Bam, going back and playing with Pat Riley gives him another chance to win with an organization that he has history with. And then the 76ers, I think, are a real push. After this whole conversation, I don't know if the health is worth it. And then I forgot about the Golden Boys.
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors. He just posted a video with him golfing with Draymond Green and Kevin Hart. Did you see it? They're giving him
trash talking Kevin Hart because he's the worst one.
Yeah. He's a short.
So one final factor too,
'Kay.
and I bring this up because LeBron has cited happiness being one of the big factors.
Yes.
If you go to Cleveland, there is no pressure. Yes, we want you to win a championship, but you underachieving here, we're still happy that you're here and finishing your story here. If you are going to Philly, you are going there to win a championship.
Boy, Philly fans are
and this is the fan base that was just booing children for dropping pop flies. And
in the home run derby outfield, you guys.
Exactly.
Literally, there did not matter.
And I'm wondering how much of playing in front of this fan base throughout the year will affect that happiness score that Philadelphia can bring.
Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious. That's a whole other factor, man. They ain't going to open you with open arms just because you're LeBron James.
No.
They're going to remember. Philly fans don't forget. And they're going to let you know. Yeah, I don't know if that would add to the, quote, happiness that he's looking for. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here on Brock and Alex. When we come back, do you care? LA, we're diving into the hottest stories around sports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases an opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents are, I mean, they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important. And honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to, like, you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And Shay, we appreciate your music selection today. This is the vibe, okay?
You're grooving over here.
Let's keep it going, okay? I want the... What was the last one? What would you call that? Tribal?
Soccer tribal chants?
Yeah,
maybe?
tribal.
Yeah.
Latin vibes here. Shay?
It's England's turn next hour.
Oh. I don't know if that's the...
As long as we don't have to eat their food.
Your fan base.
We're a fair team here.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We don't have to be. At all.
She's disgusted at the idea that this would be fair.
Absolutely not. All right, guys. Also, we want you to be a part of the show. You can call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. You're going to want to save this number, 855-975-2326, because in about 15 minutes, we are giving away a pair of Monster Jam tickets. It's coming to Crypto.com Arena this Friday, July 17th. Nothing compares to the one and only Monster Jam, featuring awesome trucks, incredible stunts, huge air, and nonstop action. See fan favorites like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more. That one gets me every time. Sparkle Smash. Keep listening throughout the show and tune in at the top of next hour for your chance to win tickets to Monster Jam. All you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326 in about 15 minutes and be caller number 4. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay for Do You Care LA?
I am ready for Do You Care LA, but because of the YouTube, I'm playing new songs and all that.
Yeah?
I did not have the big voice ready to go.
That's okay.
So that's my fault, guys.
That's okay. We forgive you.
Fault, guys. That's my
We
fault, guys.
forgive you.
I'm going to take that one on the chest.
Okay, let's go.
I'm going to take that one on the chest. Do You Care LA? The
Yep.
segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Today, we got a plethora of stories, and they're all from different...
Plethora.
I like that word.
I know, but the enunciation
My girlfriend did
on
the
like
same thing to me
plethora.
the other day.
It's plethora.
Plethora.
You're adding a syllable.
Plethora.
Plethora.
That doesn't
BTS
make
Nick,
it
I
fun.
see you in there fighting.
I know.
Fighting.
I hear you.
Plethora.
Plethora.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it anymore.
Plethora.
It's just
You
not
almost
the
just
same.
made Brock
We
spit
ruined it
out.
for
his-
It's not the same. It's just not the
But that's
same.
what it is.
Do You Care LA?
Yeah. We
Shout
care
out-
that you say it right, Shay. We care that you say it right.
Shout out to Rock Chalowski because he made a plethora of money.
Okay, there we go.
That was good, right, guys?
Yeah, it was. That was
So
good.
he received a record $10.35 million as a signing bonus from the White Sox
Dang.
after being selected number 1 overall in the MLB draft. So what does that mean? That basically means he's not even on the team yet, and he's getting a $10.35 million signing bonus. He might be double A. He might be triple A for all we know. But he gets that $10 million bonus no matter what, guys. Do You Care LA?
Did you see his reaction and what it meant to him and his family
That was special.
after he won? He was crying with his family all around him, hugging him. I love when top athletes show emotion because it really is. It's a full family effort to get your child or someone in your life to reach their goal, and everybody has to make sacrifices. And in that moment, and we talk about this, we talked about throughout drafts, the NFL draft, it's like, okay, you reach that dream, but now the real work begins. So it's like, yeah, you got the signing bonus, but again, like it looks like he has a good family that can kind of help him
navigate,
find a financial like advisor, or they helps. But baseball is one of the hardest sports to actually make it to the big leagues. I hope he does. And I love when, athletes get that opportunity to get what they deserve. And this is one of those moments.
Baseball is certainly the most difficult sport to make it to the biggest stage, just because there are more steps to make it to the big stage in baseball than any other.
2As, AA, AAA. So you got at least 4 levels that you need to absolutely crush it at before you make it to the big leagues.
And I always say baseball players love their sport more than any other professional athlete loves their sport, because in order to make it to that payday that can change your life, obviously the Rock Chalowski situation is a unique one.
Yeah.
Typically, like, you are 6 to 7 years of motels and buses and just grinding through it. So really quickly, the MLB draft did happen. USC had 6 players drafted. UCLA had 10 players drafted. And of course, shortstop Rock Chalowski, number 1 overall. He is phenomenal. The early exit that UCLA had was disappointing. They were expected to be a favorite to win it all. That did not happen, but the reason he is getting that $10 million plus signing bonus is because he's special. And Cody Decker from D. Fish and Decker earlier in the morning, earlier this year, he was saying that there's an opportunity for Chalowski to be promoted to the actual White Sox roster before the end of the year. Now, that was before the White Sox looked like a potential playoff team.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still the case, but that is just proof of how much faith that the world of baseball has in him.
I want to say like a Paul Skeens is someone who made like an incredibly fast rise to the big leagues.
One that
like
comes to
pitching in the College
mind,
World Series, and in the big leagues in the same year.
Joe Mauer for the Twins has had the fastest rise that I can think of. But if Chalowski can go from being drafted to a couple months later playing playoff
I mean,
baseball.
he's in the right organization that
Yeah.
would need a star player like that.
Mhm.
So there was also all the memes of like, oh, he's crying because he's going to the White Sox. It has not been a positive story around the White Sox for a decent amount of time now.
No.
So the fact that like when we looked, I think they were playing the Dodgers, right? And that's how we found out. We
Mhm.
had okay, we had a Chicago Odyssey talent on the show, and we were like, excuse me, what? They have a winning record? Since when?
They're low-key cooking, as
Yeah.
the kids would say.
Okay.
And in typical Rob Manfred, commissioner of MLB fashion, when he announced the #1 overall pick in the MLB draft, a name that he should know better than any other name, he proudly pronounced him Rock-Chalewski. Thank you, Rob Manfred, for not even knowing the name of the #1 overall pick of the draft in the league that you run.
Yikes.
I think he beat Cody's record, right?
What?
I think because Cody was the all-time UCLA home run.
Oh,
Was it Cody?
I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him. He's probably downstairs.
Are you
in the
listening,
gym.
Cody? You wanna call in?
We know you're listening, and you're on a treadmill right now. We're doing bench press. Come upstai's and
Cody,
tell us
call
if Rock
us.
beat your record.
Because I remember Cody
Just call
had
us.
a
How do you
record
feel
of
about
some
this?
sort. I remember.
He has lots of records.
Yeah, I know. No, but like a UCLA record. I remember he had like a couple UCLA records, but I'm not sure if this is the one that was broken or not.
Which is fun too, because I'm going on my college reunion
Yeah.
trip in Chicago this weekend, and she was like my roommate, my college bestie. Her husband played baseball with Cody at UCLA.
How cool is
And
that?
so,
Oh, that's
they
very
were looking
cool.
into it. And he's like, "Oh my God, no way! Tell Cody we said what's up."
Legends.
Yeah.
UCLA baseball's got legends, man. They
we
got
love it.
legends. On to the next one, guys. So the Seahawks are sold for a record at $9.6 billion. They just won. So, I mean, of course, it's going to be high value. So a group led by the 49ers limited partner, Vinod Khosla, has agreed to purchase the Seattle Seahawks for $9.612 billion, the highest price ever paid for an NFL franchise. The Khosla family will have to sell its stake in the Niners before taking control
that was my
of
question.
the Seahawks. Correct, yeah. So do you care, LA, about this massive deal?
I think we're going to see a lot of sales happening soon because it's kind of leaving the family business and it's going into these groups and it's groups coming in to own and bring these franchises to that $1 billion level. Sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah.
This kind of was the writing on the wall, obviously, since the passing.
So this is kind of crazy. So Paul Allen, who died in 2018.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not butchering this. When he passed, he told his estate, aka his family,
Yeah.
you have 10 years to sell the team. I don't want you guys getting caught up in running the team, because he was essentially saying this is going to tear you guys apart.
Yes.
You have 10 years to sell it. And that was 2018. So
Wow.
credit to the kids for
Listening.
winning a Super Bowl and saying, I think now is the time to sell the team.
Now's the time. We
and
did
now they
it.
get $9.6 billion because of it. So it's kind of a cool story in a way, like
That's insane.
timing wise.
How much? The Lakers were 10 bill.
I believe
Is that
so.
what the Bus
Yeah.
family did?
Yes.
Which
Yes.
is like the biggest sale of a sports team
To my knowledge, yeah.
in the U.S. So this would be a close second.
Yeah. Very close.
Very
second.
close.
Wild.
Very,
I mean,
very close.
NFL will break that record. I think the next NFL team to get sold will break that record 100%.
Oh,
these,
for sure.
These numbers are just getting
Well, that's why it's groups.
outrageous,
It's groups
man.
coming in. Yeah.
100%, guys. So
All
we
right.
definitely care. We definitely care.
Yes,
this
we
one's
do care.
quick, guys. This one's
'Kay.
quick. Freddy's is coming to California. So it's already here.
What's
but
Freddy?
So Freddy's is a frozen custard and steak burger place.
It's pretty good.
It's very good. So there's some spots in LA. I think there's like 1 or 2 out here, but it's coming out and they're really making a push for it now.
It's a Kansas-based chain?
Yes, Kansas-based steak burgers,
What's a
fries,
steak
cheese.
burger?
So it's
It's like
basically
a
just
piece of
better meat.
steak?
It's basically just made with like ribeye and like stuff like that.
But
They're
it's
kind
still
of-
chuck. It's
the-
like ground.
The quality of meat is different. No, it's not like a proper steak between 2 buns. They're
Yeah.
referencing the quality of meat that they use.
Okay.
Freddy's is good. I didn't even know there were ones already
Cheese
in California.
curds?
Yeah, so-
Shay had to let me know that there are ones in LA
There's
already.
one in like Agora, Westlake, I think. That's
the
like the
only
closest
ones
one.
I've been to are in Kansas and I think Illinois. It's pretty good.
Okay.
I'll try it out. I'll be there.
I don't know.
If it gets approved, I'll be there.
If it gets approved?
Well, there's always like
It's a plan
neighborhoods
to
fighting
add 60 new
back
restaurants and all that. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, so it's a big push. Oh, plans to add 60 new restaurants.
Yeah.
Wild.
Massive push.
I love a burger, so like I'll try it. Cheese curds, fries. I mean, I'm the fry monster.
There
like,
we go. She's on board.
Let's do it. All right. Hour number 2. Will Shohei Ohtani be back on the mound this week? What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, and I want you to save this number because we are about to do a giveaway. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and save that number, you guys, because it is time to give away 2 Monster Jam tickets. Monster Jam's coming to Crypto this Friday, July 17th. Nothing compares to the one and only Monster Jam with awesome trucks, incredible stunts, huge air and nonstop action. See fan favorites like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more. All you have to do is call right now, 855-975-2326, 855-97-LA-FAN. Be caller number 4 to win tickets to Monster Jam. That's 855-975-2326. Good luck. We are also about an hour away from kickoff between England and Argentina, kicking off at noon. And we started the top of the show just sharing and talking about the history that I wasn't aware of between England and Argentina until today. And it goes back to wars and territories and England coming in and trying to take over Argentina. And then the war is called the Falkland War of 1982, and it has to do with I keep wanting to say owning the island, having the territory, owning the territory of this island off of the coast of Argentina. I feel like the world probably has beef with England. They've tried to.
Every country
take
on
over
planet Earth has rights to a beef with England.
We left England. That's how, we just celebrated our 250th birthday of leaving England and having our freedom from England, which is wild.
They have not made many friends.
No.
And it is why their downfall is usually celebrated in international events, and the World Cup is no different, except when they face Argentina.
Whoa, you're still taking the England side.
I'm not taking England's side. I'm just...
You're having a hard time with the VAR
Yeah.
and how it's benefiting, in quotes, Argentina and the greatest player of all time in Messi.
And I feel that the biggest evidence of that annoyance on soccer fans and World Cup fans is that people are overwhelmingly rooting for England, which is a sentence that probably hasn't been said since 1775.
I just want to see a good game. I want to see Messi go off. Harry Kane, I'm also down with that. But, how cool would that be to see Lamine Yamal and that, baby photo of him being baptized by Messi when he was a child, and then they face off against each other in a World Cup final?
Do they recreate the photo?
I
Just
mean,
for old time's sake?
AI will. People will, but no, they're not going to recreate that.
You know what's going to happen?
What?
If Spain beats Argentina, they're going to AI and flip it to where now Lamine Yamal is bathing Messi.
Is bathing Messi?
Yep.
That would be wild.
That's what's going to happen.
Did you take, say who you're taking? You said England.
We
do think there's going to be more than 2.5 goals. So we took the over on 2.5 goals.
Official guess, the score will be 3-2 Argentina.
Whoa.
That's my official. That does not mean I'm rooting for them.
Is it going to be in regulation, or is this going to be extra time?
I'm going to say regulation. I think we just get a buku number of goals. I think it's going to be goals galore. Yes.
A buku. I like
Shay,
that.
have you heard? Shay's on the phone handling business. We're not going to bring him in.
No.
Yeah, Buku. When Shay is off the phone doing really important things and always being the
Maybe
wonderful
he's talking
producer
to a
that he
winner.
is, we're going to ask him if he knows what that word means.
A buku? Is it a buku or
just buku?
Buku.
A buku. Yes.
A buku.
Yes.
Like going bonkers. Like crazy?
Specifically, it's numerical. A lot of something.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brock.
We're all learning here today.
Lesson of the day. And here is producer Shay.
Hey, guys.
Have you heard of this word here? Say it to Shay because he's hearing it.
If I said there's going to be a buku number of goals in Argentina, England, what does that mean?
Labubu.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay.
Lukaku.
Ask BTS Nick if he knew what that meant.
I said what did I say?
You said a boo boo or
A
something.
boo boo. Oh wait, it's from oh my gosh, Aladdin. A boo boo.
Oh, that's his
little monkey.
Pet monkey.
I'm obsessed
yes.
with monkeys. I'm Mama
Yes.
Monk. My child is Baby Monk. Like we're the monkeys. I love it. I love it so much. No.
That's
so we
funny.
got Labubu. I got a.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means you have a lot of something.
A lot.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick's got it. Yeah.
He knew?
I knew Nick
Or
would
was
hold me
he
down.
listening?
Low key, Nick's an unk. He doesn't know any of the words I say, but he knows all the words that you guys say.
In 48, no.
I mean, he's an elder Gen Z.
In 24
Yeah.
hours, you and Nick have been labeled unk.
Well, no,
Shay is just throwing him around.
No, because Shay was labeled unk, so he's feeling sad about himself, and that's why he's
yeah,
I'm the only
projecting
I need to
non-unk
start
here.
throwing it out.
He's just projecting to everyone else so he can feel young. So, you're an unk, and you're an unk. I'm not the only unk.
Shay's
Yeah.
just bringing us down with him.
You know
Okay.
me so well.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what it
he's
is.
just he
We've been
can't.
together for too long.
He
That's what
can't.
it
He
is.
can't
Okay.
be left alone, and he's like, it's too soon. You got called unk too soon, but you said yesterday once you're
it's
called
on you, you
unk,
can't get off.
You can't go back.
Can't go back.
Yeah,
Bringing you and
I
Nick
am an
down
unk.
with him. That's
Well, you are
insane.
now in your late 20s, so
Yeah, I have a couple gray hairs. A couple.
Betties.
Like a
we
good
love
amount.
a Betty. I told you I've had my Betty since high school.
I
It's
have
fine.
like 20 Betties, like 30 Betties maybe.
Dang,
5 to
boy,
20
you
to
stressing? What are you stressing about? Do we need a deep breathing session?
I need someone DM
Shay.
me. Give me some advice.
Yeah. Stay in a couple nights a week. Get some sleep.
Maybe stop DMing me then. Maybe that's what I need.
We figured it out.
We figured it out, Shay. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So the biggest news last week, the breaking news that we had on the show, was that Shohei Ohtani got scratched from his start on Friday and then was missing the All-Star game. Honestly, after watching last night, be happy you stayed home, Shohei Ohtani.
That would have been a waste of time.
You did not need to be there. Yamamoto was there. He did not pitch. All the Dodgers bats did absolutely nothing. Robleski, though, had a great performance on his birthday, so congrats to him. But Shohei Ohtani, he's expected to remain in the Dodgers lineup when they return on Friday, and they're going to be in New York playing the Yankees. And Dave Roberts confirmed that Ohtani will continue hitting, but said the Dodgers have not decided when he will return to the mound. Now, this is all because of his left knee. He had fluid drain from his knee after Sunday's game against Arizona, then stayed home to let it heal, rest.
Yeah.
He also got a cortisone shot, is what we were told. And the Dodgers are expected to be extremely cautious with how quickly they bring him back. And you know what? Good.
Yeah.
Do not rush this man back to the mound. Take as much time as he needs. You only need Ohtani on the mound for October. Right now, you're focusing on, I think Blake Snell is doing a rehab assignment pretty soon. I don't think we're going to see Glasnow this season. If we're lucky, maybe the end of September.
Yeah.
You're getting Edwin Diaz back soon. Robleski has really stepped up and shown you like he can be that number 2 guy. Don't rush him back.
There's no
Don't
point.
you dare. Don't you dare.
There's no point rushing him back. And if you could get in a time machine and initially put your foot down earlier, or maybe Shohei admitting he was in more pain than he said he was in earlier, maybe we're not in this situation, but you can't go backward. You can only go forward. And I hope Shohei... I hope this knee drainage and cortisone shot scared Shohei. I feel like he.
So explain it again, because we talked about
Yes.
this on Monday. Because I was like, okay, so what does it mean as an athlete when you get a cortisone shot?
Yes, so
because we
a
hear it so
cortisone-
often.
Yeah, a cortisone shot, very popular in football, and I'll explain why it's more popular in football than most other sports in a second. What a cortisone shot does is it doesn't heal anything. It limits your brain communicating. So if the example I always use is if you slam your finger in a car door, your finger doesn't actually hurt. Your brain wants you to know that your finger is in pain. So it sends pain receptors there so that you know, oh, my finger is damaged. If I didn't feel the pain there, I may not realize that I may need to see a doctor to address my finger. What a cortisone shot does is it blocks that communication.
Okay.
So not only do you not feel the pain, your brain also won't allow it to swell.
Mm-hmm.
Swelling technically is a good thing. Swelling is to protect something. So where that comes into play with Shohei is the fear now is if you do more damage to whatever body part you got a cortisone shot in, you won't know immediately because it's not going to swell the same. It's not going to feel the level of pain that it typically would. Back to the football point, why they're so popular in football is because you're only playing 16 games unless you make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So if it's week 8 and I just get a cortisone shot, it's easier just to say, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to fight through this.
Yeah.
And this is the NFL and the money's not guaranteed and we have a shorter window, it's a shorter season, whatever.
Yeah.
Baseball, you play 162 games minimum. And with the Dodgers, they're looking closer to 182. The cortisone shot is scary because there is still enough season left to do a lot of damage to his knee that now he is not going to have the same ways of registering the pain. I'm sure they will frequently give him x-rays to see some things, but sometimes you feel something without being able to see it. And now Shohei not knowing he's in the level of pain that he actually is could create further complications.
Okay. So, yeah. And again, he has shared that it doesn't affect him at the plate. It's only when he's pitching. Mm-hmm. And even after this was announced, he did what Ohtani always does, and he hit a home run in Friday's game because Ohtani doesn't like to be told what to do, even by his own body. Even this is like, you got to protect the player from himself. It will be Friday lining up to when he would be, if they were keeping the schedule as it was before, Friday would be his next start. Mm-hmm. And that would be a full 2 weeks between starts. However, if you can, I say give him as much time as possible, especially since like the left leg is Ohtani's landing leg. So he's landing on it after every single pitch that he throws. Yeah. That is going to have a long-term effect, especially the most important thing, you guys, is to have Shohei Ohtani healthy for October. And this is uncharted territory for Ohtani and the Dodgers because yes, Ohtani has had healthy seasons as a two-way player, but that was when he was with the Angels, and they were just trying and doing whatever they could to get to October, opposed to being on the Dodgers, where the goal is to be as healthy as you can be in October. And even though he's a back-to-back World Series champ with the Dodgers, a 4-time unanimous MVP, he has never been in this situation where he's been on a championship team where he started the season completely healthy as a two-way player. So you have to weigh what is more important right now. To have Ohtani just keep chipping away at games during the regular season right now, both on the mound and at the plate? Or is it more important to have him at the healthiest we can get him?
Right.
With the knee issue that's already happening. He's already had the 2 bicep situations throughout the year and the blister. How can we have him as close as possible to 100% come October? And that has to be stretching him and giving him as much rest on the mound as you can.
And it's unfortunate that we're in this situation in the first place, because if we were more cautious early on, maybe we're not in this situation. So he says the knee affects him when he's pitching, not batting. The bicep affects him when he's batting, not pitching. But either way, Shohei is rare in that he does 2 things, and now we're at a point where he cannot do either of those things at full strength because we took too long to address it. At the end of the season, regardless of how the season ends, regardless of how many more games he pitches or even participates in, there will have to be a conversation with Andrew Friedman, the president GM, Dave Roberts, Mark Walter, the owner, and the camp of Shohei Ohtani. There was an article maybe about a month ago in Number magazine. It's a Japanese magazine Shohei doesn't do a lot of interviews. He did one with the Japanese magazine. And essentially he said regarding his career, now this was before the onslaught of injuries. I think it was just the blister he was dealing with at the time and maybe the first bicep. Essentially he said he's not going to play it safe. He described his career as not being about how long he plays, but he wants to measure it by how much he accomplished. And that is only possible by maximizing what he can do on the mound. And my fear is after winning another World Series and a three-peat and breaking records and doing all great things at the end of this year, that the Dodgers and Shohei realize they're not on the same track. Because if you are the Dodgers, it's all about longevity.
Yes.
It's not about winning a championship. It's how many championships can we win. And Shohei did this interview essentially saying the opposite, saying, I just want to maximize a sprint instead of elongate a marathon. I say all that to say, I hope that this recent knee injection and cortisone shot and drainage was a shock to the system. I hope it scared him to where this line of thinking, again, this interview was before these recent injuries. I hope that line of thinking has changed, because that will be a very difficult conversation to have at the end of the year.
So I'm looking at the Dodgers schedule post All-Star break, and they kick it off on the East Coast in New York, 3 games against the Yankees and 3 games against the Phillies. Then they have a day off Thursday and then 3 games back to New York against the Mets. If he was to come back, I feel like that Wednesday game in Philly would be a great next start for him, because then he gets Thursday off after. And that's kind of been the biggest thing that Dave Roberts has been talking about, trying to manage and load manage Shohei Ohtani, is the day after, especially if he's pitching and hitting. That would give him that day of rest before they go back to New York and play the Mets. Then they have a day off, and then they have a homestand. So I can't see Ohtani missing another full week, but if he can do, and if they can convince him to wait a week from today, it would be, and pitch in Philly. Then he would get that Thursday off before they go back to New York.
I like that plan.
That feels like the right thing, but who knows? We could see him on the mound in Yankee Stadium this weekend, because it's hard. It's hard to tell Shohei Ohtani, the greatest player in the history of the game, no.
It is difficult. I agree with that plan. Save him for the Phillies. That is a National League team. They're fighting hard in the NL East. The Yankees really can't hurt you in a struggling AL.
Yeah. All right, guys. We have a winner. Huge congratulations to John. You are caller number 4. You just won a pair of tickets.
Johnny!
To Monster Jam. Congratulations. You're going this Friday.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great. Who are you going to bring with you?
Probably my son.
Oh, I love that. Have you been to a Monster Jam before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so tell us about it. Is it super fun? We've never been. Yeah?
It's a good time for the younger crowd, I think. I like to go and have a beer and
there you go.
Watch some monster trucks.
There we go. See, that was a good sell, John, to the adults. Go and watch some trucks, smash some things, get
with
a beer
in your hand,
and have a good time. Thank you so much for listening, and congratulations on winning the tickets.
Congrats, John. Have fun with your son.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, of course.
That's awesome. So this is the first time that we've spoken to someone who had been before. Awesome.
Monster Jam.
It's so funny. That is genuinely the best sell that you could pitch. I got a beer, and I watched my son have fun, and I watched some trucks break things. That's a great afternoon.
It's absolutely awesome. That's great. We have an update. Oh, Sparks are playing this morning at 10 a.m. What do you got for us, Shay?
Yeah, so the Sparks are playing right now. Just a quick update. They just lost the lead, so it was very close. So it's 3 minutes left in the third quarter. It's 56-57. Sparks just lost the lead to the Minnesota Lynx.
All right. The 10 a.m. start.
I know the 10 a.m. start time it's pretty brutal.
Breakfast with the Sparks.
We were kind of talking about it this morning about why they do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still looking into why they do that. I'm not sure if it's a concert or if it's just maybe it's summer and they're oh, we can do the 10 a.m. starts, because I have never seen this in the NBA. I've never seen this I've never seen this.
Yeah.
So it's like
whenever I see a start this early, I always assume, like you said, there's an artist on tour who needs that arena tonight, or it's summer and the kids don't have school, so let's make a more kid-friendly time, which noon on the not on the East Coast, in the Midwest, in Minnesota is a favorable time. But for anyone who is unaware, the Minnesota Lynx point guard, Olivia Miles, is the future of the WNBA.
Okay, go on.
And she has given them buckets as we speak, 18 points, 7 of 12 from the field. Watch Olivia Miles play basketball. If you consider yourself a basketball fan, get up to speed with Olivia Miles.
So I found the reason.
Okay.
So these are called camp days.
Oh.
So teams host these morning games, so local summer camps and school groups can attend together. The league also hosts early weekend games. Sunday afternoon games typically start between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. local time to fit national television broadcast schedules like ABC.
All right.
That's cool. Okay.
Inflection. You don't need to go so down so low when you're finishing the sentence.
Did I do that?
Shay, yeah, I wanted a little higher.
You know
Shay.
what it
Keep
was?
it up. Keep it up.
I was running out of breath.
Okay, take it. Then take it. Okay, we're practicing.
And I didn't want to take a breath.
Take a breath mid-sentence. I was like, where is he going? He trailed off there.
No, it was
and we lost Shay.
It was like I was just trying to get it all out at once.
That's really cool, though. Like,
yeah,
all
I
of
love
the
that.
summer camps in the area. Minnesota has famously 10,000 lakes, which means a bunch of summer camps.
Well, that's where the Lakers came from.
Yes, it
right?
is.
That's why we're called the Lakers.
It is exactly why.
I didn't know that until a few years ago.
And when you live in a place that has a brutal winter, they take advantage of the summer. I love that all of the local summer camps just come to the game.
That's fun.
Well played, Lynx. Well
played. That's great. All right, well, congratulations to John winning the tickets to Monster Jam. We understand why the Sparks game started at 10 a.m. for us here in LA today. And we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, I'm excited to hear your thoughts on this one, Brock. But do we think Bronny's going to stay in LA after LeBron left? It's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, my God.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We want you to be a part of the show, so get in the chat if you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97 LA Fan. Shay, you were crushing the music.
It's coming home.
No.
It's coming home. It's coming home.
It's coming home, lads.
What? Like
England.
What?
It's coming home.
You would be the last person I would expect to.
I just like saying it. Honestly, it's
Okay.
one of the most fun things to say.
Their food is so bad.
You want some gravy?
I mean, I do love gravy on Thanksgiving on my mashed potatoes.
You put beans on your toast?
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
What's that?
No, the English breakfast is what you guys are referring to, right?
Yes.
It's the weirdest thing.
Horrible.
It's the weirdest thing.
It's the weirdest thing.
I don't understand it.
There's this guy on TikTok.
I love how me and Shay are bashing their food, but you're just dumbfounded. Like you don't even understand what they're trying to do. Like,
No,
it's
the combo doesn't work at all. Every time I've seen English breakfast, I'm like, who is this appetizing? Like this is like appealing to.
It's so
like there's so many more delicious things that you can make.
I will
for
say
breakfast.
this. I will say this. Black pudding, which is
what is that?
It's really gross. It's congealed blood.
Wait, what?
Yes,
Oh,
congealed
yeah,
blood.
I've seen
Wait,
this.
It's actually
what?
really
It's a
good.
trend right now.
It's actually really
What kind
good.
of blood?
Like
whose
probably
blood?
pig's blood. It's an English staple. They've I don't know who first thought of doing this.
I don't know if I've ever vomited on air, but like.
So here's
what?
the problem
It's
with
pig's blood.
with English. It is pig's blood.
Ugh.
So here's the problem with English food. It's only okay if it's at a super fancy restaurant, right? Like if you
Like
go
snails,
to
escargot. Well, that's
Yeah,
French, but
that's
like
French. But to
similar.
that point, like okay, if you're in America, you could find a hole in the wall spot and get a slice of pizza. That's not going to change your life, but it's good. You can go to Mexico and find a burrito. It may not be on a Michelin star list.
well,
but it's
burritos
good.
are a United States thing. So like tacos.
Tacos,
Yeah.
burritos, if you go anywhere in Asia and find something with noodles in it, it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be a highly rated place. It's gonna be good, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem with England is you have to go to these super fancy places because anything less than the best is just inedible. It's
Really?
just bad. It's just bad food, man.
Okay.
I like fish and chips. That's English, right?
Fish and chips, yes, but it's different out there because instead, like you're thinking of multiple chunks of fish,
Yeah, and like
right?
tartar sauce.
Out
and-
there, it's more like a steak, like it's one giant,
one massive
fried thing of fish, and
Ugh.
it kind of changes the experience, but it does taste good.
Yeah, okay.
Now I'm going into this about the burrito
Yes.
because I had heard that it's not like
I believe it.
wasn't in Mexico. It was more of like a U.S. thing.
I believe that.
More is more?
Sounds like something we would do. Hey, let's take all the good things and just mash them together so that
Into
I
a
can have them all in one
bigger-
bite.
But if you think about it, it's all just like combinations. Whether it's like the taco, the quesadilla, the oh my God, where is it? The hard shell on the bottom, but then it's just like
Tostada.
a salad tostada. It's all kind of like the same combo.
Yeah.
So Alex, you're pretty right.
Okay.
So burritos, which is LA's like food.
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
So this is why we're talking about it.
I know.
So they originated in northern Mexico during the early 20th century. The dish was popularized.
Which northern Mexico is
basically
California.
us, yeah.
Yeah.
So the dish was popularized in the United States by
Yes.
Mexican Americans and migrant workers, eventually
Okay.
evolving into a large multi-ingredient mission-style burrito in the 60s in California.
There we go.
You guys ever had the Panda Express burrito?
Yeah, I
What?
did that. I did that
Solid.
the other day.
What?
Yes.
Solid.
What's in it? Like orange chicken?
Like whatever you want.
It's
Like whatever you want at
your-
Panda.
It's your world, Alex.
They
You put
wrap
anything
it.
you want in
It's
there.
fire. Chow mein, orange chicken. Oh.
What?
Oh yeah.
Shout out Panda.
So if you are, you can't just go to any Panda Express.
Okay.
They will likely roll their eyes at you if they're busy. Like if there's a huge line behind you, they're saying, "I'm not
No.
making that for you."
But you can.
But
This
if
is
you
like an
walk in
off the
empty
menu.
one,
This is an off the menu item.
So at
Like an
every
In-N-Out
location
secret
except
menu?
for one. The Panda Express location in Pasadena, it's actually on the menu and you can order just because that's the OG.
I was going to say that I feel like that's the OG.
Right.
Panda.
Whereas the other locations, they'll probably roll their eyes, but if they're not busy, maybe someone will make it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, Panda Express burrito.
Interesting.
It's basically like an unfried egg roll. I mean, yeah.
All right, that's fair. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan or the food show, the Midday in LA food show, because I feel like every segment we just slowly come back to food.
It all ends at the same place.
It is like
noon.
lunchtime.
Yeah, everyone's getting ready for
lunch. Have you eaten yet? That's the Panda Express, like new, right? That's their slogan. Aunties. Have you seen it? Aunties making sure that you've eaten. That's the whole thing. Anyway, let's.
I have seen that.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a good campaign.
It's great. Okay. This is so interesting because I kind of mentioned this once LeBron James made it clear he was not coming back to the Lakers, you guys. And that was, will Bronny James continue to be a Laker even though LeBron isn't here? And now we're starting to get some reports. Obviously, we've seen him on the projected roster right now, but according to The Athletic, Bronny remains well-liked inside the Lakers organization, and his future is not automatically tied to his father's next move. As we know, the Lakers guaranteed Bronny's contract for the 26-27 season, and he recently joined teammates for Summer League and the team's veteran mini camp. But my question here is, who is Bronny in the NBA without his dad helping him? We don't know. We have no idea, because all we know is he got drafted by the Lakers because his dad really wanted to play with his son, which totally understand. I don't think he was ready for the NBA at that point. Obviously, he was coming off of a life-altering situation. However, timing-wise, this was the time for LeBron to be able to have the Lakers bring him a part of the organization. This is his prove-it year, I guess. Like, can you actually be an NBA player without the help of your father? I don't know.
I think multiple things can be true. Bronny is a Laker because his father is LeBron James.
Yes.
He's probably the only reason he was drafted is because his father is LeBron James.
It is.
And if his father was not LeBron James, he would still be in the G League. All that being said, what is also true is he has ran laps around what was expected of him. The fact that he's even on the floor, the fact that he was trusted with playoff minutes is leaps and bounds beyond what most people thought would be his contributions going forward. So he averaged 9 minutes a game last year. So you are sitting there as Rob Pelinka saying, here is a young kid who has not hit a major contract, who is making $1 million this year, that we trusted to play 9 minutes a game in a playoff game.
But with his dad.
With his dad there.
With his dad.
But if you are a
who is LeBron James.
If you are a cash-strapped Lakers team, you are not going to find another 9 minutes a game contributor for $1 million or less. So Bronny will remain on the Lakers unless unless he wants to go to Cleveland, which obviously there's emotional ties there.
But then think about it this way. Like, if he ever wants to create a name for himself outside of being LeBron James' son, you can't follow your dad. If you follow your dad, that is your legacy. You're just like, again, like that is the epitome of a Nepo baby. However, he is going to get the most opportunities if his father is on the team.
I think and you see it across everywhere, with athletes, with actors, with musicians, with plumbers, with lawyers. How many times is somebody hired just because their dad runs the company? Or how many companies have been
over
handed
the family business
to their kids, and how many of them run it into the ground?
Yeah.
Whereas Bronny is averaging 9 minutes a game instead of running it into the ground. Look at Milwaukee. Milwaukee had to use 2 roster spots for Giannis's brothers.
Do you not think they were good enough to be on the team?
They were not. Thanasis very famously has a clip from the bubble where everyone was actually laughing at him. His other brother, Alex, I don't believe saw the court more than 3 or 4 times this season in legitimate minutes, and that was probably due to injuries, right? Thanasis was on the Bucks for the past 6 years. Alex played only 1 year in Milwaukee. They were only there because of Giannis. So that's 2 roster spots taken up there. There are 15 on an NBA roster, and then you add on 3 more on 2-way contracts. That's 18. 18 times 30 is 450. 450 NBA players are not better than Bronny James at basketball. And that is why he will remain a Laker. And even if LeBron goes to Cleveland and he stays on the Lakers, he will still get his time. And Bronny will still hold down. Even if it's that 15th roster spot, he will still hold down that spot, I'll say 2 years from now. Not on the Lakers necessarily, because his contract's up after this year. He will be in the NBA when LeBron retires.
I can't. I have to see production without the help of your father here holding your hand on this team. Holding your hand to get into the NBA, holding your hand to and I'm sure there was an influence to have him called up from the G League more often than not.
Of course. Yep.
Influence to have him put into these playoff games that LeBron James was then the number one after Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic were plagued with injuries. I can't believe in this player until I see production with his dad not here.
The best thing for Bronny,
I don't see it.
The best thing for Bronny would be for LeBron to go to Philly or a place that he wouldn't have a spot for him, or even if he went to Cleveland, just to deny that offer and tell JJ Redick I want to remain a Laker and improve myself. For the story of Bronny, that's the best thing he could do. But there are not 450 NBA players better than Bronny James as of July 15th, 2026.
How are you going to feel if LeBron signs with Cleveland and Bronny goes with him?
I would feel that, like you just said, Bronny has now made his legacy becoming separate from his father's an impossible move.
Yeah.
And he has a great opportunity to do this year, begin separating his name.
But think about it. Like, if he stays here, I don't think there's going to be a lot of playing time and opportunity for him. But if he follows his dad to Cleveland, he is going to be treated like royalty.
He would be treated like royalty, but currently he's on a team and playing for a coach in JJ Redick that trusted him to play 9 minutes a game in playoff basketball. And Cleveland, you're basically starting from scratch.
Trusted him or listened to his father when he asked and suggested that he should get some playing time with his son.
The favor for LeBron was to get Bronny on the team. When it comes to playoff basketball, LeBron did not have that much influence to say, play my son in a playoff series.
I'm sure he did.
Not in a playoff series.
We are going to disagree on this one till the end. It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Will Bronny stay in LA or follow his dad, LeBron James, wherever he ends up signing? I think whatever decision is made is going to define his legacy in the NBA. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, people are still having a hard time with the way the U.S. exited the World Cup. We're going to dive into that controversy when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You guys, we just saw the Dodgers. They're making it happen, and you guys, it is happening. They announced the catch bobblehead. It's the Andy Pages Game 7 catch over Kike Hernandez to save the game in the outfield. It's happening. Like, this bobblehead is elite, you guys. And the giveaway is happening on September 6th, Sunday, when they're playing the Nationals. This is beautiful. I mean, obviously, Kike's legs are a little more hilarious in the photo than it is in the bobblehead. It looks like Pages is carrying Kike on his lap while he's making the catch in the outfield. This is all time.
I love
Kike's
retelling of the moment because he assumed that they both collided and fell.
Well, that's why we thought he was hurt.
And that the Blue Jays just won. So Kike's laying there thinking, we just lost the game, and me and Andy Pages are hurt, only to find out, oh, Pages caught the ball, but I'm still kind of hurt. But at least we're going to win the World Series.
Wild. Like, when you think back, like, and I talk about a lot of this, like, championship teams always have luck on their side. Mm-hmm. I've covered a lot of different championship teams across all different sports, whether it was a World Cup or a World Series or a Stanley Cup or a Super Bowl. There's always, like, a bounce that goes your way, a moment that goes your way. On top of, obviously, like, there's so many things that are attached to a championship team, but luck is such a big one of those things.
Yeah, people think that luck takes away from an accomplishment. I've always felt the opposite, because you do not win the majority of your 162 games or even your 20 games if you're going to the Super Bowl, or your 82 games if you're in the NBA. Luck has a bigger part than people want to admit, and that doesn't take away from your accomplishment in any way.
No. So the get-in price for this game, it's already been jacked up, so it's $150 to just get in the door for this game right now already.
That line is going to be insane.
This bobblehead was announced like an hour ago, and the game tickets have already gone up. I mean, the emotions, I think we all felt. I was still on maternity leave during the World Series run. And it was one of those moments where I was like holding my baby, like jumping up and down, like, oh my God, this is happening. This is insane.
Incredible. And that is, I'm going to put that in top 3 bobbleheads I've ever seen. Just beautiful. Of how unique of a moment.
It looks like Andy Pages carrying Kike Hernandez.
Yes,
it's beautiful.
There are bobbleheads that incorporate more than just one person, but that is one of the most unique ones I've ever seen, and one of the coolest ways to do it.
That's so cool. Well, we were talking about championship teams. Sadly, the U.S. in the World Cup will not be one of those. And there's been a lot of conversation. Flo Balogun has been, I think, making his rounds now. He's had a moment to let everything kind of digest, and he's been on a couple different morning shows and talk shows. And he admitted that the controversy surrounding his suspended red card punishment created outside noise for Team USA. And all I have to say is that was 100% bad karma effect on this team. Like, that they had no control over, because they went from being the beloved heroes, the underdogs that were just exceeding expectations, to then immediately becoming the villains, and not for anything that they did. It's the way that it happened. And it was just really sad, because they did not do anything wrong. I think everybody agreed that flow play was not worthy of a red card, but it was how it got suspended. When you have the president of the United States bragging that he called the president of FIFA and that he made the right decision after he called him, that's not going to sit well with anybody. Even if everybody agreed that it was the wrong decision for him to have a red card, no one's going to be that just kind of gave everybody the ick after that about the whole situation.
Yes, and okay, two things. One, I understand why Flo Balogun is in front of cameras right now because everyone wants to talk about the World Cup, and he's making his rounds around America, and he is the face of the operation and the heart of it because it's controversy, and I understand why he's doing that. That being said, I also believe in the rule of nobody wants to hear from the losers, right? Like regarding pushing soccer. I feel this actually takes away from the momentum of the World Cup. I do, because we're not highlighting how exciting American men's soccer was for the majority of 6 weeks. We're not highlighting how great they played early on. We're talking about the most negative thing. Now, will this World Cup always be associated with that for men's US? Of course, but I just fall back on the heels of now when we see Flo Balogun on TV, as long as he's on this media tour, we're associating him and U.S. men's soccer with losing. And I think that's actually taking away from the moment.
But there have been more, because I've seen a couple of other clips get circulated, but like, they're just doing their job. Like, if he was on our show, we would have to ask about it. We'd have to ask about it. But the other big story piece is, like, you chose America. Mm-hmm. You chose to represent the United States when you could have chosen two other nations. And I think that's why he is really being pushed forward as the face of this U.S. men's team, which that is the positive that I'm taking away from this whole experience, because after watching this World Cup, everybody fell in love with Flo, and everybody has a bone to pick with Christian Pulisic. Mm-hmm. And the more that we're learning, and Landon Donovan didn't really help the case when he came out and spoke on a podcast saying, like, this is like, it's actually really bad behind the scenes, and everybody within U.S. soccer has certain feelings about the way he handles himself. And it's not necessarily him, it's who he surrounds himself with. It's his team. He's not easily accessible. He doesn't talk to the broadcast before matches, which is like, that's what you do. As you know, we both are broadcasters. Mm-hmm. That's what you do before a game. You talk to the coach, you talk to the star players, and that's how you get your information. That's just what you do. That's a part of the game.
So I wonder if America is learning, because again, U.S. men's soccer is typically not relevant during the World Cup after the group stage, that controversy is just part of international soccer. I think this is a hard lesson, right? Like, AFCON, we had the Morocco-Senegal controversy. In the England-Norway game, we had, did the ball hit the wire? Are they supposed to replay the game? Pick any recent Argentina game, or the fact that they always have the easiest path. I think the takeaway from this is America is learning international soccer and controversy go hand in hand. And if you're going to compete, you're going to have to consistently deal with things like this.
Yeah. Well, we got your guys. You're Argentina. Argentina, you guys, taking on England. Kickoff. Yeah, should be in about a minute. Can we fire up the iPad? I am pumped for this, you guys. The history between these two teams. Hour number 3 coming up next here on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. We got more spicy NBA tea. Whew. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And this...
Okay.
You guys, this semifinal match between Argentina and England is already getting chippy in the second minute of play. Now, we've been talking about this throughout the show. There was a lot of history between England and Argentina, and not just on the pitch, about conquered territories and England trying to invade Argentina, and then England, the war... the Falkland War in 1982, where there was geopolitical tension over the sovereignty of the island that remains a highly sensitive issue even today. And then after that was the 1986 World Cup meeting, just 4 years after the Falklands War, where the team met in that legendary quarterfinal match, and Argentina won 2-0. They had the hand of God goal, the goal of the century. This is going to be incredible. This is also the first time in his career that Messi is actually playing and facing England.
This is a very physical matchup.
Yeah, explain what happened. I was kind of like, I was doing the show open as they were showing the replay.
Yeah. So Elliot Anderson is a midfielder for England. He was controlling the ball, and a very physical takedown took place in Argentina. Defender had their hand on his shoulder and seemed to pull back, and that kind of put him in an awkward position, kind of made that knee really vulnerable. Nothing was called. And then moments later, Messi has the ball, and Elliot Anderson, looking for his get back, kind of takes out Messi very physically, and then both teams needed to be separated. And the scariest part of it, if you're England, is Messi, after hearing that there wasn't going to be any cards or anything, just smiled and nodded and looked at the English roster.
Okay.
So Messi may have just been turned up a notch. I've never seen him upset before. That is the first time I've ever seen Messi physically and visibly upset. But
this is going to be great.
We're in the 6th minute right now and have already had 2 scuffles.
So they're not... they're going to be lenient with their calls today.
They're letting them play?
Yeah, even this.
Even another physical
we
moment
are
just
getting
took place.
110% for every battle on the field right now. Was that a call? Yeah. So, you guys, this is going to be so chippy. If you are by a TV, turn on this World Cup match right now between Argentina and England. As I mentioned, you guys, there is so much history going back. Am I saying it right? The Falkland War?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 1982, and then their World Cup meeting in 1986, 4 years after that war, where Argentina ended up winning 2-1, and there was the legendary Hand of God goal and the goal of the century. And there's always going to be tension between two nations when one is trying to conquer the other territories around that nation.
Especially when it was 40 years ago. Very recent.
Wild, you guys. Oh, I love this.
We're gonna get a little
this is
bloody
already
affair here. I
like
this.
In the first 5 minutes, this game is already 10 times better than France and Spain yesterday.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Completely. The energy is high from both sides, whereas France just never really emotionally arrived to the match yesterday. And Spain,
which was weird. Mbappe had opportunities and just wasn't able to complete anything. They had plenty of chances to equalize that game and just did not.
In the final 15 minutes or so, there were opportunities that France playing at their best take advantage of, and they just didn't. We have an English corner right now.
You guys, even lining up for the corner, there are shoves.
Shoving,
guys are on the floor.
Elbows to the head.
You guys, literally every play, there are at least 2 guys getting shoved to the floor. This is going to be the most aggressive game we have seen the entire World Cup. The ref is just literally waving his hands to guys stop. He's fanning them off. This is too hot, you guys. This is way too heated already.
Oh, my
wow.
gosh.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one.
This is so great. I don't know now. Now, after watching that, I want to see Messi, unlock the next level.
Angry Messi is here based off what we
Come
just
on,
saw.
this might be the last... I don't want this to be the last World Cup game that we ever see Messi play.
If they lose, it will be. So you're rooting for Argentina?
I'm rooting for Argentina.
It's official?
Well, yeah, no, I can't root for England. There's too much. I don't like. It just no. Like that's just you can't do that if you're the U.S. Especially our 250th birthday year. Celebrating our freedom from England? Absolutely not. It feels like
I can't knock the logic.
Like not what is it? Non-patriotic. Like what?
Yeah.
Help me.
Unpatriotic.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yes.
Yeah, to root for them.
Yes. In an unfortunate update, the Lynx have officially beaten the LA Sparks 96-87. Olivia Miles didn't score again, but she's a dog. She is an absolute dog. Sparks got to figure it out.
Well, the good thing is that we have oh my gosh, you guys, literally every single possession, someone is pushed to the floor, whether it's England or Argentina. This is insane. And we still haven't had a card yet.
Nope. Holding on to the cards, letting them play. I like it.
So I don't know. This might be like such a chippy match. It might be like it was 2.5 goals is what the odds were set at, Shay, right? We both said over. Mm-hmm. This feels like it might be under, but like someone's literally on the floor getting taken out every other possession.
Let them
excited.
Play.
They are. They're letting them play. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. This is going to be a foul. Oh my gosh. In under 10 minutes, Argentina has 4. Clippers trade, sending Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto, remains on hold as the NBA continues to investigate whether LA circumvented the salary cap. Now, more and more is coming out about this situation, and we kind of had a feeling it would, which is interesting because when you said, like, isn't it funny that he was like running to escape the country and going to play for the only team that's like not in the United States? And I was like, I didn't even think about that.
Very funny to be crossing country lines when the walls are closing in.
And then also firing his agent, which is his uncle.
His uncle was technically not his agent. He was his manager.
Okay.
But if you wanted to get to Kawhi, you had to go through Uncle Dennis. So he was his manager. He's why the Spurs and Kawhi tenure did not end peacefully because Uncle Dennis didn't like the rehab plan that they had him on.
Wow.
So to move on from Uncle Dennis, who of course is family, but also has been calling the shots for the majority of his career, not a great sign for Camp Kawhi.
No. So my gosh, you guys, these fouls in this game are insane. Okay, so the investigation initially focused on Kawhi's reported no-show sponsorship agreement with Aspiration. Mm-hmm. And then, and once we kind of were diving into what Aspiration is,
right?
It's a lot of big name celebrities, billionaire, millionaires.
And yet nobody can really nail down what it is their plan was,
they
which is
raise
why
money for different causes, which doesn't make sense as to why you would pay someone a bunch of money through this company.
So Kawhi Leonard was signed by the Clippers.
Yeah.
Aspiration, the company that is under investigation for all this right now, and under investigation in just the federal court as well, outside of the NBA, gave him a $28 million sponsorship. Sponsorships are common for professional athletes. However, there is no proof of Kawhi doing anything related to Aspiration, right? If he was on billboards, if he was on commercials, if he was even seen planting a tree with an Aspiration helmet on, it would make sense. But he didn't do anything with them, which led to the allegations of Steve Ballmer and the Clippers circumventing the cap, which means giving him more money than they are legally allowed to by NBA rules. It does not help that Steve Ballmer has directly invested tons of money into Aspiration, and that Aspiration gave $300 million to the Clippers to have their logo placed on the Clippers jersey, even though that never came to fruition. So there's a bunch of money being sent various places for things that never happened. Is the easiest way to sum it up.
Screaming like money laundering?
Well, the co-founder
Sketchy money?
A co-founder of Aspiration is in jail for like 14 years or something like that.
What?
Like, oh yeah, they did do fraud.
Okay.
That part is legally
Okay.
happened, and punishment is being handed out. But there is a sense now that everyone is essentially in self-preservation mode of Steve Ballmer saying, I was defrauded as well. I did not know what was going on. Unnamed sources, part of Aspiration, are saying, isn't it very convenient that whenever Steve Ballmer sent us money,
Yeah.
a payment was immediately sent to Kawhi Leonard.
So there was an agreement there.
And now that people in Aspiration are going to jail and getting in trouble, it's going to be a lot of finger pointing, a lot of suing, a lot of countersuing. But in the Athletic article that came out yesterday, there was brief mention of another unreported endorsement. They didn't get into it, but now that is where the investigation seems to be headed towards.
So the Clippers paid Kawhi a whole lot of money to do a whole lot of nothing.
Not the Clippers. Allegedly, via Aspiration,
yes,
the Clippers did do that. And
that's what the investigation is, though. It's
Yes.
like not directly, but through these other companies, they were giving him a lot of money.
And where the argument stands is if you are running a marketing department and you want to find an athlete or an actor to be the face of your operation, why would you sign on the athlete who is most notoriously an introvert and keeps to himself and doesn't like to do media, doesn't like to do anything? Why is he getting paid? And a lot of the arguments from within Aspiration, and again, this is self-preservation mode, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt. People don't want to be arrested and be sued, is when we were hemorrhaging money as a company and the FBI was investigating us, Kawhi was still getting his payments. How does that make sense if we can't even afford to pay our employees, to pay people back, but Kawhi is still getting his money? So it is a gray area regarding right now until they get all the emails, all the texts, all the documents. It's just what he said and she said.
Yeah.
But as I sit here right now, it does not look good for Kawhi and the Clippers. And I don't know what's going to happen because the Raptors or any team that Kawhi signs to has to absolve all the punishment.
Yeah, no
from
one's
the
going to
NBA.
do that right now.
Exactly.
No one's going to touch Kawhi until this is figured out. But it's also like brand deals or being the face of a company or doing sponsorships. It's a gray area in itself because you can make millions of dollars for a tweet, for a post, for a story, to be holding a product. And we've even talked about this when we were talking about Austin Reeves and, you should stay in LA. Think about all the endorsement deals that you can have just being associated with the Lakers and being associated with the LA market, or like say players in New York, the New York market, like your value and your number that you're going to make is so much more than your actual contract. A lot of the star players make way more money in endorsement deals than they do in their actual league contracts. So this is where I guess you really have to figure out, was there a partnership? And was he doing anything to earn this? And then that's also tough too, because it's like, well, yeah, we were able to use his name. Like he was a spokesperson of the company to recruit maybe other people. So there's so many ways that you can possibly twist this. And
the funniest part of it is if Kawhi Leonard just took one photo for Aspiration and then tweeted it out, they could say, yeah, that's a $28 million tweet. And there really wouldn't be any investigation because you're allowed to pay whatever you want.
Yeah.
And sure, Robert Downey Jr. is invested in this company.
Who else?
Sure, Drake is invested in this company. But we want Kawhi Leonard to be the face of it, right? Like, it would still be murky and you would still side-eye. But all Kawhi had to do was just one single endorsement-related thing,
and
there wouldn't be a point for an investigation. But he didn't. Like they didn't even cover their bases to even tweet out.
But you
investing aspiration.
You said that aspiration was already under investigation before all this, and he was still receiving his payments. So
He was
like
still receiving
he
his
might
payments.
be just kind of like collateral damage to what was happening with the company then.
So if that was the case, they would have thrown him under the bus and not continued paying him, right? Like when the federal investigation begun and this company is bleeding money and a lot of your investors are saying that you frauded them and jail time is being handed out. If Kawhi had them, bent over a barrel, they would say, well, it's his fault. Take him. No one is pointing a finger at Kawhi. They're pointing a finger at the Clippers because they're saying
Steve
that's
Ballmer?
where the money came from to give to Kawhi. We didn't give Kawhi our money. We gave him the money that we were given. So just another chapter in this chaotic story. And again, the Athletic article hinted, no, they didn't hint, they just said that there is potentially another unreported endorsement deal, which one is bad news for Kawhi if it's true. Two is only going to stretch out how much longer it's going to take to find out if Kawhi is even going to be on the Raptors or not. So if you're the Raptors and the Clippers, not only are you dealing with this situation, you can't even build anything else because you don't know if Brandon Ingram is going to be here or not, if Kawhi is going to be here or not.
This is wild. So
madness.
According to The Athletic, the probe has now expanded to include possible improper expenses paid by the Clippers and another previously undisclosed endorsement deal. So they were just paying for everything.
And if I'm the Raptors, I'm looking at Adam Silver thinking, why did you wait 11 months to investigate this? You knew all this.
Well, no, weren't they investigating this before? They just finally said, like, yeah, we can't let this happen until we figure it out.
If I'm going off of just common logic here, and I could be wrong. If Pablo Torre put together a 12-part podcast series about this, the NBA could have started this process a lot sooner, because if they wanted to find the information...
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
He put together a 12-part?
He won a Pulitzer for it or something like that.
Oh, my goodness.
So I feel comfortable saying Adam Silver and the NBA could have found any documents that Pablo Torre was able to find. So
This
the
is
Raptors,
wild.
the Clippers, the entire NBA offseason is essentially on hold.
The Raptors, you cannot take this risk.
You can't.
Absolutely not.
There's no
And
way.
whatever goes down, and if he doesn't end up back on the Clippers because of this whole situation, some other team might get lucky with a very inexpensive Kawhi deal.
So this is the thing: is if the Raptors say, you know what, this is nuts, we're not doing this. Brandon Ingram come back, Kawhi go back to the Clippers.
Yeah.
Does Kawhi? I don't know where the NBA has ruling here. Like, can Kawhi go somewhere else? Or, well, you're a Clipper right now, so we're going to hand out the punishment because you're currently a Clipper.
Yes.
So now you can't be traded unless you also want to take this year-long suspension that we give you, right?
Because the suspension is connected to Kawhi.
Exactly.
Not the Clippers.
Exactly.
So just Kawhi's getting punished. The Clippers are not getting punished.
The
but
Clippers
Steve Ballmer is the one
could
who
also be punished separately.
Okay.
Right.
So they might get double down punished.
If he's on the Clippers, yes. And
Brutal
then that
Clippers
leads to
fans.
the point of they can't get rid of Kawhi because what team would trade for him? So
You
now he
can't.
would just have to serve the suspension as a Clipper. Like they are.
This is
they are
so
in
on.
it.
This is so on brand for the Clippers. I feel so bad for their fans, you guys. I'm sorry. Clippers gonna clip, you guys, in just like a new way. Oh,
Not
brutal.
good, and
Well,
still somehow just getting started.
yeah, we'll keep you updated with any further information that comes out on that. But boy, that is brutal. Basketball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. When we come back, we are switching over to the Lakers because we have Jovan Buha joining the show. NBA reporter and analyst. Don't go anywhere. I'm so excited to talk to Jovan. You're watching Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
they'll ever like have like an issue with you coming in. It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, you're kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is like, that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh yeah, great spot over there.
Pick up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We are still scoreless in the England-Argentina match. It is still just as chippy as it was when it started. It's also been chippy, you guys, out at Summer League. So I am so excited right now to bring in NBA reporter, the host of Buha's Block. Please welcome Jovan Buha to the show.
Thank you guys for having me.
Hey. There he is, Jovan. Okay, so you're back. You're back from Vegas.
I'm back.
What impressed you most about what you saw from the Lakers, especially Cameron Carr, so much during Summer League?
He has been one of these standout guys at Summer League, period.
Yeah.
Like, forget just the Lakers, just straight up. He has been one of the most impressive rookies that we've seen in Vegas. And I would even add in San Francisco at the California Classic.
Wow.
He has looked like a legit rotation player to me. We talked about it last week when I was on the show that he, to me, is someone that I think you could tentatively pencil in as a potential 7th or 8th man for the Lakers right now, at least playing like 12 to 15 minutes a night, maybe like a little lower in the pecking order, but I think he has the upside to be the 7th or 8th guy for this group moving forward as he continues to develop. I think the big thing offensively has been the versatility off of the ball. He could score at all 3 levels. He could score on the ball. He can score off the ball. He's got a nice mid-range game, floaters. He can get to the rim. He could dunk on your head. He could back cut you for an alley-oop, but then also splash a three in your face. So he really can attack you in a variety of ways, which I think is really important for an off-ball role player. And then defensively, this dude's been blocking a three-pointer every game. And guys are really struggling with his length and athleticism, and they're miscalculating, like, okay, I have an opening here, let me take this shot, and then he flies in and blocks it. So I think both at the rim and at the three-point line, his defensive playmaking has been impressive. So still needs to fill out. Guys can still go through him, and I think that'll be the biggest hurdle he has to clear at the NBA level. Is he's 185 pounds. He does need to bulk up a bit, add 5, 10, 15 pounds of muscle over the next couple of years. But even as things stand with some of his defensive limitations, you see the playmaking, you see the upside, and then offensively, he's been lights out. So I've been really impressed with him.
Jovan, as you look at this current Lakers roster, what assortment of players would elevate Cameron Carr's game? Because on one hand, you have Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, who obviously they're incredible players, and Cameron Carr could thrive with them. But I'm starting to get more excited of him and Colin Sexton out there running 1,000 miles an hour, doing their own thing. So what excites you most about the potential fit to Cameron Carr with the current Lakers roster?
I really like both of those points that you just made. So I think like the highest level, he's going to look his best playing off of Luka, I think in particular, because Luka is the apex playmaker, one of the best passers of all time, let alone right now in the NBA. So he's an offense unto himself. And I think Luka and the looks that he can generate at the three-point line, especially if Cameron Carr is on the weak side, we've seen what he's done for guys like Rui and Luke Kennard and Jake LaRavia, Marcus Smart, getting those guys wide open corner threes. He's going to do the same thing with Cameron Carr. But I think at a more realistic level, I think he's going to be great in those bench groups with Colin Sexton and Mamu and potentially Adu Thero, his running mate right now with the Summer League team. Like some of those quicker, more athletic, grab it and go type groups where he might be bringing the ball up sometimes, but then he'll also be playing off of Sexton and Mamu as a pick and pop big who can also pass. That will create some interesting wrinkles with him as a potential DHO guy, and Cameron Carr coming off of those dribble handoffs. So I think with the way that the Lakers are trying to get younger, more athletic, but also get more skilled with guys who can shoot, dribble, and pass, I think Cameron Carr fits into that. And really, as a finisher, all you need is guys who can pass and create opportunities for you. And I think the Lakers have several of those guys on this roster. So he's a guy that can plug and play where I don't think he's going to start, but he could be that first or second guy off the bench who gets some reps with most of the core starters, and then also be in those bench groups with Sexton, Mamu, etc., and thrive with those guys. So I think his utility is something that's very valuable. And as long as he can shoot at a league average rate, which up to this point he has been able to, I think he's going to be able to be plug and play and just used in a variety of ways.
So, Jovan, I think you're getting Laker fans very excited about Cameron Carr. Obviously, as you mentioned, he has kind of been the star of Summer League and just across rookies playing right now. So when you were talking to the Lakers coaching staff and everybody out in Vegas, is this what they expected, or is he exceeding their expectations right now?
My understanding is he's exceeding their expectations. Like they were high on him. They were thrilled that he slipped to them in the draft. He was a projected mid first round pick. They end up trading with New York to acquire him. So, I mean, they came in with high expectations, but I think it's undeniable that up to this point, he has exceeded those expectations. Like he has looked like a polished veteran, a guy more like a second or even third year guy potentially. So of course it's Summer League. We have to have that caveat that Summer League does not always translate into training camp, into the preseason. And that's where I'm trying to hedge a little bit here, be like, all right, for now, he's probably like the 8th or 9th man in the rotation, but there is some upside for an even larger role. But even adding an 8th or 9th man with the 24th pick and a guy who is 21 years old, has 6'5" frame, but with a 7'1" wingspan, 42.5-inch vertical. Like he's got some real physical tools that I think can help the Lakers. And especially as we've seen it a lot this past season with Luka and Austin with the lob threats with previously DeAndre Ayton, Jackson Hayes, but they have some lob threats now on the perimeter with Cameron Carr, Adu Thero, and Zaire Williams. These are guys who can back cut you or get out in transition and be real threats at the rim. So I think that part of it, of like him being able to pressure the rim as well as shoot threes at a certain level, is just a really essential skill set for any player playing off of Luka and Austin, and getting that in a rookie and having that rookie flash that so clearly in Summer League up to this point. I think up to this point, it looks like a home run pick for the Lakers.
What can you tell us about Arthur Kaluma, who arguably has been the second biggest story for the Lakers in Summer League?
Yeah, I think he has been. I think Adu Thero deserves his spotlight for what he's done. But Arthur Kaluma, I mean, this guy is someone the Lakers need to sign to a two-way contract yesterday, even a few days ago. Like, they need to make this happen. They cannot let this guy go sign a two-way somewhere else, or if he has another big performance, potentially even earn like a 15th roster spot somewhere. Like, he looks like an NBA level player right now that I think at a minimum you want in your two-way farm system. So he's the one that he had 34 points a couple games ago and hit 6 threes. And to me, it's just been, he is such a high level shooter, but it's not just the shot. It's the, I think to me, the shot drive decision making. And what I mean by that is, if he has a sliver of space, he's letting it fly. And I think at times where the Lakers were a little disappointed with some of their role players last year was a lot of those guys either cared about their percentages, or they're a little bit hesitant in terms of, if I'm not completely open, I'm going to swing the ball. Arthur Kaluma just lets it fly. And if he has a shot, he's taking the shot. Then, if you aggressively close out and overplay against him, he's going to attack the closeout and get to the rim, where we've seen him finish. We've seen him have and ones. We've seen him get to the free throw line a ton. So I think just that simple decision making for him of, it's like, I either shoot it or I drive it, and him being able to attack guys off the dribble, get to the rim, and finish at a high level, that is a very valuable skill set at the NBA level. He's also 6'7", shown some defensive utility, has got a strong base that he's been building up. So he, to me, projects as also a player in that 3-and-D mold. I think right now more 3 than D, but he is developing on that end. And as a 24-year-old, fits the Lakers timeline right now of guys they're looking at. I think he has to be on a two-way contract with them as soon as possible. And this is not a situation that where they should botch it or be a little too hesitant. Like, they need to sign him ASAP.
I mean, the Lakers have made a lot of signings and a lot of moves this offseason. And as you're mentioning right here, they're still not done. Obviously, the biggest name that's still kind of being rumored and floating around the Lakers conversation is Jonathan Kuminga. How real is that possibility still? And what would a deal to get him actually look like?
It's real. And my sense in talking to people in Vegas, that there's a lot of, it sounds like it's either the Lakers landing Kuminga or the Lakers probably standing pat. Maybe they do a smaller move. Maybe they dump someone to open up a roster spot. They like entering seasons with 14 guys rather than 15. They currently have 15. So maybe they dump someone for a little bit more financial flexibility, or they end up dumping someone and they try to address a need with converting one of the two-way guys or potentially adding another big man, something like that. So there is a chance here of a smaller move for the Lakers, but right now they are very much in the mix for Jonathan Kuminga. The key thing is going to be what happens with LeBron James, because if you look at some of the teams that are looking for power forwards right now are in the mix for LeBron, specifically Cleveland, but I think to a lesser extent potentially Minnesota. And depending on where LeBron goes, I think that will dictate what Kuminga's market is. And so Kuminga right now is a lower priority for all these teams compared to LeBron. So if LeBron goes to Cleveland, I think that is a sign that Kuminga's market might not be there and the Lakers are in pole position to land him. If LeBron goes elsewhere, then my understanding is Cleveland is going to pivot and try to pursue Jonathan Kuminga. And there might be something of a bidding war between the Lakers and the Cavs. But a couple other big things here will be what his contract ultimately is. So right now, the only way the Lakers could acquire Jonathan Kuminga is through sign and trade. So the sign and trade rules are, it has to be at least a 3-year deal. So you're locking him up for a longer term contract, and the Lakers have to determine, are we comfortable with that? How much would we want to pay him? Like, my understanding is the Lakers could have cleared enough space to offer him a 2-year, $20 million deal, whereas Kuminga, I think, wants closer to $20 million per year. So do they find some middle ground there of $15 million or something like that, right? So I think that's the big question right now is what happens with LeBron, what happens with Cleveland, and then if the Lakers do proceed with Jonathan Kuminga, what does a contract look like? Because they're going to have to commit to him for a while.
Jovan, thank you so much for your time. Last one for you, because this was fairly overlooked, but UCLA's very own Kevon Looney is a recent signing of the Lakers. How does he fit into the mix of everything?
I think he's someone who's going to bring championship level experience. I do view him as not necessarily an every night rotation player. I think at this point he's going to his 12th season. He was more of like a fringe rotation guy last year for New Orleans, at times even like their fourth string center. So I do view him as somewhere between like the backup five and more of like a third string five, but he's a 3-time champion. He's got the LA ties. Also, if the Lakers end up landing Jonathan Kuminga, he was one of Jonathan Kuminga's vets and mentors in Golden State when Kuminga was there. So I think you have a bought in, like, angel over his shoulder, kind of making sure he's buying into what the Lakers are asking of him and just making sure he's on the right path. So I think that to me is an ancillary benefit here. But Kevon Looney, really good screener, really good rebounder, still solid defensively, I think, in like a backup context. And but I think with him, it's more so Lakers did have a player who was even 30 on the roster. So you add that 30-year-old, you add that guy with championship experience, and I think he'll be a real presence in that locker room.
Now, I know Brock just said, Jovan, that was the last question, but I do have to ask one more, because it was a debate it's a debate that we've been having today surrounding Bronny James. And you were mentioning, they like to go into the season with a roster spot open, and they might dump someone to create having that space available. Do you see Bronny James on this Lakers roster at the start of the season, or do you see him maybe following his dad if he signs somewhere else, or the Lakers just going, we need the spot, we don't have room for you?
It's a good question. I think it depends on which team LeBron ends up going to. I think if you're the Lakers, like, you're not just going to send Bronny anywhere. I think you're going to demand a real asset and probably an unprotected second round pick at a minimum. I think it'll be a real negotiation if they do end up trading Bronny to wherever LeBron goes. But The Athletic reported, I believe it was yesterday, that the Lakers are not necessarily tied to trading Bronny, and that is along the same lines of what I've heard. Like, I think they would be open to it depending on the context of the situation, what's being offered to them. But this is someone that they've invested in. This is someone that they have developed over the last couple of years, became a rotation guy at the back end of last season with Luka and Austin out, played some minutes for them in the playoffs. So I don't think this is a situation where they're like, we developed this guy for 2 years. We took the chance on him late in the draft. Obviously, LeBron was involved with that. But now that we developed this guy, we're just going to trade him here for, you trade him for cash, or you can trade him for like a heavily protected second round pick. I don't think that's necessarily the case here. I think they would want something legitimate back. But there's a chance he's moved elsewhere. I look at the opportunity, and I do wonder, with bringing in Sexton, bringing in Hardy, how much play Bronny will get in comparison to last season. But I think right now it's close to a 50-50 proposition, depending on where LeBron goes and how strong the appetite is to trade for Bronny.
Yeah, I don't know. They're
not going to waive him. I'll say that. Like, they had the opportunity to waive him. They didn't do it.
Okay. All right. Fine. You're on. You and Brock.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean,
you're more on the same side than me.
They could end up trading him. I'm not saying it's off the board, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
It's all going to be interesting. Jovan, we love having you on always. Thank you so much for your insight. We can't wait to have you on again.
Appreciate you.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. I didn't even like consider the fact that with like all the new additions, like even if he's on the roster, he's not going to get any time. Brock, he ain't going to get any time.
And yet he has value.
Yeah, they can get trade value out of him.
Which means someone else values him.
All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, LARSVP, where are we going this week? You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Marine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or if you're watching us live on YouTube. You saw me just finishing a bite of a steak taco. It's someone's retirement party today.
Kevin, we love you, Kevin.
I was walking through the hallway. I was like, are there tacos in here somewhere? I just walked into the studio. I was like, where are the tacos? Apparently there's a party going on in the, what do they call it? The garden room?
Jungle room.
Jungle room.
I think it's garden room.
Garden room?
I think it's jungle room.
Oh.
BTS Nick, what's it called?
What do you think?
Nick.
Both.
Oh,
Both?
He's playing Switzerland.
Both?
He's playing Switzerland. He ain't taking sides.
I have an email from our boss that says food in the garden room.
Ooh.
That's all I'm going to say.
But you could call your garden a jungle.
It is a
Welcome
jungle.
to the jungle.
It's just a really, really, really small jungle.
You guys, that
incredibly
meat
small
is delicious. I gotta hide those though. I gotta put them in the fridge until the show's done. I can't be pounding tacos mid-show. I barely took a bite and was able to not finish before we came on air. Okay, enough about the food that's going on here at Odyssey at 97.1 The Fan. It is time for LA RSVP, producer Shay. Ooh-wee. Let's go. Are we?
Yeah, welcome into LA RSVP, guys. The only segment where you get to hear what's going on in LA, and Brock and Alex will tell you if it's worth it. It's a very exclusive segment, so not everyone in the world gets to hear it. Only if you're tuning in 97.1 and watching us on YouTube, you get to hear this segment. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into it, guys.
Kay.
Our first event that's happening on in LA. You've heard us talking about it. Let's get right into it. The Monster Jam takes over Crypto.com Arena. Monster Jam comes to Crypto.com Arena this Friday. We've given tickets away. We've already said we haven't gone to one yet, but are you going, and would you go this Friday to Monster Jam at Crypto Arena to see Gravedigger, El Toro, Sparkle Smash, Alex's favorite?
Sparkle Smash.
Are you RSVPing yes or no, guys?
Well, I'm out of town this weekend, so it's hard. So I'm a no. Because I'm going to be having mature debauchery in Chicago for a college reunion.
Well, I tell you what, Monster Jam is definitely going to make their way to Chicago. I'm pretty sure they're just on a tour across America. So at some point, the fine folks at Chicago will be able to decide whether or not they're going. I think Jonathan laid it out very well. Beer and things to do.
Yeah, well, beers and smashing.
Beers and things smashing into each other.
It makes me think of Hulk smash. It's like that kind of vibe.
Definitely is. And this is going to be a great time. We're in there.
Brock's going, I'm out of town.
Yes, okay, sweet. Friday.
Yeah.
There is also something else happening. So there's competing events, guys.
Same time?
Same time, but it's not in the same place. So the El Tráfico returns to Carson.
There we go.
So what is El Tráfico? El Tráfico is when Galaxy plays LAFC. What's LAFC? LAFC is Los Angeles Football Club. It's one of the newer football clubs. If you haven't heard of it, you should know what it is now because it's not
everyone
new at
knows
this
what
point.
LAFC
Exactly.
is.
But
they play at BMO next to
I was
USC,
talking-
down to the Coliseum. You drive by it on the freeway.
Yes,
okay,
yes, 100%.
That's where the stadium
100%.
is at Angel City FC, the women's professional team, and LAFC both play there.
yes, 100%.
It's a beautiful experience. Go check it out.
It's a great experience, and I've been trying to tell my friends this, and one of my
So
friends
fun.
goes, "Oh, we have another soccer team in Cali." And
By
I was
the
like,
way,
are we for real right now?
one of the best experiences, I got to sit in one of the owner's seats, on the pitch, where your feet are almost just feet away from the sideline, but they have this great open bar, open food, VIP area downstairs when the players come out. They also have a rooftop bar at the top of the stadium where everyone goes and hangs out after the game. They really understood the LA experience. Big fan. Okay. But the game's not there, so
I actually have to rock with Shay here. I think a lot of people, not a lot, there is a chunk of people that don't know LAFC. Yeah.
Really?
There's a lot of people, yeah.
They know the logo, and they associate it with soccer, but when they see the logo, they have to remind themselves that there are two soccer teams here.
They see it as the YouTube TV team.
What?
Because that used to be that used to be on their jerseys.
Yes.
So when people would wear it, like my friend goes, "Oh, the YouTube TV team." I go,
that
"Are
was
you for real?"
their jersey sponsor. Yeah.
But it's crazy because
But
LAFC
go to a
is-
Traffico.
historically, recently, they've
Yeah.
been doing better than Galaxy.
Yes, they have.
So it's
But
It's
Galaxy
definitely- it doesn't
have
make-
the
yeah.
hardware
exactly
and the history.
Everyone grew up with Galaxy in LA. You know, that's kind of like the thing that's, I think, keeping LAFC from really going, because it's the stadium is better. I'm gonna tell you right now, the stadium is better, the team is better.
Yeah.
It's just knowing Galaxy, and of course Letton played on Galaxy and all that, and whatever happened in the past. But it's tough. I don't know.
The LAFC, what they have going for them is proximity. Their stadium being right outside of downtown, really in downtown. Whereas LA Galaxy plays in Carson,
Well,
which
it's
of
at
course
Cal State Dominguez.
is LA, but it's less accessible for.
You're pushing like Long Beach, San Pedro down there.
I mean, it
on the way,
it
on the
literally
freeway.
is LA, but
No, I
to
know.
your point, it is as far, almost as far as you can get.
I used to have club
before
soccer
going
practice
to Orange
there.
County.
So,
So
yeah.
the location of LAFC, you would think, would give them the inside track on what we hope are new wave of young soccer fans coming off the World Cup. Mom and dad are probably going to be more eager to drive you downtown than driving you down to Carson.
I will say though, the Galaxy is hosting a watch party in Hermosa Beach right now for the World Cup. My
Good move
mom,
by
my mom
them.
just took my baby down there and was sending me photos from the beach. They have a giant screen set up south of the Hermosa Pier. They're also doing watch parties Saturday and Sunday for the bronze final match game and then the World Cup final on Sunday. So and it's all like by the Galaxy, putting it on, promoting the World Cup down on the Hermosa Pier.
Good move by them.
Yeah, smart. Okay, so the El Tráfico is taking place in Carson
Yes, so it's going to be taking place in Carson.
on Friday night.
Friday nights, late start, possible soccer fatigue from World Cup with everyone already watching
Fatigue?
it.
No, I think it's more of like keep the hype going.
Okay.
Like you've loved watching soccer, now I want to go to a
You can't get
match. Yeah. Like, come on, do you remember when the Chargers were playing? This is where the Chargers were playing when they were in between stadiums, and it felt like they were playing
It
it
felt
like
smaller.
well, yeah, it was also like first time I think they've like packed an arena in a really long time, but it was it felt like like a preseason, or like a high school game.
It was
in
kind of a
terms
preseason atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah.
It was. Well, LAFC, when the fan launched, sent us kits, and I have an LAFC kit,
You
so
do.
I'm rooting for LAFC.
Are you going though? Are you going to this?
I already said I'm going to Monster Smash.
Oh, okay.
I'll be there. Don't worry.
All
Are you
right.
going?
I will be there.
So
will
we
Nick,
are
and then
represented.
Lindsay will be there too. So
All
check
right.
out our socials. Yeah, check
Okay,
out our
if you
socials.
see us at if you see the fan LA at El Tráfico, make sure you say hi to everybody.
Yes, please shout us out.
Well
Yell
represented.
my name.
All right, what else we got?
One last one, guys. So Rosemary's Baby is going to be
What?
playing at Hollywood Forever Cemetery. So they do this a lot throughout
No.
last month and
Nope.
this month.
Absolutely
They
not.
play 'em all the time.
Absolutely
Are
not.
you guys being yes or no?
Yes.
No.
First off, why isn't this happening in October is my question. Second off, if you have not seen Rosemary's Baby, it is a classic. Don't look up who the director is because he was not a good dude and you're not going to want to support him. But the movie is incredible and considered like Mount Rushmore of horror films. And if you have not seen it, go see it.
This is a double no for me. I don't do scary movies, and I'm not going to go watch a scary movie in a cemetery. Are you kidding me? I've seen
Cemetery's
spirits. I've seen ghosts. I feel those energies. I am not disturbing. I'm letting like all the spirits rest there in peace. I don't need to go walking on their graves and sitting and lounging at no, absolutely not. I never understood this movie in the cemetery. No. Hard pass for me. Absolutely
Do you like roller
not.
coasters?
Love roller coasters.
So it's not like a...
What does
like,
that
it's
have
not
to
like
do
a
with a
fear
cemetery?
thing. I don't know. It's a fear thing. Like people like being like fearful. Like people like the feeling of like...
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I
that's
mean?
losing your stomach. That's an excitement thrill.
I think I see what Shay's going for because like going 200 feet in the air and free falling is nuts.
No, that's fun.
This is
This is spirit. This is scary. No, this is like evil, like not positive happy. Roller coasters are happy joy. This is like scary. Now you're going to have nightmares. Absolutely not. No. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Hour number 4 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Hour number 4, the Power Hour. We want you to be a part of this last hour. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. I tried, you guys. It's a party in the Odyssey building right now. There's a taco. I mean, I didn't see it, but BTS Nick got me a taco, and I tried a bite of it during the break, you guys. I love that our show has become so much food. Food-based. We started off
all roads lead back
talking about Pop Rock Ranch.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was the fire.
Yeah. Is it though?
Oh,
is it, now that I understand it's actually like they made Pop Rocks that taste like ranch? I love ranch. I don't know. That's a food experience, like a party in your mouth that I don't really know I want to be a part of.
I don't want the sensation of a firecracker going off.
Yeah.
If candy is not involved, savory popping is just it's just a step too far for your boy.
You guys aren't thinking about it though. Think about this.
What?
You put the Pop Rocks on chicken. Okay.
Okay, so this sounds like your
And then
weird
you
sandwich
bite-
paste
yep.
you were just telling me about. It feels like it would be there.
Yeah,
You were
yeah.
just telling me in the break about like a crazy sandwich place.
The fact
Fat
that you
Sal's.
haven't heard about Fat Sal's,
Yeah, Fat
Alex,
Sal's.
Where
you
is
got,
that?
You got to
What do you
start living.
mean?
So, okay, it started, I think it opened when I was in high school. So, like
They're
2018,
all over
2016.
LA.
Yeah. The first
Okay.
one was in Westwood, I believe.
And it's a
UCLA
sandwich
Yeah,
shop?
by it's a sandwich shop. It's UCLA, but it's like absurd sandwiches. So, like the Fat Texas, for instance,
'Kay.
there's like pastrami, buffalo, or barbecue, cheese, like the cheese pull. What are those things called?
String cheese?
No, but like they're deep fried.
Mozzarella sticks.
Mozzarella sticks, like chicken fingers, like fries. Like, and then it's like all the burgers or all the sandwiches are like that. And then they have really good milkshakes too. They have really good, like their cheesecake milkshake.
It
Oh.
is the perfect.
Sounds like a college student stoner's
and
delight.
exactly.
It
It's
is
open late.
the perfect after the bar that's always going to be open early. It's the
The
perfect place
Drunchies?
to go afterward. They have to have at least like 10 locations now across LA, but
Yeah. There's
a
maybe,
ton
maybe
now.
they're not in the South Bay.
Yeah, it sounds like a drunk, like the drunchies, the drunk
next
munchies.
time that
Exactly.
you fly
Yeah.
out of LAX
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
fly
That's
out of the
this-
Delta terminal.
Oh, no,
I
I'm-
think it's in the Delta terminal.
I think I'm American.
I saw
tomorrow.
one. I saw one in the Vegas airport too,
But
which
this
is
sounds
crazy.
like a stomach ache to me.
Oh, I had the worst stomach ache this morning. I was like,
Oh, you had it last night.
I had it last night.
What
Well,
did you get?
I mean, I can't eat
He got
veggies,
the Fat Texas.
so I was like, what do I eat?
I can't eat veggies.
What's the safe thing to eat? So I got a Fat Texas from.
You're like, I'm going to do the polar opposite, everything fried.
No, literally, me and my girlfriend, we were sitting in bed and we were thinking, we were like, what do we get? Like, I don't know. Let's order food. We both had long days.
Yeah.
And we were looking and I was like, oh, wait, like we can't get lettuce because we wanted to get.
I
Like,
mean, you can. It has to
No,
be like
it's
an
like-
organic place.
we told ourselves we can't.
Oh, okay. So you're, just, so you're giving yourself
The
like
healthy
the
thing-
pass
exactly.
of like having a healthy week.
The healthy thing to do was to get Fat
The
Sal's.
healthy thing
Yeah,
to do.
the smart thing to do.
Now, so that's a place where I can imagine the Pop Rock Ranch, the Poppin' Ranch.
It's fire.
Yeah, I could see it on one
Give
of those.
me my money if you do it. Shout out Turtle.
Shout out Turtle.
Oh, is this an entourage?
So yeah, Turtle, the
He's
guy from
one of the
Entourage.
Yeah.
He's
No,
one
I
of the
know.
owners of Fat Sal's. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. It's all you guys.
It's all coming together.
I get it.
Got to get you to Fat Sal's.
Okay. Is that who does the podcast with Matt Leinart?
Oh.
Someone from Entourage.
He has a show.
Someone does a podcast with Leinart from Entourage. Am I thinking of the same person?
Drum roll, please. Oh yeah, Jeff Ferraro. Yep, that's him.
Yeah, that's Turtle?
Yep.
Okay.
That's Turtle. That's Turtle.
I know my stuff. I know my things. Stuff and
Big
things.
Knicks fan. Turtle's a big Knicks fan.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably saw his videos coming on. You were like, oh, I didn't even realize this is Turtle.
No, I know who he is.
Yeah,
I know him
yeah.
because of Leinart's podcast.
Yeah,
Because I'm a home.
exactly,
Leinart's my homie. So yeah.
Shout
All right.
out.
Shout out. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Shout out to this semifinal match between England and Argentina because it has been spicy. You guys, right out of the gates, they had, I would equate it to like a benches clearing situation in baseball where the entire team were like face to face, like just talking trash. And we've been talking about it throughout the show. So if you're just tuning in, you guys, there's a lot of history and a lot of bad blood between these two countries, literally. And it started with the Falkland War in 1982. Well, that was probably like the peak of it. I think it probably started the fact that England tried to invade Argentina a few different times and failed. But the Falkland War are these islands off the coast of Argentina that England has the territory. It's a part of England territory, but Argentina,
like how they own Canada and Australia still and stuff like that.
It's just wrong.
Funny thing about Argentina, it's always further south than you think it is. It
How
is
far?
so far down there. If I told someone to picture Argentina on a South American map, I guarantee you it is so much lower than you actually remember it being. It is way down there, man.
I don't think I ever learned how far down.
Are you looking at a map right now?
I am too.
How far down is it?
It's down there.
It is so far down there.
Yeah.
Random facts,
pull up
Brock.
a map, and anyone who is driving, wait until you get home. But pull up a map if you are near a computer, or I guess on your phone. It is
South America, and it's
down there, man.
Big. It
massive.
takes up,
massive
Okay.
country that is just so much further south than you think.
Feels like I
thought
the
it's-
bottom of Africa and Australia, like those are really the only things more south.
I think where what happened in my head, somewhere along the way, Brazil is Argentina. Like whenever I think of where Argentina is, I'm thinking of where Brazil actually is, when Argentina is dang near in Antarctica.
Yeah.
It's so far down there.
Well, yeah, Brazil's right above it.
Yes, but because they're such massive countries,
They
even
take
though
up majority.
they border each other,
They take up majority of South
to
America.
massively different climates.
Wild. Yeah, we're just getting on tangents here, you guys. But we're still scoreless in the Argentina-England game. So I think we're both going to be wrong where we said over 2.5 goals. This is going to come down to
Gonna be lucky to get one.
one. It's so chippy.
PK's
it's
on
so
the way.
fun.
We'll see.
This
We'll
is
see.
God. This is great. I'm still pushing for Argentina. I want to see Messi get it done. And I know you fell in love with Jude.
I didn't.
Is that what happened?
No.
Is that why you want England?
I don't have feelings for England. I
don't have feelings for.
It's resonating with me how much people are supporting England, which is a shock because people are usually rooting for England to lose. So for what feels like an overwhelming support for England, it's proof of how hated Argentina has become.
Well, these are probably two of the more hated teams. So it's just
Definitely,
like everybody hate watching. Who do you hate more?
You got to pick
Situation?
one or the other. Yeah.
I don't have a lot of hate in my heart. But again, I don't think I could willfully root for England just with our country's history and the whole point of like we're celebrating our 250th birthday, our freedom from England. Wild.
Hard to argue.
Wild. Well, last night, you guys, wrapped up All-Star Week. And the All-Star game was pretty anticlimactic. I was hyping it up as like MLB All-Star Week is one of the greatest All-Star shows. Now I'm just going to say it's the Home Run Derby. The Home Run Derby got it right. The Home Run Derby was awesome. The All-Star game was boring.
I have always wondered if there is a way to expand the number of events that Baseball All-Star provides. Now, Baseball All-Star is always right in between series, and you're kind of on the back end of the dog days of... No, you're kind of in the middle of the dog days of summer, and guys don't really get a full week. Like, for the Pro Bowl, it's after the season. For NBA All-Star Week, it's a full week of rest.
Yeah.
Baseball, you have games on Sunday, and then
Friday.
You have
Well,
games on
Thursday.
Friday. Oh,
Some-
yeah, that's right.
some
The
people have games
Mets play
tomorrow.
So I get why sometimes less is more, but I've always felt there should be some kind of defensive event, but I don't have any
The
good
only
ideas.
thing exciting is dingers. Not
Because
like
that's all we've
baseball's
ever had,
exciting,
though.
you guys, but I'm saying in like this kind of a format, that's what would be most exciting. But that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Well, you want to see a guy like, basically what the All-Star game has become is a pitching.
It's a pitching duel often. I mean,
it's a
it
pitching
was for
showcase.
one side yesterday.
It's a pitching
but-
showcase is what it is. So
Yeah.
Monday we get the hitting showcase, which is the Home Run Derby in Dinger City, which like that is fun. That's exciting. That's what you want to see. And then It's sad because you have like the greatest players in the game facing the greatest pitchers and striking out.
I am making it my mission to come up with a third event for the All-Star game because 2 is not enough. And
what do you mean?
People
they have
love
the celebrity game.
Games for, because I know there's the I'm blanking on the name, but the up and comers game where some of the top prospects, it's not called that. The Futures game. Thank you so much. I know that there's that, but as far as prime time, when you think of the All-Star game, you think of these moments. Whereas for the NBA, the
3-point, the slam dunk.
3-point, you got the slam dunk, you have the game itself, and they're all growing in popularity. Well, the slam dunk contest is losing popularity, but there's multiple events, and I just feel like baseball. There has to be a third event that they could throw into the mix under the lights in the prime time. Pair it with the home run derby. Do it before the home run derby. I'm working on an MLB. I'm gonna send you an email by the end of the week. I got you covered.
Well, congrats to former Dodger Cody Bellinger for winning the All-Star Game MVP. The American League just absolutely shut down the National League. 15 strikeouts by AL pitchers. They only gave up 3 hits. So no surprise that our Dodgers all went 0-4. Minus Freddie, who got a walk in there. But Justin Robleski turned his first All-Star appearance, you guys, into a historic performance on his 26th birthday. I didn't realize it was his birthday yesterday until it was in the rundown this morning. But what a turn of events for Robleski this season. Obviously, his first All-Star appearance, struck out 5 over 2 innings. He became the first pitcher to record 5 strikeouts in an All-Star game since Pedro Martinez in 1999. But just to see how his season started and where we are now, he is, especially because we don't know what's going to be happening with Shohei Ohtani after getting his knee drained and Dave Roberts being very clear that he will be hitting. We still don't know when he will be pitching, but Justin has become the number 2 behind Yamamoto in this Dodgers rotation.
You're absolutely right. Quick update. England has struck first in the 55th minute. The
They're
score
showing
is
Messi's
1-0.
face.
Messi is very upset. We'll see if he gets motivated by this. But yes, Justin Robleski has had a year that people dream of. If you go back to the World Series, he pitched a scoreless inning, and it was the feeling leaving that moment was, cool, the Dodgers scratch and claw, and everyone is ready for the big moment, and I'm never going to mention this guy ever again. And then you go into spring training, and as the season comes around, you realize, okay, Justin Robleski is going to have to be a spot starter. If somebody needs a breather or somebody gets hurt, we're not as healthy as we thought we were going to be, Robleski can fill in.
Yeah.
And just in a few months, he has cemented himself amongst the Dodgers starting rotation, and now that he was on the big stage yesterday, I'm sure the majority of fans who are not in the NL West were being introduced to this guy for the first time. I'm sure they'd seen his stats, but they hadn't seen him actually pitch. And going forward, when people think of him, he will be remembered among the Chris Sanchez. Like, he'll be the guy that's remembered as, oh yeah, in that All-Star game where Chris Sanchez got rocked in the first inning, Robleski held his own over 2 innings with 5 strikeouts and a home run. Like, I love that for any narrative regarding a player, your first time seeing them goes such a long way. And I'm excited that for non-Dodger fans, the first time seeing Justin Robleski, he killed it, and he was surrounded by the best players in the world. That's going to go far.
And on your birthday.
And on your birthday.
And, like, he is the one Dodger that made an impact in this entire All-Star game.
So, Andy Pa has indirectly made impact.
Okay, let's go.
The
Let's hear
best
it.
play of the game was Ernie Clement, the Blue Jay second baseman. On a Pages grounder, he made one of, I'm going to say, one of the most impressive infield plays I've ever seen. It was like a perfect Derek Jeter snag the ball, hop, throw. Like it was beautiful, and it was the play of the game, and it was because of Pages' grounder. So I guess we can give him some credit there.
No, that's a negative. That is not a positive.
Bottom of the 5th inning, if anyone wants to go
not a positive,
and
Brock.
look up the highlight, it was genuinely an immaculate play by Ernie Clement. But back to Dodgers now.
That's not great. Did we just get another goal?
No way.
No, I don't know. I just looked up and I'm
No way.
seeing. Oh no. Okay, this has to be a
Saved
block.
it. He saved it. Okay, he saved it.
Wow, and that was a great slide tackle in the box. Not a penalty because he went right for the ball. You got to be careful with slide tackles because it was kind of from behind, but it was all ball.
Masterfully
So now
played.
we got a messy corner kick coming up, and we know how Argentina has been with their set plays, and especially with a messy corner.
They are dangerous, and if this tournament has taught us anything, the later in the match you go, the more magic that Argentina seems to pull out of a hat. So
Three
you
goals
are never
in
comfortable.
13 minutes.
No matter what the
in the
score
last
is,
13 minutes of the game in order to get to this match.
you will not be comfortable until that clock says, well, I almost said clock says 0, but it's literally the opposite in soccer.
Yeah.
Until that ref blows the whistle,
It's
you will
moving
not
up.
be comfortable.
It's moving up. They keep showing the Beckham family.
Oh, are they there?
Yeah. Has England ever won?
It's been a long
Is this a silly
time.
question?
Long. No.
Have they won a World Cup?
Yes, they have, but it's been forever. So the running joke of it's coming home is England, of course, invented the sport that we know now as soccer, and they never win the World Cup. So it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek of, oh, this is your year,
Yeah.
and it's never their year. How long ago was it?
My internet's having a
I'm
moment.
going to say it was like the 60s.
66.
66. So
England has
forever.
won the FIFA World Cup once. 1966.
Jeez.
Yeah, they've gotten fourth place twice in 1990 and 2018.
They typically get bounced at the quarterfinals.
The quarterfinals,
Yeah.
7 times, multiple years. Most recent exiting was 2022. So this is the furthest that they've been, since 2018.
Harry Kane and Bellingham trying to lead the boys to
So
victory.
then would this matter if they end up losing and Argentina win? Like, I guess it matters to try to finish third.
For them, I think it would. Yes. You know what? Yeah. We spent most of yesterday trying to find an example of a team who would be excited about the third place game. I do feel that England would take pride in that match. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. Okay, so they haven't won since 66.
And quite honestly, if you're France, maybe just the fact that France versus England is a big time matchup, maybe that starts to get you amped. I think France versus England is as far as the stage being set, that's probably the best case scenario. But by the looks of it, England will be moving on. We'll see if Argentina has something to say here.
We're at the 60-minute mark right now, and Argentina is they've just been dominating in in and around the 18 right now. I don't know if they've gotten a great shot off, but they have all the possession, all the momentum right now.
Let's see.
And if they do,
Harry Kane.
If they do, Argentina if they end up coming back and winning, that would put our 2.5 goal prediction over. We would both be right. So I'm rooting for that too.
Okay.
I also was rooting for Argentina. I'm rooting for Messi, and I want over 2.5 goals. And you know what?
A clean strike.
That was great.
A clean strike by Argentina. It did not go in, but they are the aggressor right now as England leads 1-0 in the 61st minute.
I think I just realized, and I'm sad that World Cup's ending this weekend.
I know it's painful. It feels like it's been part of our lives for a year when it's just been 6
all
weeks.
Summer. It's been all the summer. It's been such an awesome, beautiful
and it's also filled a void of where baseball tends to trail off to the casual sports fan because when the NBA ends, they kind of take a break and you're taking the kids to Hawaii and stuff like that. But the World Cup has held us down.
Well, you want to know some good news about the next few summers?
What's that?
Well, next summer is the Women's World Cup, and then the summer after that is the LA Olympics.
Hootie hoo.
Right? Is it over the summer?
2028, yep.
It's the Summer Olympics, right?
Yes, indeed.
So that means we're going to have jam-packed summers for the next 3 years.
It's good to be in LA.
With good stuff. Always. Biased, but facts. Do we have time for Shohei Ohtani? Should we save that? Okay, we'll save that. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you know what? We're going to go back to some Rams.
All right, let's do it.
We're going to do some Rams talk because we have a really cool Matthew Stafford story that we're going to share. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Modric, the amount of games he's played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never push your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah.
I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know,
weird.
so I'll just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? Yes. There was.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Shay, when you play songs where there's singing in the background, all I want to do is start singing along and not say what I'm supposed to say, welcoming people back. Oh my!
I remember this one.
Oh, I love this song.
Yeah. This was 2 World Cups ago, I think.
You guys, I'm all about vibes. This is the vibe. Here it is.
Yes, this is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Shay,
Sorry
you
for
do me a
the
favor.
YouTube watchers.
Shay, look up if Kanon is still making music. I like this guy.
that how you? I was trying to. I don't know how to
K-Don,
pronounce
yeah.
K-Don. I'll look it up.
Yeah,
that's a vibe.
He was a massive, massive deal when this song. I mean, obviously, when you get asked to make the World Cup anthem, you're a big deal. But he came up out of nowhere, and the reason I remember this directly is because I went to Minnesota, which has a huge Somali population, and he was Somalian, and people kept saying how this guy was a much but I haven't heard of him since the World Cup. Maybe he just made his money in chills. I don't know.
Like a.
So in 2024, he won his first Grammy Award.
Hey, K-Don's still doing it.
For a song called Refugee, which won in the category for the best song for social change.
Oh, right.
Call up your mother, tell her K-Don's still doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a... Mother is his debut film as a director, premiered in the Discovery program at the 2024 Toronto International Film Festival.
He's an
Call
artist.
your grandmother and tell her
He's an
K-Don's
artist.
still
He's a
doing
full,
it.
like,
Yeah,
he's
he's
got his
doing it.
hand in all parts
I
of
haven't heard that
entertainment.
song in so long, but I
love that
immediately just
song.
went back to...
I got chills. Like, I got happy
It was
feels.
probably two World Cups ago, maybe
Happy
3.
feels.
And I just remember hearing that song for the first time. He performed it, and I was like, oh, I like this one. This is
Yeah.
great. Shakira still holds #1, though, with her... Waka waka yeah, that was fine. Shay knows.
Was
This
that-
is for Africa.
Wait,
That
is
was the
that-
Africa World Cup one.
Oh, was that a World Cup
Yes,
song
it
she
was.
did?
Yeah.
And she always performs
I'll
at the
find
World
it.
Cup.
Yes.
Right?
They should
Like,
honestly
she
just make her do it every year.
is, like World Cup as like Mariah Carey is to Christmas.
Exactly.
Shakira is
will be
to
there.
World Cup.
And
She performed, right?
Yes, and she's she's always like how David Beckham follows England around.
Yeah.
She follows. Ooh, where is
Well, she's
she
performing,
from?
so you
Where
guys,
is she
they're
from?
having a full halftime show concert for the World Cup final.
Do you know who's performing?
Yeah. So Bieber
Oh, let's
officially
go.
confirmed
Bieb's
he's
in the building.
performing at the halftime show at the 2026 FIFA World Cup final. Oh, so it's at MetLife Stadium. So he's going to join headliners Shakira, BTS, Madonna, Burna Boy.
How long is this concert?
And curation by Chris Martin of Coldplay.
This is halftime?
As the halftime show will support the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund, a landmark initiative working to raise $100 million.
So, I hear you, Shay. I hear you. So the same way that international fans were upset about the hydration breaks, how upset are they going to be when they realize
So this
how
is like
we do halftime?
top comment, like, so what, they're going to sing like 2 minutes each?
But that's the thing.
So it's
is
going to be like a
the
full,
same way,
they're probably each going to do like a song.
But the same way that the Super Bowl halftime is like 40 minutes, if they try to implement that into the World Cup, there are going to be some very upset people. But I'm going to watch it.
People are really happy about the Biebs.
Biebs in the building. Come
Biebs
on now.
fever, like after his Coachella performance, has like...
Biebs in the building.
Like there's just...
Big Bieber fan.
This is wild. The halftime show has that many people.
And you
Bieber,
have-
Madonna, Shakira, Burna Boy, BTS.
You have 5 acts who could each headline their own festival. They're all
Yeah,
gonna
so they're
be
probably each
sharing
going
the
to do
stage
like
for
a
halftime.
song, right? They're each going to get like a song.
A song, unless the production just says, you know what, screw it, we're gonna play. As
Speaking
long
of
as we
hydration
want.
breaks.
Hydration break here in England, Argentina. 71st
It's so
minute.
silly. The hydration, especially they're playing. Are they indoors right now?
Probably. It looks.
Well, they're in
indoors.
Atlanta. Is
that
Atlanta
looks like indoor
indoors?
lighting. Oh, if it's Atlanta, yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's indoors.
They're in a dome.
Okay.
They're in a dome.
That's just, you don't need a hydration break. I know you got to be fair because you got to keep it consistent.
Yeah, you got to be consistent with it.
It's
I wouldn't
just-
be shocked if this is the last time that we see it.
Well, it's in Europe.
Spain,
Next World Cup.
Morocco,
And it gets hot.
Portugal
It gets
are sharing
hot
it.
over there in the summer around this time, and
They
like, especially
do,
heat
but-
waves, and they're going to be outside.
They do, but they're
The European
it's
culture.
the traditional fans who hate the hydration break.
I mean, I hate the hydration breaks.
Yeah,
I
so-
liked it when like the U.S. needed it as a reset, but then it didn't work at all. The Belgium game was just like there was no helping them. The hydration breaks were not going to help
It was
them.
not meant to be.
No. All right.
I'm
So
excited about the halftime show. Thanks for
you're
informing
welcome.
the people.
Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
it's going to
yes.
be a big like Super Bowl vibes, World Cup vibes. I mean, Fox, like they know how to put on a show.
What time is the World Cup game? I'm going to the Odyssey on Sunday. Oh no!
Oh, I think it's at noon.
Oh no!
What time are you going to the Odyssey?
Odyssey at 10 a.m.
Oh,
dude, am I gonna miss the World Cup?
oh my God.
Can
that
you
sucks.
wait? Can you like
If you're asking me to see another showing for the Odyssey, they're sold out for like 3 weeks. I can't bump it.
You can't.
Here's what we're
How
gonna do.
long is it gonna be? Well,
that
'cause-
movie's gonna be like 3.5 hours for
Yeah.
sure. Here's what we're gonna do.
You can't have your phone out and you
No.
can't watch it.
I am going to
Brock.
record the game. I am not going to check social media or any
We
group
won't
chats
text you.
post
Oh,
movie.
you're gonna okay. So
and I'm
so
just gonna act like I
we
haven't
are
seen
collectively, as in our show, BTS Nick, Shay, and me. I'll need to be reminded, but we are not allowed to text the group chat
You
during
know what?
the match.
You know what? I don't want to do that to you guys. I would just mute it. I will mute the group chat. I don't want to hold your excitement.
I got an early flight home from Chicago so I could land in time. I landed at 11 a.m. so I could get home to watch the final.
What's so funny is my cousin is coming with me and my wife to see the Odyssey.
Yeah.
And he has become a massive soccer fan following the World Cup. I bet he hasn't even considered this.
I don't think
And he's
either of you
definitely
guys
watching
knew.
this. So Solon, I'm sorry to inform you
Yeah.
that we are missing the World Cup.
I'm just imagining Brock right now. It's probably like the final scene of Odyssey. Like he's really locked in. Like it's like the last 3 hours in, and then you just hearing someone in the back. It's coming home. Like, that's
If
all
somebody
I'm
spoils
imagining
it,
right now.
someone is going to try to spoil it because I know when people leave the theater, the
That's
first
all
thing
they're
they're
going to
going
be
to
talking about. You better bring your
I'm
earplugs
gonna
that
bring
you
my
wear.
earplugs, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Brock wears earplugs underneath his headset, you guys. So and I forget this. I'll come in and I'll just start talking, and he gives me like this. Excuse me. I can see that your lips are moving, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I forget every single time. Kind of like how I forget daily that my husband's colorblind. Like I will literally be like, "Babe, the blue green one over there." He's like, he just looks at me. He's like,
You mean the gray one?
20 years in, and you're still not going to remember that I can't see colors. I'm like,
Does
yeah,
it
it just
all
doesn't
look
stick.
green to him? I know
Red
that's
is
a
green and
common
green is
one.
red.
Yeah.
So he's
okay.
red, green, colorblind.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
cannot see anything.
Yeah.
So when we pack for his tour, because he wears like extremely colorful stuff on stage, it's just always black bottoms. He has a couple different pair of Jordans that he has a bandmate that he asks, okay, which one does this match
one
with?
am I supposed
And
to
then
wear?
like he can just pick whatever shirt he wants.
You know, you
make it work.
You work with the tools you're given.
Yeah, but I still forget. I'm like, but what do you mean? Go grab the red one over there. He's like, Alex. I'm like, oh, sorry.
Forgot about that.
One of these years. After 20 years, still can't remember. That's okay. Okay. Let's talk a little Rams, because I teased this at the end of the last segment. And Matthew Stafford. Like, we all know, and we have heard stories of just how much Sean McVay, his teammates, and everybody loves him as a teammate, as a player, and as a person. And that's kind of like the universal thought of Matthew Stafford across the league. He's coming off his MVP season, but there's a story that came out about from a former teammate who is currently the offensive coordinator for the Commanders in, I want to get it right.
David Blau.
And it showed why what you do on the field and how you treat people can change lives. And he shared a story how Blau, he joined the Lions as an undrafted rookie in 2019. And he said he had known Stafford for only about 1 month when Stafford offered to help Blau's wife, Melissa, who had been competing internationally in Qatar, arrange to have her, he paid for her flight to come back to the United States so Blau and his wife could spend their bye week together. And Blau said Stafford handled the logistics and everything without being asked. Like, this was just out of the kindness of his heart. Saw a teammate, a rookie, who probably at this point, yeah, I don't know if you can afford things like that as a rookie, whatever it is, especially all the way in Qatar. That's not an easy flight to figure out.
Blau being an undrafted free agent,
Yes.
that would have been 6 months of work, to figure that out.
He went on to not only share this story, but he said because of that situation, he uses Stafford's example in how he now treats players as a coach. Yeah. And that just goes to prove the power of kindness. And I've given a lot of keynote speeches, and one of the main things I talk about is how to build a championship team. And one of the pieces of that, because I've just covered so many different championship teams across sports, is everyone around you needs to feel valued. Like, take for our show, for instance, BTS Nick, producer Shay, like our respect for each other. The only way that we're going to have a great product is if everybody is treating each other the same, whether you have an intern there when you're on a broadcast, audio, the lighting person, your producer. You have to treat every single person with that same respect, no matter what job you're in, no matter what field you're in. When you have that just equal appreciation and respect for everyone around you, that's how you're going to get the best product possible. And to hear just the impact that Matthew Stafford had on a young teammate who is now an offensive coordinator in the league, and that story changed the way that he looked at teammates, and now as a coach treating his players, just speaks so highly of the person that Matthew Stafford is.
I refer to it as the foxhole theory,
Okay.
meaning if I'm in a foxhole and times are scary and times are hard, I want to look to my left and my right and see a teammate that I can say, I'm glad I'm here with this guy, right? And in a locker room, there are different levels of money. People are living in different neighborhoods. People are driving different cars. Tom Brady is going to walk in wearing a pair of shoes that they're not even going to sell to the rookie. Like, even if he can afford them, you're not Tom Brady, so we're not going to sell you these, right?
Yeah.
But guys like him and guys like Matthew Stafford, when you do a good job of making it known, off the field we have our separate lives, but on the field we are teammates. And if I can make you feel as an equal off the field, that directly helps us on the field.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford, going back to my rookie year, a guy that I trained with, Kyle Van Noy, got drafted by the Lions. And when we first met up, after the first time that we played, because we were in the same division, you know, you're post-game, you're sitting around talking. I was like, so what's Stafford like? And he just raved about him. All he said was, dude, he's just one of the bros. Like, he's just one of the bros, just backwards hat, beer in hand, and if you need something, he's got you. And I would pressure anyone to go to Google and find a negative article about Matthew Stafford from one of his teammates, right? Calvin Johnson loved him. Everyone in the Lions organization loves him. Devontae Adams loves him. Like, everyone who plays with him. Sean McVay, head coach, like, they're basically friends because they're so close in age.
Yeah.
But there's a level of respect there. And to have him as the face of your franchise and running the show, there's just a sense of comfort knowing that off the field, this guy would have my back, so I know he'll do whatever it takes from me on the field for us to succeed.
Which is incredible, too, which also... it really plays into the Rams' way. You're in Hollywood. You're in LA, which is why this offseason was like very off-brand for the Rams being in the conversation for things that were happening with players off of the field. That's not how they like to do business.
Right.
Matthew Stafford is the perfect example of leading by example on the field. And then he has his 4 daughters and his family. And that's all you see when he's not playing football.
There are so many quarterbacks, so many personalities who, being the face of the Rams in Los Angeles, would have swallowed them whole.
Yes.
There are so many people who would be caught up in
look at Puka Nacua
being right, but being a quarterback especially. So if a wide receiver, a young wide receiver, can get caught up in it, imagine being the face of the Rams, meaning I should go host Celebrity Jeopardy. I should be courtside at every Lakers game. I should be in the box for this or that. And you have Matthew Stafford, who is a Southern kid who just wants, again, to wear backwards hats, be on a lake, and drink beer. It takes a certain personality to be able to handle that. And having him be the face of it going forward, hopefully we look back on his career as a Ram, winning multiple Super Bowls, but that will also be part of it. The same way that one of the most impressive things that LeBron James has done is remained out of the negative spotlight despite being on the platform. Matthew Stafford being a clean-cut, I would die for this man for his entire career, despite being the man since he entered college, is also impressive.
Yeah, the only thing we ever hear about Stafford has come from his wife Kelly and her podcast. Like that's about it. It's like
everything
his wife,
we know about is from her.
His wife talking about it on a podcast, and he's like, honey. But again, like if that's her thing, what she's doing, it's just
I support you, baby.
Keep doing you.
Just don't talk about me.
I know she talked about a couple things that you're like that was not supposed to leave the house.
Thankfully, those have stopped. Hopefully, they don't continue.
Which is fun. Like you want to encourage. Obviously, she's talked about it a lot. Like, and I've seen her on other podcasts recently. It's like you just become Matthew Stafford's wife. So who am I outside of Matthew Stafford's wife? But then you don't want to be doing a podcast talking about his life.
You don't want to
what's
affect
happening
Matthew Stafford's
in
life.
What's happening in the locker room.
Yeah,
that's the only thing. That's got to stay in the bubble. It's got to stay in the house.
Let's keep
bubble.
that in the locker room. In the locker room, please.
In the house. She's in the house. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here. When we come back, when are we gonna see Shohei Ohtani back on the mound? More on Brock and Alex after the break. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We are officially tied. Argentina just scored a goal in the last 10 minutes of regulation, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Brock said it's never safe late in a match. We saw Argentina score 3 goals in 13 minutes in their last game. And then I mentioned corner kicks, set plays. That is where they strike hard, and this goal started from a corner kick.
You are never
shot.
out of it with,
Beautiful shot outside
Argentina,
the 18.
and now we have some complaints to the referee about
Always.
something. But the fact remains, Argentina strikes late. It's just what they do. When you got Messi on your team, you always got a shot.
Dude.
Always got a shot.
Dude, we are tied with, 88-32 right now. So we'll see how much extra time will be added. Probably we'll be playing for another 10 minutes. But now it's going to be our over 2.5 goals. We're going to be right with that prediction.
There we go.
I'm rooting for Argentina. You have Argentina in the Fan LA bracket challenge.
I do have Argentina.
If they win, there's a good chance that you could win the entire, the tournament and have the trophy.
Argentina. So I was in last place going into the knockout round. And since then, I have had a lot of success because Switzerland went very far.
Yep.
And Argentina, of course. But I believe Argentina has to win it all. If Raj would update the scores, since Brazil got knocked out, he very conveniently doesn't want to update
he's just
anymore.
He's sad boy.
But there is a chance that I do win it all if Argentina wins on Sunday. If they win today. That was a funny image.
I love when they show the slow motion, either crying or celebrating. They did that fan dirty right there.
Yes, they did.
They did
That was
that
not a
England.
flattering
They
angle.
did that England fan dirty with that sad hands on his head.
Lionel Messi smiles for the first time all match. He's been angry Messi this whole match. But as we enter extra time here, who wants it more? Let's see.
There we go.
Lock in, Harry Kane.
Holy guacamole, you guys. 9 minutes. Okay. 9 minutes, about as long as we're going to be on air for our show. Are we going to extra time? Is this it? Woo! We'll keep you posted if anything happens. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. The other big question right now is, when will we see Shohei Ohtani back on the mound? Okay, so Ohtani is expected to remain in the Dodgers lineup when they return from the All-Star break on Friday, and they are starting, as we call the second half of the season, even though it's a little past second half of the season, on the road on the East Coast. They play the Yankees, then they play the Phillies, then they go back to New York to play the Mets. And Dave Roberts confirmed that Ohtani will continue hitting, but said the Dodgers have not decided when he will return to the mound because of his left knee, and when Ohtani pitches, he lands on that knee. And just to what's the word I'm looking for?
I'm so interested to find out what
Ohtani,
it is.
just to recap. Thank you.
Got it.
Why was that such a hard word for me right now? Hour number 4, you guys. Recap is treatment. He had the fluid.
Oh my God, Argentina scored.
You guys.
What is happening?
This is what they do.
How do they do this all the time?
This is what they do.
BTS Nick is dancing. Shay is dancing.
Play it again.
Lionel Messi with the picture-perfect crosser.
Argentina.
That's
what I'm saying. Argentina up 2-1. You guys, it's happening. Dude,
How do they
the
do
late
this?
sniper. They are the late game sniper.
Messi
oh my God. Okay, I have
with
to
the
see
perfect cross. I still can't tell who it is that scored.
This is insane. Okay.
But Messi playing point guard as usual, setting everything up. I
An
mean, that is
incredible
picture-perfect.
header. Cross.
Oh
perfectly timed. Wide open net on the left side of the goal.
How do they do
But
this?
like that was a perfect cross.
Yeah. You
I mean,
couldn't
now,
throw the ball better than he kicked it.
Now you have to root for like back-to-back champs for Messi, ending his career back-to-back World Cup champ. Like
If
that's
Argentina
incredible.
makes
That is
it-
legendary.
I will. So why I would root for Argentina is because Lamine Yamal has so much time.
Yes.
I would rather
Spain.
root for the current GOAT than the next.
But now
great
we're
one that
gonna get
people are
all
telling
those
me.
really fun AI images of Messi, the goat, baptizing the baby goat.
Yeah, that's
If
definitely
you were,
going to
if you were,
to
if you
emerge.
missed that conversation, Brock, explain the image again.
So way back in the day when Lamine Yamal was just a baby,
Like
and-
literally a
yes.
baby.
So he was entered in a raffle, and through some charity, he got to be part of a photo shoot with the Barcelona football club. It just so happens that Lionel Messi happened to be on the team at that time, and there's a photo of him bathing a baby Lionel,
Like baptizing, basically, kind of, right?
Lamine Yamal. And they're referencing it as a baptism photo because you have the GOAT, the god
Yes.
of soccer, blessing the next
The
god
baby
of
goat.
soccer. I cannot believe that they just
And
pulled
they
this
might
off.
be meeting up. It looks like
It's
they're
looking like they're
looking like they're
meeting
going to be meeting up in the World Cup final
my
on Sunday. I
God.
can't believe you're going to be missing this.
So this was 2 goals in 10
You
minutes
have
for
to
the
go see
third
the
time?
Odyssey. You can't wait to see the Odyssey.
When Christopher Nolan knocks, I answer. I will be choosing Christopher Nolan over this. But but again, I will. The moment that the theater lets out, I will rush to the parking lot, avoiding everyone who will be checking their phone.
You're gonna have to have
and
like
looking for-
blinder glasses on,
and looking for
earplugs
scores.
put in.
I will not
tell
check social
everybody
media.
you're with, like, just do not tell me. Let me relive this. It's
I'm
so
going to mute
funny.
all my group chats.
It's interesting because I always I find that interesting with with sports. Sports is like the only thing these days that like you have to watch live.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, it really is.
that's the one thing sports have going for them with all the streaming and everything
Mm-hmm.
else. Like it is a live event. And I've been in places where I've been like talking, oh my God, did you see this? And I was like, I had it recorded. Why did you tell me I was going to watch it? I'm like, that's your fault. That ain't my fault. Everyone else in the world watched it live. You decided to go see the Odyssey when
Gotta
the
see
World
the
Cup
Odyssey.
final is happening. Brock.
To be fair, assuming Argentina wins, I would only be waiting Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3 days for the World Cup final. Your boy's been waiting 18 months for the Odyssey.
You're
so I
that
gotta see
excited?
the Odyssey. I'm very excited
Why?
for the Odyssey.
So what is okay? You're the history nerd. What is the Odyssey?
So the Odyssey is it was initially written by Homer. It is
So you're gonna say
considered
homie.
one of it is considered one of the best epics ever told. It is like thousands and thousands of pages written. Okay,
Okay.
so the movie Troy.
Yes.
The story of Troy is like one chapter of 300 in the Odyssey. So there's this guy Odysseus, aka Matt Damon.
Yeah.
He goes off with the Greeks. He fights wars, and then this is the Iliad is about him going off to fight the war. The Odyssey is about his trip returning home, and the various things that they run into. And more movies and books than you could ever imagine are directly inspired by the Odyssey. It's considered like the original story.
So how
basically.
can you put all of that in that time if you're saying it's that many chapters and that many books
Christopher Nolan's going to
into
find a way.
one movie?
Christopher Nolan's
You
going
give
to
it an
find a way.
intermission. You give it an intermission.
Is there an intermission?
I'm pretty sure they will.
Maybe there will. It's going to be a really long movie. You go get
You
Matt
don't
Damon.
you don't do
You go get
intermission.
Zendaya.
So Brutalist had one.
The Brutus did have an intermission.
Because it was so long.
The Hateful
Really?
Eight also had an intermission.
Yeah, so it's a thing that
That's
they're
a
doing
thing now?
It's a thing that they're kind of doing now.
To my understanding, the Odyssey does not
Big
have
fan.
one.
How
At least
long
I
is
haven't
it?
heard, but
like
it's also
10,
not out
15
yet.
minutes. I like it a lot.
No. I'm saying how long is the Odyssey? How
Oh,
long is the
probably
movie?
3.5 hours. 3 hours.
The Brutalist
See, that's
is
a
3.5.
movie. That's a movie I'm gonna need to be at home for.
You got to see it on
We
the
have
big
a
screen.
we have a big TV.
Got to see it on the IMAX. It was shot with IMAX cameras, and very rarely are movies actually shot for IMAX. They just enlarge the photo afterward.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. for
Project
this
Hail
movie.
Mary was right.
That was partially shot on IMAX cameras. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's
a great movie.
I know. I got to go to the screening of that before
Had
it
some
came
fun.
out.
Had some fun at Project Hail
That
Mary.
was my heart. I cried. That was beautiful. He's gonna be up for an Academy Award for
Gosling
that.
has to be.
Yeah,
yes,
that was an incredible acting performance.
Until Matt Damon comes knocking.
Wow, at the Odyssey. Until Argentina, you guys. It looks like they're gonna be heading to the final. Oh, what a crazy turn of events. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a great day.